is a myth. We have millions of people that have safely received the vaccine around the world without adverse effect.
How much onus is there on the social platforms? Dr. G, maybe you can comment on this. We heard the president call out Facebook. What do the social media platforms need to do at this point?
So the social media platforms need to be recognized. And I say this because, when you go out and work with the community and talk to the community, everyone, depending on their demographics, depending on their age, depending on their culture, it's a little bit different of how they use the social media platforms. In the youth, that's where it's very prevalent, right? So when I've gone to high schools and I've gone to even as, middle schools and so forth, they're making the quotes specifically from social media. I mean, one of them pulled out their Instagram. They're like, here's a story that says why it's dangerous. And I say this because you can't ignore this. This is what's getting to a lot of our population, and one right now that's being ravaged by COVID, right? If you go into our intensive care units right now, it is night and day different from last year, where it was a lot of nursing home individuals, older individuals. Now it's a lot of young people, teenagers and those in their 20s who are being ravaged by it. And the conversations you have with them, you can tell their information comes delivered through social media. So we need to recognize that. We cannot turn a blind eye towards it. And if anything, we have to meet these youth, these young adults with where they're at and align our messaging to win them over.
And what does recognizing that look like? I mean, with like a Facebook or, any of the other platforms, I wonder from both of you, what does that actually look like? What do you want to see from these platforms? Dr. Henningsen, we can start with you.
Sure. In terms of how the platforms can fight misinformation, from Twitter, I would absolutely love to have a report medical misinformation button. And I don't know if there's a way that they can specifically apply that towards vetted medical professionals, but we absolutely need a way to flag inappropriate, dangerous content. There's no good way to do that right now. And oftentimes when we do report things, they're unsuccessful. So on Twitter, a misinformation button specifically would be fantastic.
Dr. G, did you want to comment on that?
Of course. What I'll add to this is, Dr. Henningsen and I know this, there's a big portion of physicians on social media. And I'm going to steal this from my colleague. Dr. Henningsen's always said every physician has the opportunity to be an influencer. What I would strongly encourage, right? We get trained as physicians so thoroughly to be able to diagnose, manage, and treat patients. If you're going to have a public platform on a social media account, talk to your media team, learn the skills of how to deliver public health messaging. Because Dr. Henningsen's approach is spot on. We want the social media groups to be more accountable, but at the same time, physicians themselves can go about and promote the messaging. They can promote public health in a manner that's important for their audience. And that's the skills we have to learn. And if you think they're not important, I will give you the example of the pandemic.
Absolutely. And just finally, from both of you, I mean, we talked about how concerning the Delta variant is right now. A lot of people who previously hadn't been outspoken about vaccines are now being outspoken. Where do you see this pandemic going next in the fall? I mean, do you see Americans resuming to wear masks again? Do you see another lockdown? I mean, I'm curious, based on your professions, what you're seeing for us going forward. Dr. Henningsen, we can start with you.
I'm a radiologist, so I am bracing myself to be reviewing CT after CT after CT of severe lung damage. I foresee a need for masks indoors in public now. I foresee that there are going to be regional instances where restrictions happen, and that is appropriate. As conditions evolve locally, you change guidelines and recommendations to meet the local conditions.
And is that among the vaccinated or the unvaccinated or everyone? I mean, Dr. G, I'd be curious to get your take too.
Yeah, so from my standpoint, a lot of the guidelines that have been put out about what you can do are meant to be liberties for those who have been vaccinated. And the challenge is, we rely on a big trust system. So from my standpoint, I think we have to take a step back and really put out these guidelines. The challenge with guidelines, they're meant to be trying to cover the entire nation, though people have to recognize how to implement these guidelines regionally. Just as Dr. Henningsen said, she's trying to prepare herself for more CT scans that she'll have to be reading. from my standpoint, I think we have to take the guidelines, look at them originally how you're doing, and see what we can allow the population to do. I do think for right now, we need to take a step back because we're at the Delta variant. And for those of you who don't want to learn more Greek lettering, we're about to get more variants if we have a substantial amount of the population not vaccinated. And there's one variant that I'm most concerned about, right? At some point in time, if we allow this thing to linger, there's going to be a variant that's going to attack the children much more sinisterly than they have done to the adults. And then at that moment, we're to blame, right? The adults have no one else but themselves to blame if we don't step up right now and get vaccinated.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate both of you sharing that message. That is Dr. Joy Henningsen from the University of Alabama at Birmingham and Dr. Panagis Galiatos from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Thank you both for your time and for those messages. And we should note that the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Now, coming up, inflation's hitting home for a lot of American families, this time with an unavoidable cost. Diapers. Yeah, that's right. We'll be back in 2 minutes to discuss. This is Quick Take Charge.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars. Only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Families that were already struggling during the pandemic are facing a heavier burden as inflation makes the unavoidable expense of diapers even more expensive. Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde spoke to the executive director of Happy Bottoms about how families are coping. Take a listen.
Sure. 1 in 3 families in America cannot afford diapers. And most people don't know that diapers aren't covered by government assistance programs like SNAP and WIC. And during the pandemic, we have just seen the need increase substantially. We receive so many new calls every single day from families needing diapers. And, it's interesting because the cost of diapers went up during the pandemic, almost 9%, and that cost continues to increase. Before that, we already have families working 2 to 3 jobs who can't afford this basic need, and the cost continues to rise. And with families being affected by the pandemic, typically the same triad that is always affected, women, people of color, and the poor are being affected by this pandemic, and it's making it even harder to get diapers into their hands or for them to be able to afford diapers.
I myself have a kid in diapers, and I've seen the prices go up. What used to cost $20 now costs $40 for a number that was $200 to begin with, and then the number keeps falling within that $40 packet. The ramifications for me, of course, are just, the amount that I spend, but I'm so fortunate that I can keep on purchasing them. If you're not able to buy enough diapers, what does that mean for you as someone who wants to go out and work?
Well, you can't. In fact, there's a study that shows families miss about 4 days of work a month because they didn't have the diapers that they needed to supply to their child care center. You need to supply those diapers. If you don't have them, you can't send your kid, you can't go to work. It's an economic issue. Not only that, but diapers just have such a ripple effect on this whole poverty puzzle. And when families don't have access to those diapers, it really it has devastating effects on their life, on what they can do, on how they can contribute to society. So, you know, it's something that people need to pay attention to.
And Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde is joining us now. Caroline, thanks so much for being here. As we just saw, this is really a growing issue here in the nation, something that you personally know about as a mother. What is Happy Bottoms doing to get diapers into the hands of families?
I have to say it's something I'm becoming ever more passionate about the more I talk to people like Jill Gaikowski there. And what they're doing is, well, serving since founding in 2009 about 15 million families. Every month they're putting about 50 diapers or 30 pull-ups into the hands of 4,000 children, 4,000 families. I was talking to her in that moment and she was saying, look, I'm just serving these diapers that you see behind me. And there was a queue 2 miles long of cars, and not just single cars. These are cars that are 2 deep. We're seeing 4 across at times. A 2-mile queue waiting to get these diapers for their family. The need is so richly there, and so they are serving across about 68 places within Kansas City, Missouri, where she works. But when she was first founded in 2009, well, there were only 5 diaper banks across the United States. Now there are 200. So clearly the need is there and people are starting to supply and able to get help from banks such as these.
Wow. And Caroline, I was surprised to hear that diapers are upwards of $40 for some people. I didn't even realize how much of an economic issue this really is, as you were talking about in your interview.
This has such an economic spillover effect. As we were hearing from Jill, look, you know, you lose perhaps 4 days work per month. The fact that, look, you can't put your child into childcare if they have a soiled diaper, if they don't have enough, you're not allowed. But not only is this a personal economic ramification, you've got to think about the business side too. What amazed me is actually only 2 companies basically monopolize the area of diaper making. The 4 most popular brands, whether it be Loves or Huggies or Pull-Ups or Pampers, they're all made by the same 2 companies, P&G and Kimberly-Clark. They themselves are seeing inflation. They're seeing their own costs rise. They're having to pass that on to the consumer. They've, of course, got to make a profit. They've got a fiduciary duty to their shareholders. But that does mean that your costs are rising substantially. So that's why diaper banks are not only handing out diapers for free. Of course, you've got to show proof of your need. But also, they're trying to help educate, get you potty training your kids that little bit earlier if they're perhaps at the age of 2 or 3. All of this becomes such an economic impact if, yet again, women, people of color, aren't able to return to the workforce as quickly as they'd hoped.
Absolutely. And finally, Caroline, is this supposed to get worse before it gets better? I mean, what are we looking at in terms of timeline?
Sadly, she's bracing herself. Jill Gaikowski asked, look, is this getting better for us? We keep talking about the economy recovering, people getting back to work. She says she's not seeing it, she's not feeling it. And notably, she's bracing herself for it to get worse because, well, certain states, certain governors, well, they're looking at pulling back unemployment benefits. Of course, as the economy recovers, some of that stimulus measure does pull back. That means, well, people are going to be hurt even more. They're going to have even less of that lifeline. So we could see the need grow yet further. And she's worried about donations as well, Jen, as we see the perhaps insecurity around how we exit this pandemic. She's worried about the people that donate to the diaper banks being able to continue to do so.
Such an important topic to cover. Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde, thank you so much for sharing this story and for that interview. And for Caroline's full interview with Happy Bottoms Executive Director, head to Quicktake's YouTube and Facebook page, and be sure to check back next week for our next Unequal Recovery conversation. Thanks so much to Caroline for that. All right, after the break, John Kerry's tough climate message to the group of 20 strongest economies in the world. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quick Take Charge.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry says G20 countries need to step up, in quotes, their commitments to climate change and net zero goals. He spoke to Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua ahead of the G20 meeting on climate action taking place in Naples. Take a listen.
The measurement of success at COP is going to be very clear to everybody. No, there are not going to be any secrets there. Either the countries come together at COP26 and the developed world particularly, the 20 countries that are the major economies of the world, really need to step up and come up with reductions that can keep the minimal amount of damage possibilities in focus. And that's what the scientists have told us we must do. This is not something any one country is dreaming up. The best scientists in the world under the UN International Panel on Climate Change have said, you guys have about 12 years to make the critical decisions that will avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. That was 3 years ago. So now we're at 9 years, and this is a very critical moment for the COP to take place because we can come together to help less developed, fragile, vulnerable countries with adaptation and resilience, and we can do what we developed world need to do to reduce the damage being done by our practices of the way we produce energy.
But how likely is it that we keep that 1.5 degrees within reach?
Well, look, the Paris Agreement said well below 2 degrees. That's what everybody signed on to. What is well below? It's certainly not 1.9 or 1.8. It's somewhere close to the 1.5 degrees. And so I think it's very important to do it because every decimal point of rise in temperature it is remarkably compounded in the damage that it does. We're at 1.2 degrees today, and you see what's happening. Imagine what happens when you're at 3 degrees or so, which is the track that we are currently on. So it's imperative that countries respond.
Sir, can you talk to me a little bit about the timeline? So of the G20, first of all, reaching net zero, but also phasing out carbon and ending the subsidies, for example, for fossil fuel.
Well, we should be phasing out the subsidies as soon as we can. There's no excuse today for subsidizing the problem. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. I said yesterday that, paraphrasing Einstein, insanity is doing something that kills you when you already know it will kill you. We just need to be smarter than that. So I believe that in the COP we have a choice, which is to commit to enough reduction in 2020 to 2030 that we do what the modeling shows us is necessary to prevent a catastrophic rise in temperature. And we've already seen what's happening at 1.2 degrees. So the road ahead is pretty clear to all of us. We also need to stop funding new coal-fired power plants, because at least move to gas, which is 50% less polluting than coal. And then we can begin to bring online, hopefully, technologies and other possibilities for faster reductions and mitigation.
And that was U.S. Special Envoy for Climate John Kerry speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix. Now, here are a few stories we don't want you to miss this morning. President Biden is dismissing concerns that the U.S. would experience persistent inflation. He told the CNN town hall last night there will be near-term inflation because the economy is improving. Still, he said that restaurants and others in the hospitality industry might take longer to recover because of hiring difficulties. Also, the Biden administration is mulling imposing a tariff on carbon-intensive imports from China and other countries as a way to fight climate change. U.S. Climate Envoy John Kerry urged Beijing to slash greenhouse gas emissions and shut down coal plants. The evaluation comes amid concerns a tax could further fuel tensions between the two countries. China is the world's top emitter of greenhouse gases. And finally, American Airlines is sounding more cautious about the third quarter than its rivals are. The carrier says it expects a pre-tax loss despite a travel rebound. American projects that sales will be down about 20% from their 2019 level before the coronavirus pandemic hammered demand. But American is raising its goal for hiring pilots by 50% through next year. That's according to a company memo to pilots. American's new plan calls for hiring more than 1,300 pilots through the end of 2022. All right, coming up, TikTok's had a pretty successful year, but believe it or not, it's only the beginning. We're diving into all of the video apps' plans after the break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This month marks the one-year anniversary of the Trump administration's initial threat to ban ByteDance-owned TikTok. But despite that attempt, the short video app has thrived over the past year, and now it's ready to expand into all things e-commerce, gaming, and even live concerts. So joining me now is Bloomberg's Tay Kim here in studio with me, and Quicktake's Alex Webb in London with us. Tay, let's just start with you. Describe the vision that TikTok has for being a super app of the Western world.
So super app has been the dream of all the US technology companies. It's prevalent in China where users spend all their time entertainment, messaging, shopping. So I think TikTok, with its soaring engagement, it's thriving, they have the best chance to become the super app of the Western world.
Why have they been so successful? Alex, maybe you can jump in here.
I mean, they've got a really good algorithm, which is incredibly adept at working out what people are interested in, sucks them into kind of content holes, which, unless you have quite strong willpower, quite hard to escape from. And that's driven engagement, as Tay says in his excellent column, through the roof.
Is there anybody coming up and sort of competing with them, Tay?
YouTube is doing it. Instagram Reels has done well. It's kind of funny. Last month, the head of Instagram said, we're going to really embrace mobile entertainment and full screen video, citing the success of TikTok. So look forward to Facebook to turn Instagram more into TikTok in terms of form and function.
And yet, I mean, TikTok is so popular. People are so attached to it. Alex, as you mentioned, what is it that this e-commerce new venture that they're doing or potentially going to do, what would that open up to them? Tay, maybe we'll start with you. Well, or Alex, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the e-commerce thing in and of itself, it is a revenue stream. But the way that these companies really make money is, as we know, through advertising. And the piece that both Google and Facebook don't have, but that Amazon does, is understanding purchasing intent, i.e., what is the thing, which ad, what combination of ads convinces a consumer to buy a product. Facebook and Google have been able to guess at that and get a good sense through the use of cookies and other kind of tracking tools on mobile phones. That those possibilities are closing, particularly because Apple is cracking down on privacy, on trackers. That means that all those players are trying to convince people to buy products within their app, because then they know when someone has bought something. They can therefore trace back what are the ads that drove them to that point. The more that companies like TikTok can bring e-commerce into their platform, the more they can demonstrate the value of their advertising, which makes it easier to sell more ads, as well as make a cut from the e-commerce itself.
Right. And Tay, for your column, you dug into a lot of the other potential things that TikTok is experimenting with. Can you just share some of that?
So they've done gaming. There's a really fun farming simulator app that I like to play when you go on user profiles. Like we said, they have a job site that they're experimenting in where people send in video resumes and they can apply to like dozens of different brands and companies.
And I think that job resume app is really fascinating within TikTok. Explain how that works, because I didn't realize that was happening until I read your column.
So you can send your video resume. They have I think 20, 30 companies, like brand name companies in the US, and people can apply to entry-level jobs by sending in their video resume and basically a TikTok, but you're applying for a job.
Wow. And so, Alex, is TikTok essentially in the clear? I mean, we were saying in the intro a year ago, it looked like it was going to be banned. Are they facing any hurdles to regulation at this point?
I mean, for now, they're kind of looking okay, but there is an increasing volume, not just to do with TikTok, but generally to do with the algorithms that particularly social media companies, and I include YouTube as a social media company, use. And TikTok maybe would be more in the spotlight than some of those others because it's Chinese owned. And of course, it's the youth of America, risk of sounding, a little bit old and cantankerous, but it's the youth of America that's using this app. And so there is always a slight concern that regulators, politicians start to go, well, hang on, do we want an algorithm developed and run out of China steering our, under 20s consumption habits? And that is, I think, perhaps the biggest risk when you look at ways to kind of things that might temper its growth in the immediate future, short of some other hugely compelling social media app arising in the coming years.
Right. And Tay, there's actually a sibling related or a competitor in China, right, who's trying to take on TikTok?
It's actually their sibling app. It's under the same umbrella company called ByteDance. Mm-hmm. And if you look at what they're doing in China, a big portion of the revenue they generate is through this thing called live streaming social commerce, where it's almost like a QVC type thing where a farmer will go on, show off their produce, and sell millions of dollars worth of products. And if you look at TikTok's career site, I sifted through, they have 2,000 jobs, and hundreds of jobs are e-commerce related and live streaming related. So it's obvious that they're going to aggressively invest in a similar thing where they're going to cultivate these influencer relationships, and you're going to start seeing influencers and creators selling products using TikTok's infrastructure.
Wow, and Alex sort of touched on this, but their focus is really on the Western world. Is that sort of what you got?
Yeah, TikTok is the Western world, and the sister app is called Douyin, and it's in China. They're basically twin apps, and if you look at what Douyin's doing in China, you're going to see exactly what TikTok's going to follow through. It's going to be live streaming social commerce.
And what about, this is for both of you, TikTok potential IPO, right? People have been talking about that before. What is it looking like right now? Alex, maybe we start with you.
I think it'll be really interesting to see what the fallout of some of the other Chinese IPOs in the US have been. We've seen the effect of DD and others. I think that would probably, mean it's more likely that something would happen in a home market like Hong Kong. I'm interested to hear what Tay's thoughts are on this. You've been tracking it perhaps more closely than I have.
So earlier this year, there's been reports that they shelved the IPO plans. It was imminent, but then they pushed it out because of the political and regulatory environment. But it's actually going to turn out to be a very good thing for TikTok to kind of push out their IPO because, like we said, the ads are taking off. The engagement is better than ever. Like the growth is taking off like a rocket. And if this e-commerce stuff really takes off, like they're going to have an even bigger IPO when they eventually come to market because the numbers are going to be so much better.
Right. And Alex mentioned DD could potentially impact that, right?
Mm-hmm. So if they have to IPO in Hong Kong instead of the US, that's fine. They could raise money because the opportunity is so big for these guys.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
I think maybe also worth adding that its biggest investor is SoftBank, and they don't need the money as much as they did. They've managed to monetize a lot of their other assets, and that perhaps reduces the heat to kind of cash out of something like TikTok.
And TikTok's a different kind of company. Like DiDi's been losing money. They need the cash to kind of take care of their losses. TikTok is making money. Growth is like triple digits. So they don't need the money now. They could just grow and do better later.
Just keep growing. Just keep with the farming platforms, right, Tay? All right, Bloomberg Opinions, Tay Kim, and Quicktake's Alex Webb. Thank you both for your time and for talking all things TikTok with us today. All right, that'll do it for Quick Take this hour, but there's more Quick Take coming up in just a minute. You can check out the latest stories at Bloomberg.com or at Quick Take on social media. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Thanks so much for watching. Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Quick Take, where we bring you today's top news and break down how it intersects with the world of business. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. This edition of Quick Take Charge is presented by American Express. Let's get going. All right, we're kicking the morning off today with our quick take focus of the day, small business recovery. Shonali Basak, as you can see, is here with me as always. Shonali, as we know, this has not been an easy time for a number of small businesses, and it's not getting better for so many businesses out there. It's not really been an equal recovery, and a lot of people are going through several challenges depending on what sort of business that they have.
Yeah, that's for sure. This is an unequal recovery, and then on top of that, you have inflation, and that has been an issue. It has been a liability really for the White House. And this is what Joe Biden had to say, President Biden, to temper expectations.
The vast majority of the experts, including Wall Street, are suggesting that it's highly unlikely that it's going to be long-term inflation that's going to get out of hand. There will be near-term inflation because everything is now trying to be picked back up.
So here now is Bloomberg food editor Kate Crater. Kate, thank you for joining us. Now, you're in touch with so many small businesses. How is the recovery going for them?
You know, it's exactly as you said, it's a very uneven recovery, and some of them are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. For some of them, the pandemic was actually, there were some bright spots. For instance, I just got to do a fun story on National Food Days, and I don't know if you guys celebrate those days. I'm sure your inboxes are inundated with them. Mine sure is. But some of them, especially National Ice Cream Day, which just happened on July 18th, turned out to be a boon for a lot of small businesses across the country.
And Kate, talk about that, because I feel like I've known about national fill-in-the-blank days for a number of years, but I didn't really put the correlation together that it's actually beneficial to some businesses when it's declared National Ice Cream Day or Margarita Day.
Precisely. No, it becomes smart businesses use it as a marketing tool. And last year during the pandemic, when there weren't restaurants necessarily to shout out on your social media, a lot of people who like to Instagram or put their food on TikTok found like National Ice Cream Day to be a fantastic way to get attention. And it also worked out really well for businesses. Like there's this terrific place in St. Louis called Clementine's Naughty and Nice Ice Cream. They do alcoholic ice creams, which of course I love. But they saw last year, Tamara Keefe, who's the owner, saw more than double the number of people. Usually she gets 1,000 to 1,100. She got 2,500 and did $15,000 worth of sales in one day, which is awesome for her.
The economy has been reopening in different cities for a while now. I mean, has that brought many of these small businesses back to pre-pandemic levels of sales? Or are there issues still that they're seeing when it comes to this reopening?
I mean, there's still issues, of course, because there's a supply chain issue. There's finding staff, people to work. So it's mostly not back to pre-pandemic levels, but some businesses last year really was fantastic. I mean, fantastic. But they, like Gosling's Rum celebrates National Dark and Stormy Day, which is their ginger beer cocktail. And they saw a 600% increase on Drizzly, which is partially because people started moving to online liquor buying, but also 600% year over year is significant.
Kate, how are some of these small businesses? I mean, you mentioned the labor shortage. How are they getting workers back in? How are they sort of combating that in their restaurants?
I mean, they're trying their hardest. They're incentivizing. You see bonuses, like there's $2,500 signing bonuses, which is significant for a lot of small businesses, but they also are having to adapt. I'm hearing a lot about shorter menus, also partly because of supply chain issues, but if you don't need as many people in the kitchen if you have a 25 or 30% shorter menu than you did pre-pandemic.
The owner of Van Leeuwen Ice Cream is one of the, I mean, that is, what has this, they have told you that they see an increase in sales of 15 to 20%. I mean, what has this done for them?
Funny that you should mention that because yes, they do. National Ice Cream Day brings an increase of 15 to 20%, but they never made more noise than they did on Mac and Cheese Day because they did a collaboration with Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, and they made an ice cream, mac and cheese ice cream, which is here for you guys to taste. This is like, it sold out in an hour online. So this is like a black market pint that we've got here.
Wow.
But you guys have to taste it. But that was the biggest news. I think it was July 14th is Mac and Cheese Day. So if they had even thoughts of selling this ice cream on Ice Cream Day, July 18th, no way. It was gone.
Oh my Gosh, Kate, have you tried it?
I have tried it.
What can you tell us about it?
Well, it's way better than you think it is. It's actually, I think it's tasty. I can keep eating it. You know, it's Van Leeuwen makes great ice cream. They're an artisanal ice cream maker. In general, I love their flavors. I heard way too much about this. I saw way too much of it on my social media. It's got that cool, like cheesy. If you're a Kraft mac and cheese person, then this will be your ice cream.
You know, Kate, I spend so much time talking to big businesses and contrasting that with the fortune of smaller businesses, and it's a very frustrating thing to watch, right, the disparity. But, you know, on the flip side, it looks like there's a fair amount of innovation going on and a fair amount of hope in terms of what's being created, the support from consumers. I mean, has this created a renaissance of sorts in terms of how businesses have gotten creative?
I mean, yeah, no, for sure. It's an excellent point. I think it's quite smart for small businesses to hook up with something, and something like Kraft macaroni and cheese feels like it's from 50 years ago, if not 100. You know, like who would have thought you could make Kraft macaroni and cheese cool? And yet it was the hottest thing a couple days ago. You know, I think it benefited certainly Van Leeuwen, but also totally benefited Kraft mac and cheese.
Do you see some of these innovations, as Shonali mentioned, Kate, sticking? I mean, I think about here in New York City, I believe outdoor dining was extended for another year. I mean, do you see a lot of the restaurants and the people that you know wanting to stick with some of these innovations that they've had? I really love the QR code menu.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I'm curious what you've heard.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of these innovations have forced restaurateurs and chefs to pivot, and they did it in a phenomenal way last year. And a lot of those innovations, like you mentioned, the QR code menu, which means you save a lot of money printing paper, but also outdoor dining has been a good one, meal kits, and that kind of food to go has pushed chefs to do these great things and reach a broader audience. A lot of them can mail order their food now through companies like Goldbelly, so their reach is broader. I think there's a lot of innovation, good innovation that's come out of it.
Kate, do you think another stimulus or PPP loan would be worthwhile and helpful to the businesses you speak to?
I mean, yeah, a lot of them, you know, there's been an eviction moratorium. A lot of them haven't had to deal with rent, or they've worked out deals with their landlords, but that can't go on forever. So I think giving them more money is no doubt going to help them continue to innovate and stay alive.
Bloomberg's Kate Crater, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for the ice cream too, Kate.
Yeah, seriously.
We're going to
Get
try
ready.
it.
It's here for you.
I don't know if I'm excited to try it yet or not.
We're going to try it.
All right, well, we'll speak to an owner of a small business about how the recovery is going for her. Special guest to me. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quick Take Charge.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
right, we are back now with Quicktake Focus. And just a little update, Shonali and I actually did try that Van Leeuwen mac and cheese ice cream. Didn't hate it. It was pretty good.
I didn't love it either.
Didn't love it.
But it was cheesy, and I've never had cheesy ice cream before.
Yeah, and it was creamy, so in some ways it sort of made sense.
Yeah, and I love to see the
more.
collaboration. Van Leeuwen is one of my favorites.
Yes,
so
it's so great.
The brownie one. I'd stick with the classics.
Really? No more mac and cheese for you.
I'm glad I tried it. I am certainly glad I tried it.
I might have to circle back to Kate's desk later. All right, it is time now for a quick take by the numbers, where we let the numbers tell us the story. Today's number is $75 billion. Since the Small Business Administration opened the application process for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, that was part of the pandemic relief package lawmakers passed earlier this year. More than 362,000 businesses applied, amounting to $75 billion in requests. That's according to the New York Times. But demand more than outstrips supply as restaurants attempt to reopen. They're facing months of debt, rising food prices, staffing shortages, and in at least 13 states, lingering dining restrictions such as capacity limits.
And here now for our small business spotlight is Janie Deegan. She is the owner of Janie's Life-Changing Baked Goods. Janie, thank you so much for being here. I follow you on Instagram, so I'm very excited to interview you. You got a grant this year from Whitney Wolf Herd, right? What do grants like this mean for Janie's?
I got a grant from Sarah Blakely from Spanx. It's been amazing to see how all these larger corporations are stepping in to help with small business recovery. It's definitely not, support small is not a new thing, but it's definitely trending during this pandemic. And so it's been really cool to see how, people, big and small, companies, large and small, are stepping in to really, help small businesses stay afloat during this crazy time.
Janie, you mentioned it's a crazy time. Talk about where you're at right now in the recovery. I understand early on in the pandemic, you saw quite a big boost. How has that been going since then?
Yeah, it's been crazy. I had never pursued e-commerce before. I make a product called Pie Crust Cookies, and we had really sold mostly direct to consumer through corporate catering and just smaller orders. And when the pandemic hit, I was looked at, shutting down. I had 2 employees. I thought I would have to furlough them. And I had customers reaching out, left and right, messaging me, emailing me, just asking how they could help literally keep our ovens on. And, it was so hardening to know that my customers, want to support me that much. But B, it really helped us pivot to e-commerce, which is something that I had never, ever thought of. I had never wanted to pursue. It just seemed so complicated. And so the learning curve was really steep, but we were able in the first couple of months to increase our e-commerce 11,000%, which is such a huge number. And it stayed really high. And moving forward, it's really simplified our business and really enabled us to have this cash flow and sort of like much more simplified stream of business that we had never even thought of doing before. And I wouldn't have thought of had it not been for my customers reaching out and asking how they could support us.
What are maybe some of the things you learned as you were making that transition that other small businesses can learn from? Are there things you found yourself doing that were particularly challenging or that you had to learn that you have not had to do before?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I was listening to the broadcast right before this, and they were talking about the crazy supply stream issues and the staffing shortages. And those are all things that, I am a new business owner. My business has been around for, just really 2 or 3 years full time. And so one of the interesting things about like all the government COVID relief is that it is really geared towards businesses that sort of have like a consistent revenue stream for the past 10 years. It's not geared at all towards small businesses where our revenue is doubling or tripling every year, regardless of COVID. And so it's been really hard to get A, those funds, but B, as a new business, we don't have the purchasing power that larger businesses have. And so it's been sort of fitting like puzzle pieces together to make sure that our supply stream and, ingredients and equipment and all that we have so many different sources. And it's just sort of like a constant battle of how are we going to literally find like the flour and sugar that we need today and the staff to actually put the cookies together. So I think it's just, I guess to answer your question, it's just like a lesson in perseverance and not giving up and just sort of like, tomorrow is going to be better.
And Janie, we heard the president actually speaking about this and speaking about UI benefits and everything like that. What would be most beneficial for you at this time to sort of support you in some of the challenges that you're going through from the government?
So we definitely need staffing support. There's still unemployment in the city, and the hospitality industry is like typically abusive and just underpaid. And so I think a lot of people who have been in the hospitality industry for a long time are sort of like reanalyzing whether they want to continue in this industry. And so it makes, and so many restaurants are reopening right now, and so many restaurants are able to sort of like scale back to their previous capacity. And so I'm actually opening a store in 2 weeks on the Upper West Side in Manhattan, and I've never done that before. And so, I don't have experience in hiring, but I'm also finding it's just so hard. Like I have to pay much more than I can afford or than I would have been able to afford. And I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I do think that, small businesses, like micro small businesses like mine, really need sort of like help and support in figuring out how to have the working capital to hire at a much literally higher rate, and how to find capable people who want to work right now.
Janie, the other thing too is it's nice to see you succeed as so many women-owned businesses have struggled disproportionately through this pandemic. You had mentioned this grant from this founder of Spanx a little earlier too. I mean, how much has it meant for women to be supporting other women?
I mean, it's like I get chills when I think about it. I don't know, something like 70% of new small businesses are female or minority owned. And, typically it's so hard for us to succeed in this, crazy like dog eat dog world. And so it's been just, so powerful and, such a great reminder that there is hope for me, that that these huge, Sarah Blakely is like a self-made billionaire, and that she's and came from, has a sort of like similar small business trajectory as I do. And so it's so cool that people like her are, giving it back and paying it forward.
Janie, thank you so much for joining us today. That's Janie Deegan of Janie's Life-Changing Baked Goods. Thank you so much for your time. Wow. It's nice to see people succeed. It's nice to see people really get through this hard time, which people forget is still so hard for so many small businesses, Jen.
Right, and you could just see on Janie's face just how important sort of the support too. She mentioned Sarah Blakely. The support of other small business owners has really made an impact for a lot of people. And Janie has such a great story as well, just starting her own business. I mean, you know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting. I would say check out her Instagram too. I mean, but that transition to going online can't be so easy. All this has shown me it takes a village. It takes support from the U.S. government. It takes a lot.
Yeah, a coalition of people, definitely. All right, coming up, how are doctors convincing people that vaccines are safe and healthy? We'll break down how one expert is combating misinformation in one of the least vaccinated states. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quick. Excuses to avoid COVID vaccines range from the merrily false to the absurd. The shots don't work. They impair fertility. They'll alter your DNA. They'll magnetize you. They actually spread the virus. Some people truly believe that. Unvaccinated Americans are promoting a litany of myths to explain their hesitance to get shots, confounding local health officials battling yet another surge of coronavirus cases fueled by the more transmissible Delta variant. Inside the White House, the concern is so acute that President Biden has actually publicly lashed out at Facebook for helping to spread disinformation. Doctors are also campaigning to mitigate these concerns without the usual approach of simply delivering the vaccine. So joining me now to discuss is Dr. Joy Henningsen, clinical assistant professor at the University of Alabama at Birmingham, and Dr. Panagis Galiotsas from Johns Hopkins Division of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine. Dr. Henningsen, thank you so much for being here. First of all, I want to start with a little bit of a personal story with you. Your mother is immunocompromised in one of the least vaccinated states in the nation, Alabama. How are you getting through to people who are believing some of this misinformation about the vaccines?
Well, I was in Chicago the last 10 years, and I moved south to help my mother through a kidney transplant during a global pandemic. So not an optimum situation for her to be in. And I realized when I moved south, my messaging had to change, and that my messaging was more effective when I applied that personal context. So instead of just delivering the science, when I give an anecdote about my mom and how this affects her personally, I think it resonates more. Alabama is the least vaccinated state in the nation, and I use every interaction I have to talk about the vaccine. Every effective vaccine conversations can happen anywhere, anytime, any place. As an example, I went through the bank drive-through the other day, and I had a nice rapport with the teller. And at the end of the conversation, she said, "Is there anything else I can do for you?" And I said, "Absolutely. You can get the vaccine for me, and more importantly, for my immune-compromised mother who can't mount a response to the vaccine."
And Dr. Galiotsas, do you see these messages getting through? I mean, we just had a full screen up about some of the least vaccinated states. Do you see people, the numbers changing with messages like Dr. Henningsen's here? Are people being receptive to it finally?
I think they are. I think a year ago when the vaccines were emerging, and then about 8 months ago when they came on, we were going to convince a good portion of the people simply through the science, right? We put out the facts, here we are. The messaging was just, here's the objective outcomes from the vaccine. And you get a good portion of the individuals here in the United States, hey, that's enough, I'm persuaded. The rest, we have to speak to them in order to meet them where they're at, right? Align our scientific priorities with their own priorities, align it with their culture and their identities. And what Dr. Henningsen is doing is what we all need to do. Every physician needs to recognize we can't just lay out the science now. That's not enough to persuade people. We have to meet them where they're at, understand why they need to get the vaccine, right? Align it with their own identities. And if you can do that, you're going to win people over. You're going to make people understand why this is important.
And I wonder from both of you, what are some of the most detrimental misinformation topics or quotes that you've been hearing that is sort of sticking with people and still concerning a lot of the people who are unvaccinated? Maybe Dr. Henningsen, you can start.
Sure. One of the most common myths is that the vaccines are rushed. That wasn't the case. The mRNA technology was around for a decade before COVID even was a thing. We were very fortunate to have the technology available for immediate use. And the 50,000 people in the clinical trials who rolled up their sleeves were the guinea pigs and the heroes. When I received my vaccine on the 4th day it was available in the United States, and I felt completely comfortable getting the vaccine, and I would recommend that anyone do so. So I think the idea that they were rushed is a myth. We have millions of people that have safely received the vaccine around the world without adverse effect.
How much onus is there on the social platforms? Dr. G, maybe you can comment on this. We heard the president call out Facebook. What do the social media platforms need to do at this point?
So the social media platforms need to be recognized. And I say this because, when you go out and work with the community and talk to the community, everyone, depending on their demographics, depending on their age, depending on their culture, it's a little bit different of how they use the social media platforms. In the youth, that's where it's very prevalent, right? So when I've gone to high schools and I've gone to even as, middle schools and so forth, they're making the quotes specifically from social media. I mean, one of them pulled out their Instagram. They're like, here's a story that says why it's dangerous. And I say this because you can't ignore this. This is what's getting to a lot of our population, and one right now that's being ravaged by COVID, right? If you go into our intensive care units right now, it is night and day different from last year, where it was a lot of nursing home individuals, older individuals. Now it's a lot of young people, teenagers and those in their 20s who are being ravaged by it. And the conversations you have with them, you can tell their information comes delivered through social media. So we need to recognize that. We cannot turn a blind eye towards it. And if anything, we have to meet these youth, these young adults with where they're at and align our messaging to win them over.
And what does recognizing that look like? I mean, with like a Facebook or, any of the other platforms, I wonder from both of you, what does that actually look like? What do you want to see from these platforms? Dr. Henningsen, we can start with you.
Sure. In terms of how the platforms can fight misinformation, from Twitter, I would absolutely love to have a report medical misinformation button. And I don't know if there's a way that they can specifically apply that towards vetted medical professionals, but we absolutely need a way to flag inappropriate, dangerous content. There's no good way to do that right now. And oftentimes when we do report things, they're unsuccessful. So on Twitter, a misinformation button specifically would be fantastic.
Dr. G, did you want to comment on that?
Of course. What I'll add to this is, Dr. Henningsen and I know this, there's a big portion of physicians on social media. And I'm going to steal this from my colleague. Dr. Henningsen's always said, every physician has the opportunity to be an influencer. What I would strongly encourage, right? We get trained as physicians so thoroughly to be able to diagnose, manage, and treat patients. If you're going to have a public platform on a social media account, talk to your media team, learn the skills of how to deliver public health messaging. Because Dr. Henningsen's approach is spot on. We want the social media groups to be more accountable, but at the same time, physicians themselves can go about and promote the messaging. They can promote public health in a manner that's important for their audience. And that's the skills we have to learn. And if you think they're not important, I will give you the example of the pandemic.
Absolutely. And just finally, from both of you, I mean, we talked about how concerning the Delta variant is right now. A lot of people who previously hadn't been outspoken about vaccines are now being outspoken. Where do you see this pandemic going next in the fall? I mean, do you see Americans resuming to wear masks again? Do you see another lockdown? I mean, I'm curious, based on your professions, what you're seeing for us going forward. Dr. Henningsen, we can start with you.
I'm a radiologist, so I am bracing myself to be reviewing CT after CT after CT of severe lung damage. I foresee a need for masks indoors in public now. I foresee that there are going to be regional instances where restrictions happen, and that is appropriate. As conditions evolve locally, you change guidelines and recommendations to meet the local conditions.
And is that among the vaccinated or the unvaccinated or everyone? I mean, Dr. G, I'd be curious to get your take too.
Yeah, so from my standpoint, a lot of the guidelines that have been put out about what you can do are meant to be liberties for those who have been vaccinated. And the challenge is, we rely on a big trust system. So from my standpoint, I think we have to take a step back and really put out these guidelines. The challenge with guidelines, they're meant to be try to cover the entire nation, though people have to recognize how to implement these guidelines regionally. Just as Dr. Henningsen said, she's not, she's trying to prepare herself for more CT scans that she'll have to be reading. From my standpoint, I think we have to take the guidelines, look at them regionally, how you're doing, and see what we can allow the population to do. I do think for right now, we need to take a step back because we're at the Delta variant. And for those of you who don't want to learn more Greek lettering, we're about to get more variants if we have a substantial amount of the population not vaccinated. And there's one variant that I'm most concerned about, right? At some point in time, if we allow this thing to linger, there's going to be a variant that's going to attack the children much more sinisterly than they have done to the adults. And then at that moment, we're to blame, right? The adults have no one else but themselves to blame if we don't step up right now and get vaccinated.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate both of you sharing that message. That is Dr. Joy Henningsen from the University of Alabama at Birmingham and Dr. Panagis Galiatos from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Thank you both for your time and for those messages. And we should note that the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Now, coming up, inflation's hitting home for a lot of American families, this time with an unavoidable cost. Diapers. Yeah, that's right. We'll be back in 2 minutes to discuss. This is Quick Take Charge.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars. Only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Families that were already struggling during the pandemic are facing a heavier burden as inflation makes the unavoidable expense of diapers even more expensive. Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde spoke to the executive director of Happy Bottoms about how families are coping. Take a listen.
Sure. 1 in 3 families in America cannot afford diapers. And most people don't know that diapers aren't covered by government assistance programs like SNAP and WIC. And during the pandemic, we have just seen the need increase substantially. We receive so many new calls every single day from families needing diapers. And, it's interesting because the cost of diapers went up during the pandemic, almost 9%, and that cost continues to increase. Before that, we already have families working 2 to 3 jobs who can't afford this basic need, and the cost continues to rise. And with families being affected by the pandemic, typically the same triad that is always affected, women, people of color, and the poor are being affected by this pandemic, and it's making it even harder to get diapers into their hands or for them to be able to afford diapers.
I myself have a kid in diapers, and I've seen the prices go up. What used to cost $20 now costs $40 for a number that was $200 to begin with, and then the number keeps falling within that $40 packet. The ramifications for me, of course, are just, the amount that I spend, but I'm so fortunate that I can keep on purchasing them. If you're not able to buy enough diapers, what does that mean for you as someone who wants to go out and work?
Well, you can't. In fact, there's a study that shows families miss about 4 days of work a month because they didn't have the diapers that they needed to supply to their child care center. You need to supply those diapers. If you don't have them, you can't send your kid, you can't go to work. It's an economic issue. Not only that, but diapers just have such a ripple effect on this whole poverty puzzle. And when families don't have access to those diapers, it really it has devastating effects on their life, on what they can do, on how they can contribute to society. So, you know, it's something that people need to pay attention to.
And Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde is joining us now. Caroline, thanks so much for being here. As we just saw, this is really a growing issue here in the nation, something that you personally know about as a mother. What is Happy Bottoms doing to get diapers into the hands of families?
I have to say it's something I'm becoming ever more passionate about the more I talk to people like Jill Gaikowski there. And what they're doing is, well, serving since founding in 2009 about 15 million families. Every month they're putting about 50 diapers or 30 pull-ups into the hands of 4,000 children, 4,000 families. I was talking to her in that moment and she was saying, look, I'm just serving these diapers that you see behind me. And there was a queue 2 miles long of cars, and not just single cars. These are cars that are 2 deep. We're seeing 4 across at times, a 2-mile queue waiting to get these diapers for their family. The need is so richly there, and so they are serving across about 68 places within Kansas City, Missouri, where she works. But when she was first founded in 2009, well, there were only 5 diaper banks across the United States. Now there are 200. So clearly the need is there and people are starting to supply and able to get help from banks such as these.
Wow. And Caroline, I was surprised to hear that diapers are upwards of $40 for some people. I didn't even realize how much of an economic issue this really is, as you were talking about in your interview.
This has such an economic spillover effect. As we were hearing from Jill, look, you know, you lose perhaps 4 days work per month. The fact that, look, you can't put your child into childcare if they have a soiled diaper, if they don't have enough, you're not allowed. But not only is this a personal economic ramification, you've got to think about the business side too. What amazed me is actually only 2 companies basically monopolize the area of diaper making. The 4 most popular brands, whether it be Loves or Huggies or Pull-Ups or Pampers, they're all made by the same 2 companies, P&G and Kimberly-Clark. They themselves are seeing inflation. They're seeing their own costs rise. They're having to pass that on to the consumer. They've, of course, got to make a profit. They've got a fiduciary duty to their shareholders. But that does mean that your costs are rising substantially. So that's why diaper banks are not only handing out diapers for free. Of course, you've got to show proof of your need. But also, they're trying to help educate, get you potty training your kids that little bit earlier if they're perhaps at the age of 2 or 3. All of this becomes such an economic impact if, yet again, women, people of color, aren't able to return to the workforce as quickly as they'd hoped.
Absolutely. And finally, Caroline, is this supposed to get worse before it gets better? I mean, what are we looking at in terms of timeline?
Sadly, she's bracing herself. Jill Gaikowski asked, look, is this getting better for us? We keep talking about the economy recovering, people getting back to work. She says she's not seeing it, she's not feeling it. And notably, she's bracing herself for it to get worse because, well, certain states, certain governors, well, they're looking at pulling back unemployment benefits. Of course, as the economy recovers, some of that stimulus measure does pull back. That means, well, people are going to be hurt even more. They're going to have even less of that lifeline. So we could see the need grow yet further. And she's worried about donations as well, Jen, as we see the perhaps insecurity around how we exit this pandemic. She's worried about the people that donate to the diaper banks being able to continue to do so.
Such an important topic to cover. Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde, thank you so much for sharing this story and for that interview. And for Caroline's full interview with Happy Bottoms Executive Director, head to Quicktake's YouTube and Facebook page, and be sure to check back next week for our next Unequal Recovery conversation. Thanks so much to Caroline for that. All right, after the break, John Kerry's tough climate message to the group of 20 strongest economies in the world. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quick Take Charge.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry says G20 countries need to step up, in quotes, their commitments to climate change and net zero goals. He spoke to Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua ahead of the G20 meeting on climate action taking place in Naples. Take a listen.
The measurement of success at COP is going to be very clear to everybody. No, there are not going to be any secrets there. Either the countries come together at COP26 and the developed world particularly, the 20 countries that are the major economies of the world, really need to step up and come up with reductions that can keep the minimal amount of damage possibilities in focus. And that's what the scientists have told us we must do. This is not something any one country is dreaming up. The best scientists in the world under the UN International Panel on Climate Change have said, you guys have about 12 years to make the critical decisions that will avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. That was 3 years ago. So now we're at 9 years, and this is a very critical moment for the COP to take place because we can come together to help less developed, fragile, vulnerable countries with adaptation and resilience, and we can do what we developed world need to do to reduce the damage being done by our practices of the way we produce energy.
But how likely is it that we keep that 1.5 degrees within reach?
Well, look, the Paris Agreement said well below 2 degrees. That's what everybody signed on to. What is well below? It's certainly not 1.9 or 1.8. It's somewhere close to the 1.5 degrees. And so I think it's very important to do it because every decimal point of rise in temperature it is remarkably compounded in the damage that it does. We're at 1.2 degrees today, and you see what's happening. Imagine what happens when you're at 3 degrees or so, which is the track that we are currently on. So it's imperative that countries respond.
Sir, can you talk to me a little bit about the timeline? So of the G20, first of all, reaching net zero, but also phasing out carbon and ending the subsidies, for example, for fossil fuel.
Well, we should be phasing out the subsidies as soon as we can. There's no excuse today for subsidizing the problem. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. I said yesterday that, paraphrasing Einstein, insanity is doing something that kills you when you already know it will kill you. We just need to be smarter than that. So I believe that in the COP we have a choice, which is to commit to enough reduction in 2020 to 2030 that we do what the modeling shows us is necessary to prevent a catastrophic rise in temperature. And we've already seen what's happening at 1.2 degrees. So the road ahead is pretty clear to all of us. We also need to stop funding new coal-fired power plants because at least move to gas, which is 50% less polluting than coal. And then we can begin to bring online, hopefully, technologies and other possibilities for faster reductions and mitigation.
And that was U.S. Special Envoy for Climate John Kerry speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Now, here are a few stories we don't want you to miss this morning. President Biden is dismissing concerns that the U.S. would experience persistent inflation. He told the CNN town hall last night there will be near-term inflation because the economy is improving. Still, he said that restaurants and others in the hospitality industry might take longer to recover because of hiring difficulties. Also, the Biden administration is mulling imposing a tariff on carbon-intensive imports from China and other countries as a way to fight climate change. U.S. climate envoy John Kerry urged Beijing to slash greenhouse gas emissions and shut down coal plants. The evaluation comes amid concerns a tax could further fuel tensions between the two countries. China is the world's top emitter of greenhouse gases. And finally, American Airlines is sounding more cautious about the third quarter than its rivals are. The carrier says it expects a pre-tax loss despite a travel rebound. American projects that sales will be down about 20% from their 2019 level before the coronavirus pandemic hammered demand. But American is raising its goal for hiring pilots by 50% through next year. That's according to a company memo to pilots. American's new plan calls for hiring more than 1,300 pilots through the end of 2022. All right, coming up, TikTok's had a pretty successful year, but believe it or not, it's only the beginning. We're diving into all of the video apps plans after the break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. This is Quicktake.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This month marks the one-year anniversary of the Trump administration's initial threat to ban ByteDance-owned TikTok. But despite that attempt, the short video app has thrived over the past year, and now it's ready to expand into all things e-commerce, gaming, and even live concerts. So joining me now is Bloomberg's Tay Kim here in studio with me, and Quicktake's Alex Webb in London with us. Tay, let's just start with you. Describe the vision that TikTok has for being a super app of the Western world.
So super app has been the dream of all the US technology companies. It's prevalent in China where users spend all their time entertainment, messaging, shopping. So I think TikTok, with its soaring engagement, it's thriving, they have the best chance to become the super app of the Western world.
Why have they been so successful? Alex, maybe you can jump in here.
They've got a really good algorithm, which is incredibly adept at working out what people are interested in, sucks them into kind of content holes, which, unless you have quite strong willpower, quite hard to escape from. And that's driven engagement, as Tay says in his excellent column, through the roof.
Is there anybody coming up and sort of competing with them, Tay?
YouTube is doing it. Instagram Reels has done well. It's kind of funny. Last month, the head of Instagram said, we're going to really embrace mobile entertainment and full screen video, citing the success of TikTok. So look forward to Facebook to turn Instagram more into TikTok in terms of form and function.
And yet, I mean, TikTok is so popular. People are so attached to it. Alex, as you mentioned, what is it that this e-commerce new venture that they're doing or potentially going to do, what would that open up to them? Tay, maybe we'll start with you. Well, or Alex, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the e-commerce thing in and of itself, it is a revenue stream. But the way that these companies really make money is, as we know, through advertising. And the piece that both Google and Facebook don't have, but that Amazon does, is understanding purchasing intent, i.e., what is the thing, which ad, what combination of ads convinces a consumer to buy a product. Facebook and Google have been able to guess at that and get a good sense through the use of cookies and other kind of tracking tools on mobile phones. That those possibilities are closing, particularly because Apple is cracking down on privacy, on trackers. That means that all those players are trying to convince people to buy products within their app, because then they know when someone has bought something. They can therefore trace back what are the ads that drove them to that point. The more that companies like TikTok can bring e-commerce into their platform, the more they can demonstrate the value of their advertising, which makes it easier to sell more ads, as well as make a cut from the e-commerce itself.
Right. And Tay, for your column, you dug into a lot of the other potential things that TikTok is experimenting with. Can you just share some of that?
So they've done gaming. There's a really fun farming simulator app that I like to play when you go on user profiles. Like we said, they have a job site that they're experimenting in where people send in video resumes and they can apply to like dozens of different brands and companies.
And I think that job resume app is really fascinating within TikTok. Explain how that works, because I didn't realize that was happening until I read your column.
So you can send your video resume. They have I think 20, 30 companies, like brand name companies in the US, and people can apply to entry-level jobs by sending in their video resume, and basically a TikTok, but you're applying for a job.
Wow. And so, Alex, is TikTok essentially in the clear? I mean, we were saying in the intro, a year ago, it looked like it was going to be banned. Are they facing any hurdles to regulation at this point?
I mean, for now, they're kind of looking okay, but there is an increasing volume, not just to do with TikTok, but generally to do with the algorithms that particularly social media companies, and I include YouTube as a social media company, use. And TikTok maybe would be more in the spotlight than some of those others because it's Chinese owned. And of course, it's the youth of America, risk of sounding, a little bit old and cantankerous, but it's the youth of America that's using this app. And so there is always a slight concern that regulators, politicians start to go, well, hang on, do we want an algorithm developed and run out of China steering our, under 20s consumption habits? And that is, I think, perhaps the biggest risk when you look at ways to kind of things that might temper its growth in the immediate future, short of some other hugely compelling social media app arising in the coming years.
Right. And Tay, there's actually a sibling related or a competitor in China, right, who's trying to take on TikTok?
It's actually their sibling app. It's under the same umbrella company called ByteDance. Mm-hmm. And if you look at what they're doing in China, a big portion of the revenue they generate is through this thing called live streaming social commerce, where it's almost like a QVC type thing where a farmer will go on, show off their produce, and sell millions of dollars worth of products. And if you look at TikTok's career site, I sifted through, they have 2,000 jobs, and hundreds of jobs are e-commerce related and live streaming related. So it's obvious that they're going to aggressively invest in a similar thing where they're going to cultivate these influencer relationships, and you're going to start seeing influencers and creators selling products using TikTok's infrastructure.
Wow, and Alex sort of touched on this, but their focus is really on the Western world. That's sort of what you got?
Yeah, TikTok is the Western world, and the sister app is called Douyin, and it's in China. They're basically twin apps, and if you look at what Douyin's doing in China, you're going to see exactly what TikTok's going to follow through. It's going to be live streaming social commerce.
And what about, this is for both of you, TikTok potential IPO, right? People have been talking about that before. What is it looking like right now? Alex, maybe we start with you.
I think it'll be really interesting to see what the fallout of some of the other Chinese IPOs in the US have been. We've seen the effect of Didi and others, I think that would probably, mean it's more likely that something would happen in a home market like Hong Kong. I'm interested to hear what Tay's thoughts are on this. You've been tracking it perhaps more closely than I have.
So earlier this year, there's been reports that they shelved the IPO plans. It was imminent, but then they pushed it out because of the political and regulatory environment. But it's actually going to turn out to be a very good thing for TikTok to kind of push out their IPO because, like we said, the ads are taking off. The engagement is better than ever. Like the growth is taking off like a rocket. And if this e-commerce stuff really takes off, like they're going to have an even bigger IPO when they eventually come to market because the numbers are going to be so much better.
Right. And Alex mentioned Didi could potentially impact that, right?
Mm-hmm. So if they have to IPO in Hong Kong instead of the U.S., that's fine. I mean, they could raise money because the opportunity is so big for these guys.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
I think maybe also worth adding that its biggest investor is SoftBank, and they don't need the money as much as they did. They've managed to monetize a lot of their other assets, and that perhaps reduces the heat to kind of cash out of something like TikTok.
And TikTok's a different kind of company. Like Didi's been losing money. They need the cash to kind of take care of their losses. TikTok is making money. Growth is like triple digits. So they don't need the money now. They could just grow and do better later.
Just keep growing. Just keep with the farming platforms, right, Tay? All right, Bloomberg Opinions, Tay Kim, and Quicktake's Alex Webb. Thank you both for your time and for talking all things TikTok with us today. All right, that'll do it for Quick Take this hour, but there's more Quick Take coming up in just a minute. You can check out the latest stories at Bloomberg.com or at Quick Take on social media. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Thanks so much for watching.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Good afternoon and welcome to Quick Take Stock, a show for retail traders looking to get smarter. I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Tim Stenovic. It's noon on Wall Street, so let's get right to it. Kriti, I want to talk about a couple stocks that have my attention before we get out to the more macro look at things. China considering serious penalties for Didi Chuxing, Didi Global, the parent company of Didi Chuxing, the ride-hailing app. This after the ride-hailing giant's controversial U.S. IPO last month. What is going on, Kriti, with Didi today?
Absolutely. With Tim, a 9% drop in Didi shares. And this has everything to do with regulatory scrutiny. And it's not coming this time from the United States, which, of course, is in this kind of midst of the trade war. You're seeing it come from the homeland, from China, actually coming out and saying, well, the issue here is that you went to the United States, you IPO'd, you had this massive kind of fundraising round. but you didn't get our authority. So Beijing really viewing this as a challenge to, like I said, their authority. And that's really where their fines are really coming in. And I mean, just take a look at, or take a listen, I should say, to what some of these potential fines are. I mean, you're hearing it, not only would be a fine, you'd hear it a suspension of operations, potentially even pulling shares off of the U.S. market. Now, Tim, it's unclear how that would happen exactly, but Beijing is not happy.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing to see this stock trade where it is, considering where it was last month. But then again, as you said, regulatory scrutiny from both China and the United States, I should say, more so China, really at the center of where people are thinking about the trading today. We're also talking semis because we are in the midst of a global semiconductor shortage. Chip makers, though, they have ramped up production. Let's talk TI, Texas Instruments. This is one of the largest chip makers in the U.S. How's it looking today, Kriti?
Not super great. I mean, if DD was bad, Texas Instruments is probably in second place here, down just shy of 5%. And it has everything to do with that global chip shortage, because we've been saying for a while now, we need chips. It takes 3 months to get a chip into for an iPhone, a car, an airplane, whatever you might want to use it for. But what happens when some of that demand that's been pushing those stocks higher goes away? And that's what Texas Instruments really warned about. They said, well, you know what, there's so much capacity coming on to deal with this shortage, but by the time we get it going, we might be at the tail end of that crisis. And of course, that's really what's weighing on those shares.
All right. Well, let's take a step back because it has been a wild week in the equity markets. The S&P 500 on Monday falling by nearly 1.6%. That was the biggest single-day drop in months. But check out this chart here. Investors, well, they came and they bought the dip. S&P 500 has come back since then. Joining us now is Matt Weller, Global Head of Market Research at Forex.com. Matt, it's really great to have you on the show. What do you make of the markets just absolutely freaking out on Monday over the Delta variant and then quickly rebounding on Tuesday and Wednesday? Because the narrative on Monday was, okay, wait a second, we are very concerned about growth if the Delta variant is going out of control in the United States and in other parts of the world as well. That didn't change on Tuesday and Wednesday, Matt.
No, I think it's a great example of the market becoming a bit too one-sided, where heading into this week, traders were essentially looking for any excuse they could find to sell stocks. And some of the scary numbers we saw from that Delta variant over the weekend and into Monday provided that excuse. Now that just served to sort of clear the table, wipe out some of the excess leverage in the system, and traders quickly realized that from both a fiscal and a monetary policy perspective, policymakers stand by to stimulate the market, to protect the economy. And that's really been a key theme driving markets higher over the last 15 months and indeed over the last decade or so, is that backstop of policy support. And I think that's still the big theme driving stocks higher this week.
Matt, I feel like there's so many risks. On a down day, even on Update, we can say, well, stocks are up despite, and then give a laundry list of risks. Can you rank them? Because we have inflation risk, we have monetary policy risk, we have the Delta variant risk, and then, of course, the fiscal stimulus rolling off as well. What's the biggest one, and what takes a backseat?
So I think it goes back to the first question, the idea of stimulus being the ultimate backstop for this bull market in equities. So if we start to see the Fed talk more aggressively about tapering its asset purchases, that's something that could change the dynamic for the market and its trend. Likewise, on the fiscal side, we see some of the emergency fiscal interventions like the eviction moratoriums, student loan payment pauses, some of the extra unemployment insurance things. Those are starting to roll off at this moment, but traders can still look ahead to a potential big fiscal stimulus from the infrastructure bill. So I think if we see a coordinated stop in both monetary and fiscal stimulus, that's really the biggest risk that could throw off this bull market.
Well, what about inflation? How big of a risk is inflation? The president continues to say inflation is transitory. The chair of the Federal Reserve continues to say that inflation is transitory. We are going to be hearing from Fed Chair Jerome Powell next week. I'm sure he will get many, many questions on the transitory or not nature of inflation that we've seen. What are your thoughts, Matt?
From my perspective, inflation is a risk, but traders are essentially indicating that it's not very likely to manifest. We see the 10-year bond yield at about 1.3%. We have the Fed indicating that they think inflation is transitory. And as we mentioned at the top, chip shortages, some of these supply chain disruptions are, if capitalism continues to work, by definition, going to be transitory. Now, that doesn't mean that all of the inflationary pressures will be temporary. Some of the pressures we're seeing in service-based industries like restaurants, lodging, and hospitality, those, from my perspective, are likely to be more sticky, where those workers have essentially just reevaluated their position in life in light of the pandemic and what they were being paid, what their alternatives were. And I think it's going to take a sustained rise in wages to attract some of those marginal workers back into their roles, and that part of inflation is likely to remain sticky. So I do think, on balance, at the moment, that that inflation will start to slow down in the coming months. But the one thing about inflation that we have to keep in mind too, unlike any other economic indicator, is that it almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we've seen this in some of the U of M consumer survey questions, where citizens are starting to anticipate more inflation in the future. And that alone could prompt them to spend their money more urgently, which therefore creates that inflation that they fear. So that's what I'm going to be watching moving forward. I think so far policymakers are threading the needle, but if inflationary pressures stick around for a couple months, they'll become more embedded and more likely to continue moving forward.
Matt, what about the opposite side of that argument? Because you're talking about inflation becoming transitory, but yet we're seeing record high food prices around the world. We're seeing lumber coming down from its peak. Oil's still high, but that could change with OPEC. What happens when a lot of these kind of commodity prices that have been feeding into that inflation story actually start to come crashing down? Is that a risk that people should be paying attention to if they buy that transitory narrative?
It's certainly a risk. And what we've seen over time is that capitalism works. People respond to incentives. So if costs are going up, we know the businesses are going to look at, one, passing on some of those costs, and maybe that makes inflation less transitory than Powell and Biden, et cetera, think. But they're also going to look into ways of improving manufacturing to maintain their margins, ways of using different, cheaper materials. And I think that theme is likely to play out over time. And that's why the supply chain disruption has been so massive, but there are longer term secular headwinds for price pressures that I think will win out in the long run.
Hey, Matt, Scott Minerd thinks that markets could drop as much as 15% this winter, so just a couple quarters from now. I'm wondering how you're thinking about the upcoming quarters and whether we will see some sort of sustained pullback here, or we'll continue to see something like that we saw throughout the last year, which is basically any time there is any sort of sell-off, those dip buyers come back in.
The trend is your friend until it ends, isn't it? So as we saw earlier this week, anytime we've seen any sort of dip, even 1,000 points on the Dow, 2 or 3%, that's getting bought back up aggressively. And again, I think it comes back to the stimulus backdrop that we've seen pretty persistently since COVID has come onto the scene. As for some of Scott's comments, I think it's a possibility for sure. From my perspective, the catalyst for that type of pullback would be a reduction in stimulus, as we've talked about, and a broader spread of that Delta variant of COVID, leading to additional economic restrictions across the developed world, or God forbid, if we see some sort of new mutation that is even more effective at breaking through vaccines. These are the types of factors that in combination could lead to a pullback in risk appetite as we head into the winter. But at least through the summer, it sounds like Scott and I agree that the bulls remain on parade for now.
Matt Weller, Global Head of Market Research at Forex.com. Matt, thanks so much for joining us on Quicktake Stock. Appreciate your time this afternoon. Well, coming up, earnings season rolling on. We got Twitter, Snap, Intel, and more reporting after the bell today. We're looking at the data to watch for in these reports. We'll be right back. You're streaming Quicktake Stock.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Well, here's a look at some of the companies reporting earnings this week. Twitter's report is in the spotlight as the company seeks new revenue streams from services like Spaces or Super Follows. Snap is working to take on social media brands like TikTok as it tries to hold on to young users as well. And Intel is navigating the chip shortage, managing a 12% return so far this year. That's underperforming the SOX Semiconductor Index, that benchmark for chip designers and makers that has returned more than 16% year to date. And of course, Sam Adams, we can't forget that. Will be interesting to see how many people are going to bars as pockets of the world reopen.
Let's start talking just a little bit about Twitter. The company announcing just last week that it was going to get rid of that new fleets feature that is sort of like those disappearing messages that you see on the top, like an Instagram stories type of thing. I'm interested to hear from the company about how innovations in the product have or have not worked, specifically Twitter Spaces as well, because if you think about this was an answer to Clubhouse. And although, 10 months ago, 12 months ago, we were talking so much about Clubhouse, it seems like that has really, really stalled. And I wonder if with reopening, with people vaccinated, if those services are just not as of interest anymore.
I want to know what happened to those paid subscriptions that we were supposed to
Super
see.
Follows?
Well, Super Follows, but have they been doing well? Have they been garnering a lot of attention? I haven't been paying for any.
People should pay not to see my tweets. That's how I feel.
You shouldn't be saying that on live television. Come on.
Well, here to discuss the lineup of tech earnings today is Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. Bailey, always great to see you. I want to start with Twitter, Wall Street's least favorite name in the social media sector, at least right now. What are you expecting to hear from the call today and from those numbers?
I think you guys really hit the nail on the head. The big focus is going to be how can they grow? How can they diversify their client base? Obviously, Fleet had a fleeting moment and was thrown in the trash can very quickly. Super Follows and ticketed Spaces, as you guys mentioned, are potential growth drivers, but the real reason for a lot of these social media outlets and applications to have success is the creator economy. And when you're looking at things like premium subscriptions and newsletter offerings, how are you attracting people? Because when I go on Twitter, I'm trying to see what kind of news is going on, not necessarily connect with someone that I follow closely, like a younger generation follows, say a TikTok or an Instagram.
See, that's fascinating to me because we're talking about all these kind of failed products that Twitter has had, but didn't Facebook kind of start out with this too and then kind of made their way and acquired a lot of other companies? Is M&A type of the conversation really on the table for some of these other social media companies?
I haven't been hearing that much. Obviously, that's been the main thing with Facebook. As you said, you either get zucked where they recreate what your offering is, or they just go out and buy you, kind of like Instagram. And that's been huge for success. And Facebook continuing to have a hold on the younger generations. The big thing is going to be kind of how Twitter management is commenting and how they're viewing recent advertising trends, what things look like as the economy reopens, because presumably people are going to be spending less time on these applications and more time in the real world, which creates an opportunity for growth. But also, if you don't have the eyeballs, then advertisers are going to have to look elsewhere or find different ways to engage with users, and how kind of Twitter continues to build that out.
All right, well, speaking of getting zucked, let's talk Snap here, Bailey. Snap shares up nearly 25% so far this year. The company reporting after the bell today. I say getting zucked because Snap famously was an acquisition target of Facebook years ago. They spurned that, instead went public, and Facebook has copied many of those features with its Facebook-owned Instagram. What are you looking for when it comes to Snap's numbers? How are they going to continue to justify the way that investors have bought into the company this year?
Well, the funny thing is their model almost is completely different than Twitter, right? Twitter is trying to find different ways to engage with users and continue to grow. Snap is really just focused on your camera, whether it's augmented reality functionality where you can try on clothes virtually, or use some of their functions to try to see what brands or apparel your friends are buying or are wearing, or kind of the implementation of their maps feature, which a lot of people that I talk to who are bullish on the stock see that as a next huge growth driver. It's really big for Snap to stay kind of locked into the younger generation. And what's next? I think a lot of it is going to be a focus on what that spotlight engagement will be and how they can reward creators and continue to keep people, A, providing content, and B, using it, just given there is such a push for advertising on the platform.
I'm glad that you're bringing it back to advertising revenue, because this is such a crucial piece of tech companies broadly, but social media companies in particular. And in 2020, that advertising revenue just came crashing down. Are we still kind of taking the same approach to kind of the reopening trade with these social media companies, that as more people go about, as more people start to have more disposable income, they're going to be looking at these advertisers? Or is this kind of work from home era, half in, half out, kind of not working in their favor?
I think people are very optimistic. I think there's a lot of excitement around what ad spending and what those trends across different verticals could look like. Because if you look at something like a Snapchat, you can use your phone when you're commuting or when you're waiting for your bus if you're going back to work or on your lunch break, whereas at home, you know, you're flipping on Netflix, you're jumping on Zoom meetings. So I do think there's growth. I've talked to a couple analysts recently, and they're estimating third quarter revenue up around $1 billion, which is huge year-over-year growth. Obviously, as you said, they were hit pretty hard by the pandemic. But I think there is optimism for a Snapchat. Whether they can justify the valuation, as Tim said, is going to be the real question for bulls and bears, since the stock has hung in there quite well, all things considered.
Bailey, you also mentioned the Maps function, that being a bullish driver for a lot of investors. Tell us more about that. Why is that such a big deal?
It's a different way to interact with people. So it's almost, from my understanding, I admittedly do not have the Snapchat app anymore, but it seems kind of like you're being able to find out where people are. I think that's such a big driver for these social media companies, is if you know a person is outside, say, a Gap store, they can find goods or have kind of a push towards going to that store and being able to interact with products. And obviously, if you're an advertiser, knowing where users are and what they could be looking for is huge. And being able to use some of these functions that Snapchat and others are rolling out is a big driver of that.
Are you more of a TikTok guy, Bailey?
I dabble on TikTok. I honestly really am on Instagram and Twitter, just full transparency.
You're like, well, you know, I've always thought you're wise beyond your years, okay?
I keep Facebook just for the birthdays, to be completely fair.
Hey, I want to just end talking a little about Intel. The company expected to report today. Shares are higher by 12% so far this year, but as Kriti mentioned, underperforming the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, the SOX, which is the benchmark for chip stocks. Give us high level what you're expecting.
It's going to be all commentary, all messaging, as Kriti said earlier in the program. Chips, huge drivers for where things could be. Intel's very bullish on chips being a part of products where they may not have been. But competition from AMD, from NVIDIA, and from some other players is going to be a big focus if you're looking in the long term for what is really a bellwether for the industry.
Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. Bailey, always great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Maybe we'll see you on Snap at some point. Who knows? Remains to be seen. Well, coming up next, the travel boom may end sooner than previously thought. Airlines are changing their outlook for the rest of the year. We're going to be right back with the details. You're streaming Quick Take Stock.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
We begin with some breaking news. Multiple websites, including DraftKings, Airbnb, FedEx, Delta, and others, are appearing right now to be experiencing issues. DraftKings.com read service unavailable, DNS failure. Delta's website reading internal service error. For more, be sure to check out Bloomberg.com.
Well, in the meantime, let's pivot to the airlines. American Airlines is sounding more cautious about the third quarter than its rivals are. The carrier says it expects a pre-tax loss despite a travel rebound. American projecting that sales will be down about 20% from their 2019 level before the coronavirus pandemic hammered demand. 20%, Tim, that is a very large figure.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, this is what you see. You see companies comparing what they're doing now and what they're expecting with 2019 because last year was such an anomaly. I have to tell you, though, I flew 2 different airlines over the last 4 or 5 days. It was the first time that I had flown since March of 2020. Yeah. And everything seemed to be packed. I don't know if it was a function of employers having a hard time finding employees, but airports were packed, lines everywhere, and there was not one open seat on any of the 4 flights that I took in the last 5 days.
Yeah, you know what? I can do you one better. Last weekend, I went to Washington, D.C. on the Amtrak, and that was packed. Wow. When an Amtrak station is packed, you know demand is coming back.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk about demand. Well, joining us now to discuss is Bloomberg transportation reporter Justin Bachman. Justin, always great to chat with you. How are airlines positioning themselves as the fast-moving Delta variant spreads around the world? People were mask compliant yesterday. It doesn't seem like they're slowing down.
No, they're really not. I mean, and your conversation about demand, I think what you're seeing is when you tell people to stay home for more than a year and not travel, we are now seeing this summer what happens with that outcome. Everybody wants to go somewhere and visit with their family and their friends and get on a vacation. So it's really it's a really a good time if you're talking about right now. I think what's happening is that there is sort of this stew of issues out there with the Delta variant and how does that expand and how does that affect people's willingness to travel and to get back into their offices. And then the other issue is what happens when the fall comes and the schools reopen and people are closer to home again. Does business travel make up that shortfall, the typical seasonal pattern where the leisure traveler goes home, but the business traveler goes out on the road and does conferences and visits clients and things like that. So you have a lot of questions about what happens after the U.S. Labor Day holiday, and I think that's one of the things that's weighing on the investor sentiment about how to treat these stocks right now.
So are these stocks actually taking into account that kind of rebound in demand? Because eventually that could potentially drop. I mean, I think I read somewhere that a lot of these businesses, a lot of these airlines are making up for that lack of business travel with cargo loads. Is that really going to be the way they're able to kind of make that bottom line profit?
No, I don't think cargo is going to be an answer. What the bet is that, companies are going to get back in the office and tell people that, the days of working from home and kind of setting your own schedule are over. And there's a minimum number of days that you need to be in the office. And when that happens, the thinking goes that will also lead to more business trips and conferences and things that sort of back to the normal patterns of business travel in the fall. And, I think that's the bet. But at the same time, nobody knows what's going to happen with this virus. And, if the vaccination rates don't materially advance from where they are, is this going to be something where you have, more people getting sick? And it won't be as serious, but you still have people who are, dealing with illness and they're home. And it just kind of it's a setback for the industry, and you could see a retrenchment there. So that's kind of what we don't know right now.
Yeah, it's also just really stressful, to be going through this, I think, for a lot of people, even if they are vaccinated. Justin, just in the last 30 seconds, I want to talk labor here. What have you heard from airlines thus far this quarter about their ability to hire? Because we had seen delays in the past and even cancellations because of companies not able to actually find people to help. We have 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really tight labor market right now. We're hearing that today from Southwest CEO in Alaska as well. It's a case where there are more jobs than people. And, Southwest raised their minimum wage to $15 just this summer to attract more. So that is definitely an issue right now. Probably not going to, linger that long. I mean, I think that's something that will get taken care of later.
Transitory, right? Bloomberg's Justin Bachman, in Dallas. Justin, it's always great to chat airlines with you. Really appreciate you taking the time. I know you're super busy with earnings, so thanks so much. Well, that's going to do it for Quick Take Stock today. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to be back here at noon Eastern time tomorrow, same time, same place. I'm Tim Stenevec.
And I'm Kriti Gupta. Have a good one.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
It's hard to imagine a more quintessentially American vehicle than the pickup truck. But this age-old love affair is about to get a shock that could change that relationship forever. Outside of North America, trucks with open pickup beds are generally considered utility vehicles for commercial use and don't sell in particularly high volume. But in the US, they're practically a cultural institution.
When you drive America's truck, there's one place you'll want to be.
Pickup trucks have been kind of the centerpiece for much of the U.S. auto market for 60 or 70 years, really, certainly since World War II, if not earlier. They represent the highest volume vehicles in the U.S., and they represent the highest profit vehicles in the U.S.
Had one since I was in my 20s. Couldn't function doing what I'm doing without one. This is probably my fourth or fifth truck.
I've had this same model of truck since I was 17 and I'm now 52. For work, this one fits my purposes perfectly.
The numbers are staggering. Nearly 1 in 5 vehicles sold in the U.S. are pickup trucks. And in April 2020, for the first time ever, pickup trucks outsold passenger cars, which have been on a steady decline for years. With reliable sales and healthy profit margins, you would expect manufacturers to not mess with a proven formula.
Because the manufacturers have this big question that they're always fighting with. How many of our resources do we apply to our current business models that make money for us right now, and how much of our resources do we allot for longer-term future investment? The interest in electric trucks has been building for a while in the background, but as we all know, when Elon Musk makes a splash, everyone kind of watches.
Tesla essentially threw the first pitch
Oh my God.
in a game that few people outside of the auto industry even knew was being played. And as of mid-2020, no fewer than 7 models by 7 different manufacturers are currently in development, supported by an astounding amount of marketing hype for a category that is yet to deliver a single vehicle to market.
Seeing the world not as it is, but how it could be. That is how you change the world.
What makes this race especially exciting is that it isn't just a battle between the major, well-heeled industry players, but also a lineup of young companies that resemble Silicon Valley startups, complete with flashy names and headline-grabbing CEOs.
Tesla has proven that it's possible to come out of nowhere as an automaker and become a real player and a real force in the industry. And I think every one of them is hoping to be the Tesla of trucks, including Tesla. I think a lot of these startups are feeling like we don't need to steal 50% of the F-150's market share. If we can steal 4% of the F-150's market share, we're going to sell a lot of trucks.
While early adopters may be enticed by new tech or environmental impact, the electric pickup's fate will come down to convincing loyal customers that it's demonstrably better for the same or less cost. And that's where the innovation race comes in.
I saw that a Model T got 24 miles per gallon. The average car still gets about 24 miles per gallon, right? Physics of that recipe of pistons going up and down and routing power, you can't get past it. So the only way to have a quantum leap is to reinvent it. Typical internal combustion engine vehicle will have north of 2,000 moving parts. Every moving part is a loss of efficiency. That's what's really different about our pickup truck. It only has 4 moving parts, the wheels. There is nothing simpler than a motor in each wheel and a computer watching that motor very precisely. After 95 years, pickup trucks get about 15 miles per gallon. We've invented a pickup truck that gets the equivalent of 75 miles per gallon, 5-fold as efficient.
Comparing gas to electric, one of the first things that you notice immediately is the delivery of torque and how much torque there is in an electric vehicle. There's zero lag, so as soon as you step on the throttle, you're getting instant torque. And that's great for the type of usability that you want in a pickup when you're rock crawling or off-roading or even just normal driving situations. It gives you a lot of confidence and it's really enjoyable to drive. Every night when you go home, you can plug it in just like you plug in your phone and it's ready to go the next day, fully charged, ready to roll.
But still floating around are concerns that have been part of the EV debate all along, particularly around range anxiety. With electric trucks, range can vary widely on the carrying or towing load, reducing it by up to 50% in some cases. And the notion of freedom that is heavily baked into American truck marketing is limited by rapid charging infrastructure, which is still far from widespread, especially in rural areas where pickup trucks are common. And then there's another factor.
You personally, would you be able to switch to an electric truck?
Hard to say. It kind of all depends on how expensive they are.
I would if it was cost effective.
So how much do these trucks cost? Well, according to what's been announced so far, there's a pretty wide range from around $40,000 on the low end to well over $100,000. And different models are clearly targeted toward different types of customers. Nonetheless, that range begins well above the cheapest gas-powered pickups in the market, even when taking into account the current various federal and state-level credits for electric vehicles. The good news, though, is that the core technology behind this segment, batteries, continue to get cheaper.
Since 2010, battery prices have fallen 87%. That's lithium-ion battery pack prices from 2010 to 2019. That's a really, really sharp drop. And that's starting to get you to the point where automakers can make and sell an EV for a reasonable profit margin. For most automakers, it's still lower than the margins they make on their average internal combustion engine vehicles. But it's certainly getting closer, as we saw with Tesla Model S. You start at the high end and kind of work your way down. I think you'll see something a bit similar with pickups, is that some of these that come out are going to be targeted a little at the higher end for the first few years until those costs come down a little bit further.
What's fascinating about trucks is that in many ways they are perfect candidates for electric drivetrains. They're larger, they have more space for the battery packs. You can hide or integrate the additional cost of the EV components into its price easier than you can, say, a compact car. I think that all will help trucks potentially succeed if you can get the end user to go for them.
One thing the companies are succeeding at already is setting expectations high, such as GM claiming a 3-second 0 to 60 time for its 1,000-plus horsepower Hummer EV, or Nikola offering a 600-mile estimated maximum range on its hydrogen cell fuel-equipped Badger. But delivering on the promises of these prototypes in a mass production vehicle is a whole other challenge, especially for the startups.
They don't have to just make trucks, they've got to get a supply chain going, distribution system, assembly, plants, everything. So it's relatively easy to produce a single or even a couple concept vehicles that look really neat. Building high volume electric trucks at a high quality and distributing them throughout the country or throughout the world is a much bigger undertaking. Long term, they're either going to need a lot more money or they're going to need to align with a traditional automaker.
Some of the startups have already embraced the cliche, if you can't beat them, join them, usually in the form of a healthy contribution to their balance sheet. Michigan-based Rivian counts Ford and Amazon among its family of investors, with Ford contributing $500 million so far. Meanwhile, business fleet-focused Lordstown Motors has made its relationship with a legacy brand a little more physical.
GM was closing a plant here in Lordstown, Ohio. It made Chevy Cruises. And we were able to purchase a plant, but most importantly, intact. So 2,000 robots, 4 stamping presses, full paint booth, body shop, everything. There's a huge workforce around here. It's great. Generations of automotive makers. And we're going to be here for a long time because this is the future.
In addition to taking over a former GM plant, Lordstown recently announced that it would be going public in a deal that would net almost $700 million to fund operations. And one of its principal supporters, you probably guessed it, General Motors. The next few years are going to be particularly interesting to watch as the entangling industry alliances shake out, while the different models make it to market, hopefully. But there's more than just corporate profit riding on the promise of the electric pickup. Its success could be a major inflection point in the American adoption of electric vehicles.
Historically, there's been this incredible mismatch between what consumers are buying in North America, which is more and more trucks and SUVs, and the segments that a lot of those EVs that we saw over the last 10 years launched into, which were sedans and often compact sedans at that. So once there's compelling pickup truck options, I think they're going to sell well. I'm actually pretty optimistic that could change the game a little bit in the US in terms of EV adoption over the next 5 years.
Of all the pickups on the market today, one is leaving the others behind.
It's really a cool thing to disrupt something that hasn't changed essentially in 95 years. I think all pickup trucks are going to go electric. There is no reason for them not to.
Disruption doesn't usually happen overnight, but rather in fits and starts, and eventually an idea that was once esoteric or whimsical or maybe even ridiculed becomes simply another reasonable option. And then one day you wake up and it's the default.
I think that's what's going to be fascinating about the personal transportation space over the next 10, 15 years. We are not going to see any one dominant form of powering a power system for these vehicles. We're going to see an increased diversity in them. And I've always said there isn't the silver bullet that's going to solve all our problems. There's a bunch of copper bullets that add up to a silver bullet.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Concorde. The name recalls a distant era when air travel was more like this.
Welcome aboard the spacious cabin.
Than this.
Someone help! This guy's crazy!
Almost 2 decades after the Concorde's last supersonic leap across the ocean, Concorde nostalgia suddenly seems in full swing.
All chairs will have tray tables, not just first class. I feel like I'm flying on the Concorde.
You can leave anytime.
Meanwhile, a new generation of companies is promising to bring supersonic jets back to an airport near you by as soon as the end of this decade. But can any of these companies successfully pick up where the failed Concorde left off?
So the Concorde operated in the North Atlantic. It was primarily Paris and London to New York and Washington.
We're now Supersonic. That's 11 minutes after takeoff.
It's always exciting flying supersonic, and it's always exciting to get to New York before you've left.
There was a large measure of style and panache, and it wasn't like the world's most comfortable cabin or seat compared to what you would get on a private jet today, but it was also the bragging rights of how fast you could do a day trip if you wanted.
Concorde has crossed the Atlantic in 3.5 hours. First, best, and fastest.
It just never became a product for the masses. And, part of that was just the fuel cost. These engines were engineering marvels, but at the same time, just completely fuel inefficient in terms of what they had to do.
After nearly 3 decades in service, the Concorde was retired in 2003 due to rising costs, weakening demand for air travel after 9/11, and a dampened safety reputation following a fatal crash in 2000. Once at the bleeding edge of aviation technology, the legendary plane for the elite had become a relic, destined for museums and exhibitions. Today, whether you're paying to ride back here or up here, you'll arrive at about the same time. And that's because aircraft manufacturers and airlines have spent the past half-century focusing on things like efficiency, safety, and cabin comforts, rather than raw speed. But after almost 2 decades since Concorde's demise, speed may be making a comeback.
There is venture capital money and investors that are willing to bet that this could work. Secondly, there's technology available today that was never, ever contemplated in the 1960s. You can model so many things with computers, and the new materials, carbon composites, all those things are coming together so that you have some technically minded people saying, why shouldn't this happen?
When Concorde shut down about 20 years ago, there was really no plan to pick up where it left off. And so that's what we're doing at Boom. We're building high-speed travel that can be available to more people than ever before.
Boom is just one of a number of young companies that have snatched up the brightest aerospace engineers for the task of designing a new generation of supersonic aircraft.
Every airplane looks good on paper, but when you go from a paper design to a physical airplane that you're going to put a human life in and then go fly, you have to solve thousands of problems along the way. But it's not inventing new science, and it's not inventing new technology.
Boom has been developing an experimental supersonic jet called the XB-1, which, if successful, will be
the first independently developed supersonic jet ever.
With a name that harkens back to the original supersonic jet, the X-1, the XB-1 will be used to test and refine the engineering that will ultimately lead to a 100-seat jet called Overture. That's more like a Concorde 2.0. And if all goes well,
we'll be carrying our first passengers by the end of the decade.
But building a commercial plane that can break the sound barrier is old news at this point.
I think Google could probably go build a supersonic business jet in pretty short order if they wanted to. One, not to sell it, but just to do it. It's just got to be an economical product. You can't just do it as a vanity thing.
The first commercial supersonic experiments in the 1960s were essentially that, vanity projects. The jointly built British and French jet, literally a Concorde between nations, and rival prototypes from the Soviets and the Americans were developed during the same Cold War technology race that landed humans on the moon. National prestige outweighed concerns about profitability, at least for a little while.
What about the potential market for Concorde? What's the lowest that could be sold and perhaps the highest?
If we sold 50 or less, I should be a very disappointed man.
Disappointed indeed. Though it started out with over 100 pre-orders, the jet's problematic economics quickly brought that number down to just 14, delivered to the national airlines of the countries that built it. But the next generation of supersonics are being designed mostly by private companies, where market viability isn't merely an afterthought, it's paramount.
So since Concorde retired in 2003, there's been a 2.5-fold increase in international travel. And that creates a lot more markets for supersonic. And when you put together all the new technology, aerodynamics, materials, propulsion, you can now build an aircraft that's significantly more efficient than Concorde, which means it can be available to tens of millions of people at fares kind of like what you'd pay in business class today, instead of the 4x first class that had to be charged on Concorde.
So far, Boom's bold aspirations have already caught the attention of a handful of airlines that have placed small pre-orders for the company's Overture jet. But whether these early votes of confidence will translate into success depends on the final economics.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Another eager startup taking a different approach to the new supersonic race is Spike Aerospace, which is developing the S-512, an 18-passenger aircraft targeted at the nearly $30 billion private business jet market. Like Boom, though, one of Spike's long-term goals is to eventually expand supersonic travel beyond the realm of elite luxury.
We look back to the 90s when they first had flat-screen TVs. They were $25,000 a screen. Nobody could afford it. Joe Public couldn't afford it. It's only for the super rich. But now flat-screen TVs are all $200. And the same thing's going to happen in supersonic flight. Yes, initially it probably will be for business travelers and the rich folks. There is a demand. They have a need, but they can afford to fly it. As we recover cost and research and development and technologies, we'll be able to offer that same supersonic flight service to the general public. I don't know that it'll be as cheap as economy flights, but it'll be affordable or more affordable than it will be initially.
Before these next-generation supersonics can make it to market, though, there are other dark legacies of Concorde that could divert a supersonic comeback. The first is simply too loud to ignore.
What did you think about it?
Oh, it makes you jump.
It made you jump,
yes,
did it? You frightened of it at all?
No, not exactly.
What did you think of it, sir?
Rather a slow one, I thought.
The deafening takeoff noise and infamous sonic booms of supersonic aircraft crossing the sound barrier were so disruptive that it led to widespread backlash and protests in the 1960s, eventually forcing governments to ban all supersonic flight over land. But there's a potential solution taking shape that could address both the physics and the regulation dilemmas of the sonic boom.
X-59 is really a culmination of decades of work by NASA to try and solve the sonic boom problem. essentially to find a way to reduce sonic booms such that it's not a boom anymore, but a sound that might be acceptable if heard every day.
To accomplish that goal, NASA has partnered with Lockheed Martin's famous Skunk Works division to develop an advanced airframe design that can actually minimize the impact of the sonic shockwave on the ground. But the heart of the project is about gauging public reaction in order to pave the way for new supersonic federal and international guidelines.
Our plan is to do essentially 5 to 6 tests in various locations in the United States. So hopefully get on the order of thousands of survey responses. Given a sound of a certain level, this percentage of the population is annoyed. So it's all about providing data that can help the FAA and the ICAO establish the limits that go along with this certification standard.
Reducing or eliminating the nuisance of sonic booms could open up countless new routes, helping to make an economy of scale for supersonic travel that was never possible for Concorde. But there's another drawback of supersonic flight that has taken on a new importance over the past few decades: fuel consumption and emissions. In order to propel its 100-seat cabin to speeds of nearly 1,400 miles per hour, Concorde burned multiple times the amount of fuel per passenger versus a typical transoceanic jet. Given the fluctuating cost of fuel and the growing concern over the environmental impacts of air travel, it's hard to imagine a modern carrier purchasing planes as thirsty and messy as the Concorde once was. But recent technological strides may give the supersonic startups a chance to rectify this negative legacy as well.
Speed is not enough. We need to do it in an environmentally responsible way. And so the question really for us was, can we engineer these liquid fuels instead of just relying on fossil-based fuels that are obviously bad for our environment?
Ariane has partnered with Canada-based Carbon Engineering, whose direct air capture technology pulls CO2 right out of the air, which can then be processed into commercial products like jet fuel. It's still a bit theoretical at this point, but it would mean essentially carbon-neutral high-speed flight.
So think about the only CO2 that the AS2, Ariane's airplane, puts into the atmosphere was first CO2 we took out of the air to make the fuel. So not only do we go really, really fast, but we have no footprint on the environment.
While all of these supersonic startups are eager for us to break the sound barrier again, it's hard not to be at least a little bit skeptical of the projections, given how notoriously difficult aircraft development can be. For instance, Boeing's wide-body 787 Dreamliner reportedly ran billions of dollars over budget and arrived to market 3 years later than expected. And that's for a jet based largely on proven subsonic technology and well-proven subsonic economics. There's also the unknown long-term impact on demand in a post-pandemic world, in which business or VIP travel may be replaced more often by a virtual meeting instead. Then again, supersonic might actually offer extra appeal for travelers trying to cut down on the time spent in an enclosed cabin with a bunch of other people.
The customer wants 100 things. I think that's where the rubber hits the road, or whatever the cliche is. That's where you're going to see it's like, can you not can you build this plane, but can you do it within all these parameters that the market is setting for you?
Another way to look at the new supersonic race is that it's part of a broader vision for a future with simply more options for long-distance travel, whether by supersonic, hypersonic, or an entirely new mode like suborbital flights that hop between points on the globe. This latest round of startups are simply pushing us toward that frontier. And that might sound a little pie in the sky, but when you're trying to usher in a new age of superfast travel, it helps to be optimistic.
We're going to go across the Atlantic and come home the same day. We're going to have more meetings in person. It's going to change who you can fall in love with. I want a world where no relationship is ever considered long distance. That's not science fiction.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Plastic waste drifting in the water. Filming that revealed the damage being done by our throwaway culture.
There's a worldwide plastic production of 350 million tons per year, and about 300 million tons are ending up as a waste.
It's hard to believe, but this is actually a river.
We've put billions of tons actually of plastic into the environment. By 2050, people have predicted that there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish in terms of weight.
Remnants of our products have spread to every corner of the planet. Plastics are in the food we eat and the water we drink. With both global production of plastics and the cost of recycling rising, the outlook is bleak. But our planet has a remarkable way of fighting back. Recently discovered plastic-eating bacteria has given scientists hope. Hope to decontaminate our planet and make cleaner products for the future.
Plastics take the stage at an international exhibit in Amsterdam. The ingenious alchemy of coal and oil provides the material. Ingenious machinery presses and stamps and molds the material into a wide variety of products, articles for household use, as well as tools for industry.
Strong, light, cheap, easy to clean. Quite simply, plastic is a miracle material.
In the world of tomorrow, plastics will certainly call the tune.
The beginning of the 20th century saw a revolution in production, and it's changed our lives for the better in immeasurable ways.
Everything has to be of plastic. Even furniture was created of plastic until the 1970s.
It saves lives. It stops us getting sick. It gets us from A to B. Not a day goes by without near total dependence on it. From our clothes, our shoes, to our phones. And as the slogan for the first fully synthetic plastic claimed, it really is a material of 1,000 uses. Before becoming totally ubiquitous, such products seemingly lasted forever. But that advantage from 50 years ago is now a dangerous flaw. The plastic coffee cup we use for a couple of minutes will stay in our environment for hundreds, if not thousands of years without decomposing. It's estimated more than 8 billion tons of plastic has been produced since the 1950s. In 2016, a team of Japanese scientists made a discovery that had the potential to turn the tide in the fight against plastic.
They were scraping around in the soil and wastewater runoff of a recycling facility in Japan. They actually found a bacteria that remarkably was living off the plastic bottles themselves. So they took that back to the lab and they were able to culture it, just feeding it a diet of plastic, PET plastic. That's the plastic for bottles and clothing and carpets and that sort of thing. So it's a very common plastic in the environment. They've evolved to eat various types of food sources, and what seems to be happening in that rubbish dump in Japan is that they're secreting a couple of enzymes, and those enzymes actually break apart the polymer chain in the plastic, providing molecules as food.
Professor John McGeehan and his team at Portsmouth University in the UK are one of several groups around the world now investigating the potential of plastic-eating bacteria.
So to understand the process of how this works, we kind of need to understand what a polymer is. So PET plastic is an incredibly common plastic in the environment, and it's made of two building blocks, one called ethylene glycol and the other called terephthalic acid. And basically these building blocks are kind of held together by bonds called ester bonds. So then you get poly, lots of ester, polyester, and this is our plastic. So if you look on your clothing, you'll probably see a label saying polyester. That's all it is those building blocks linked together in long chains to create these plastics. And all an enzyme needs to do is come along and snip those bonds like a big pair of molecular scissors, and then you get the building blocks back again.
So you found a bacteria that's living in a rubbish dump. How do you then get enzymes out of it?
Actually, these days it's very simple. You grow the bacteria in the lab, and then coding within that bacteria is DNA. It's like a 4-letter code that codes for it's like the instruction manual for that enzyme. We can pull that out and make it synthetically in the lab. These are the two individual enzymes that are produced by that bacteria in the rubbish dump found in Japan. And what we did in the laboratory is take those two separate enzymes. The first one is called petase, and the second one's called imhetase. And we physically linked them together to make this chimeric enzyme. And we found that this one was around 6 times faster than the original natural enzyme that we originally studied. So what we can show here is that we can take some learnings from nature, take them back to the lab, and then adapt things to make them faster and more efficient, which is what we need if we're going to have a economically viable recycling solution. Enzymes are really ubiquitous in nature, and they're used for making things and breaking things. So the human body is full of enzymes. We use enzymes every day in our biological washing powders. They contain those powdered enzymes that can break down grass stains and our food stains. So we're actually, as a technology, it's very mature. So then turning enzymes towards problem materials like plastics really seems like a sensible way forward. The sorts of enzymes we're using today in the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry, they were also very slow when they were first discovered. And over years of generations, we've managed to improve them to be, in some cases, 100 or even 1,000 times faster than the original natural variants. So this gives us hope.
The dream is to produce industrial quantities of enzyme, which can be freeze-dried and turned into a powder. This would then be poured over to break down the waste products. What you're left with is a clear solution of monomers.
These are the building blocks that you would originally get from oil and gas, and they're exactly the same, except this time you can do it over and over again in infinite circular economy style. And this is where we want to get to. Currently, the enzymes are too slow to be economically viable.
You're dealing with PET plastic, but there's plenty of other types, aren't there? So does that complicate recycling?
PET is around maybe 20% of the plastic out there, but we also have lots of other types of plastic, polyethylene, plastic bags, polypropylene for harder plastics, PVC, many different types. And of course, this is the problem. If you're a recycling facility, you need a way to sort through these and pull out value from these materials. And that's a real challenge. And this is what we're struggling with. We tend to demonize plastics, but actually it's not how we use them, it's how we dispose of them that's the real issue.
We've never been that good at recycling. Even before the pandemic, when major corporations like Danone and Coca-Cola were pledging to increase recycled plastics in their packaging, only about 9% of all plastic ever produced has been made into something new.
It's rather disconcerting that less than 10% of plastic bottles are actually recycled back into plastic bottles. Part of the reason of that is economics.
The falling price of oil has compounded the problem. It's meant it's become much cheaper to make brand new plastic, so manufacturers have less incentive to use recycled materials.
Companies really want to use recycled material, but it's expensive and it's often of poor quality. That's because if you mechanically recycle PET or other plastics, if you've got any contaminants, colors and things, basically the material loses its material properties each time you do it. So even though people, when they put those bottles in the green bin, think it's going to turn back into a bottle, often it's downcycled and it's on a sad path to landfill.
In Leipzig, Germany, another team of scientists are working with plastic-eating enzymes. They're targeting polyurethane, a plastic of complex chemistry.
So there are 4, 5, 6 different monomers. In polyurethane, we have the keyword urethane bonds, which are very, very complex and very stable. Yeah. Therefore, we use that things for our shoe soles. Yeah, we don't want that after 10 kilometers of running, the shoes are broken.
Sneakers are products that are often made up of multiple types of plastics. When products are made like this, it can make it much harder and less economical to recycle. While their work in breaking down polyurethane, or PU, is an important step, Dr. Diaper actually sees the best application in making plastic. Not any old plastic though, material that breaks down once used. That means changing how we make things, like creating sneakers that use just one species of plastic, which are less chemically stable and therefore better at biodegrading. So the dream of this magic bacteria that eats all of the plastic, that's not close to reality, you don't think?
No, not really, no. Normally these bacteria don't survive in the dump site. Yeah, so the lab rats don't survive in the real environment. And that means that cannot be the idea behind our research. The question for us microbiologists is not to solve the problem of waste by biological solution, what we call bioremediation. This cannot be the answer. Yeah, but the answer must be that we get a kind of picture what kind of plastic and plastic waste, respectively, is degradable, in order to give the politicians, and there we go to big science, to give the politicians a kind of advice what to stop and what not to stop.
If you can develop a process where you can break that plastic down again, there's plenty of it, there's no feedstock problem, and you have a low energy and low carbon route to doing that, you can start generating those monomers, those building blocks competitively. I can see there being a massive economic switch. It doesn't need to be on a level par, it just needs to be close. And then suddenly you have an opportunity there where businesses can jump in and make an awful lot of money, I would say, using those technologies to feed a growing market. Let's not kid ourselves, plastic is going to keep growing. And if we can have recycled feedstocks in the mix, that's one way to bring down the CO2 and the carbon budget.
The problem of plastic waste is now very much in the mainstream, and the cause has support all over the world. But our planet is at a critical moment as its use continues to grow. Innovations like enzymes from plastic-eating bacteria could help reimagine the entire system.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Psychedelic drugs are commonly reported to trigger life-altering, mind-expanding inward journeys. But since being scheduled dangerous and illegal, any therapeutic benefits have gone largely unrecognized. Mental health treatment hasn't changed in generations, limited primarily to psychotherapy and a broad drug class called SSRIs, or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors.
So there's been no new drug in psychiatry essentially since SSRIs back in the 1980s.
These drugs have varying results, often with side effects, and can be seriously habit-forming.
Once you get on one SSRI, they've got you for life pretty much.
But this model could soon be disrupted by the acceptance of psychedelics by the medical, psychiatric, and pharmacological communities.
This is now coming at the forefront after spending 60 years in hiding.
And these tools actually have remarkable healing potential and have had for thousands of years.
LSD, psilocybin, DMT, MDMA, and other consciousness-altering compounds, once labeled dangerous and illegal drugs, are coming into the political spotlight. A recent ballot measure in Oregon authorized the legal use of psilocybin by licensed providers. Clinical trials are pressing forward in what could forever change the way we understand and treat both the mind and the body. Investors are flocking to stake their claim in this new frontier of magic molecules.
What is really driving us here is the fact that the efficacy rates here cannot be ignored. They're profound, and money will follow efficacy.
But these investors aren't just hedging their bets. They're true believers, intent on flooding psychedelic startups with the capital they need to invoke a revolution of the mind. The word psychedelic is derived from the ancient Greek word psyche, meaning soul, and dalun, meaning to reveal. It translates to mind manifesting, and the first real documented use of psychedelics can actually be traced back to that same era.
From 1600 BC to 396 AD, in the Greek culture, the foundations of Western culture, they had the longest running mystery ceremonies ever. And they were involved with the psychedelic drug potion called Kykeon, which we now, through modern scholarship, have identified as being similar to LSD.
Rick Doblin is the founder of the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, or MAPS.
Our top priority project is MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for post-traumatic stress disorder, and we're in phase 3 studies right now.
So Rick, how long have you been involved in this?
I started MAPS in '86.
In the upcoming scene, we will watch a young man who is having a difficult experience while under the influence of a psychedelic drug.
I really got involved in trying to devote my life to psychedelics and becoming a psychedelic therapist in 1972.
So I imagine things have changed quite a bit since then?
Oh my God, everything has changed.
America's public enemy number one is drug abuse.
When I began, it was the depth of the backlash. In 1970, the Controlled Substances Act was passed in the United States. Psychedelics were criminalized. The research was squashed.
Extensive experimentation has failed to establish a medical use for LSD.
After Nixon, mainstream acceptance of psychedelics was impossible, and these compounds went underground, where it stayed for over a half-century, associated with counterculture and degeneracy.
Taking LSD is much the same as playing Russian roulette.
What are you doing out here? I'm floating up to the stars, Joe. Man, you can't float out here. We're 3 stories up. No, I'm one with the universe. I'm God and Jesus, Joe.
But guys like Rick Doblin continued their research on the fringes.
And so what's changed now is the public attitudes have changed. The regulatory agencies are open to research. We just completed a $30 million capstone campaign for our MDMA PTSD phase 3 studies and for commercialization. We're in a major psychedelic renaissance right now. And now we have these new tools for neuroscience to really understand what these drugs do in the brain.
But that is not an easy question to answer.
There are a lot of drugs out there that we don't know how they work. You only have to show that a drug is safe and that it's effective. You don't have to know how a drug works to get it approved.
I mean, asking how psychedelics work seems almost as challenging as asking what is the meaning of life.
I think if we have the answer to one, we'll have the answer to the other.
Dr. Charles Nichols is professor of pharmacology at Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center.
I primarily study serotonin neuropharmacology, a focus on psychedelic drugs.
So tell me a little bit about what we know is happening to the brain on, say, LSD or psilocybin.
What the psychedelics do is they target a selective subset of serotonin receptors. The one that produces the psychedelic effects is called the serotonin 2A receptor. A lot of positive effects are associated with activation of that receptor.
Okay, so how about a less scientific explanation?
Unscientifically, what psychedelics do in the brain, you're having several brain areas that are talking to one another that don't normally talk to one another, and you've established new connections, new pathways. There's one theory that posits that when that trip starts to wear off, the network will reset more into a normal connectivity state than, say, if somebody was depressed.
So what kind of tests in the lab do you perform to devise these theories?
We've developed 2 rat-based models where we can essentially create a depressed rat, give it a single dose of psilocybin, and the rats that were given psilocybin are now acting like normal rats. They're not depressed.
I'm curious, how do you know a rat is depressed?
Oh, it just kind of hangs out in its corner, doesn't like to do much.
But these laboratory observations don't speculate on what happens during the actual trip. And this is where the therapy really comes in.
It's not a question of whether the science permits it, but it's how we use these tools. These are powerful tools, but we still haven't quite figured out, or at least we're still working on the best way to use them.
Shlomi Raz is CEO and founder of Eleusis. He, along with other up-and-coming startups, are designing the methodology to safely and effectively practice psychedelic medicine. Much of their inspiration comes from ancient shamanic practices, such as ayahuasca ceremonies in South America, which have become increasingly popular among people seeking alternative forms of healing after traditional treatments have failed them. So Shlomi, what's the most important thing we can learn from these shamanistic practices as you design modern therapeutic applications?
That this clinical rollout be done in a way that treats the therapeutic potential and power of these drugs with respect. And I think that would be the biggest mistake, is that if in a rush to commercialization, that there is a loss of respect associated with development.
Maybe you can walk me through your vision of a psychedelic therapy session.
I think number one, this is not the job of a psychiatrist. Number two, we're not sure that you even want a psychotherapist in the room. Instead, the person that we think should be in the room is an attendant, someone where you feel safe in their presence. Are they certified, medical professionals? Not necessarily, but they bring an instant rapport and an instant comfort, and what they're comfortable with is emotionally intense situations.
With this process, the patients heal themselves, and the need for antidepressants or other long-term prescription drugs could fade away. But the potential for these compounds go far beyond mental health treatment. Multiple studies have found that regular minute doses of LSD and similar compounds have enormous anti-inflammatory effects, potentially offering alternative treatments to everything from asthma to migraine headaches.
We have some very interesting clues that there's much more therapeutic potential just beneath the surface.
All of this is not only revolutionary, but potentially disruptive to the estimated $16 billion antidepressant drug market.
When you take a look at some of these compounds and molecules, there are 70, 75, 80% efficacy rates. So that's profound, and that will disrupt big pharma.
Saad Shah leads a venture fund called Noetic, and he is what you would call a true believer.
I mean, it's definitely very personal. It's personal first and foremost because I personally have, drunk the brew. I had an experience with plant medicine, and it was profound on many levels. I saw the distinct impact that it had on folks that were suffering from cancer, individuals that were suffering from very serious treatment-resistant depression, major depressive disorders, PTSD, anxiety. I knew then and there that there was something here that was incredibly profound.
Okay, so there's certainly a motivation to keep people on drugs. And these compounds often do the opposite, which essentially means there's less money to be made. How is Big Pharma not trying to squash this movement?
If you're finding a market and a product is working, and clearly you've got underlying companies that are going to profit as a result of it, this is going to be of interest to Big Pharma. I think that they will get more and more involved, and I think it's important for them to get involved because at the end of the day, we need this medicine to go out there to the globe, and you need a distribution platform. Big Pharma has that distribution platform. They're the ones that can help get it out there.
But that optimism might be putting a little too much faith in a profit-based apparatus that has enabled severe drug dependencies, like the opioid crisis in America. For these compounds to truly scale, it's not only our minds, but our entire society that might need a rewiring.
There needs to definitely be a redefining of profit, of capitalism. Profit needs to first be measured in human capital, right? Healing those who have suffered. If we do that right, our investment in the companies will succeed.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
For most illnesses, a vaccine is an almost guaranteed lifeline. But influenza is different.
We have very good measles vaccine, we have a very good rubella vaccine, very good mumps vaccine. All of these viruses in the population haven't changed over the last 50, 60, 70 years. In contrast, influenza changes every year.
The World Health Organization estimates that influenza infects 1 billion of us every year. causing up to 650,000 deaths worldwide. Vaccines are critical, but they're only around 50% effective because they don't fight every strain of flu.
There you go.
So scientists around the world are searching for a shot that fights different strains of the virus, including some that might not even exist yet.
It's really very exciting because you know that you are working for something good that may change the whole world and the health of many people.
This breakthrough would give us lasting protection against influenza, but it might also help us understand how we get there with other viruses too. Difficulty breathing, highly contagious, returning year after year. Hippocrates first described influenza in 412 BC. Since then, the virus has caused annual epidemics. Most notably the Spanish flu in 1918 that killed an estimated 50 to 100 million people worldwide and changed the world in ways that seem all too familiar today.
1918, when the influenza A H1N1 showed up, was during a period of a lot of problems in the United States at the time. World War I was ongoing at that time. There was a lot of movement from rural areas into cities. So at the time, we didn't even know it was a virus. Viruses were kind of still being figured out at the time. So it really was not until the 1930s that we knew the cause of the 1918 pandemic, and then subsequently the seasonal epidemics that we would have every winter, that they realized that that was actually due to a virus. And so from the 30s, it wasn't really until the late 1940s and 1950s that actual vaccines were being used more regularly.
Even though there are just 3 basic types of flu, A, B, and C, type A, which is the most dangerous for humans, has a surface covered in 2 main proteins, H and N. There are 18 different types of H protein and 11 types of N protein, and they combine to create up to 198 influenza subtypes, including ones like H3N2 and H1N1.
The influenza virus is constantly changing. And so if you look at a virus, on the inside of the virus are the genes, and genes are just the recipe, the instructions for making more copies of itself. So if somebody sneezes or coughs and you happen to breathe that in, those viruses that are in those respiratory droplets go to the back of your throat. They grab onto the respiratory cells that are there, they push themselves into the cells, and they release those genes that are in there. Those genes, it's not one long string of instructions, it's 8 separate strings of instruction. And so there's so much opportunity for that virus to mess up in terms of making copies of itself. It's not a very good editor. It really doesn't have good quality control. In one way, that's bad for the virus because it makes copies of itself that may not even live on. They don't even reproduce. But it also means that it can find ways to get around your own immunity and ways to get around vaccines that are being used and to get around antiviral drugs as well.
This genetic shapeshifting is known as antigenic drift and means that our body can't always recognize the virus, even if we've caught it or been vaccinated before. But scientists at pharmaceutical company BeyondVax have worked for almost 3 decades, creating a vaccine which targets parts of the virus that don't change.
All influenza viruses are different in their appearance, but they are still considered as influenza because they have a lot in common. And what the immune system want to do, they want to recognize the virus and to attack it when it enters the body. So we have to teach the immune system how the virus looks like. So what we thought will be more effective and to have a universal vaccine is to show the immune system and teach it to recognize the conserved and common denominator of all influenza viruses. So we constructed a vaccine. It is called M001. It contains 9 such conserved regions from the influenza virus.
Variations between influenza viruses usually happen on the surface. But dig a little deeper and there are similarities in its peptides, short strings of amino acids that are responsible for how the virus functions. M001 is made up of 9 different peptides that our immune system can learn to recognize and fight off in the future.
One of the peptides that we selected in our vaccine is very close to the point where the virus is entering the cells. So it's like a key and a lock, where the key is on the side of the virus and the lock is the entrance to our cell. And if the virus wants to enter the cell and cause the disease, it enters his key into the lock, opens it, and the disease starts to develop. So by our vaccine, we block this key, and the virus cannot anymore enter into the cell, and we prevent the disease.
So M001 is in phase 3 clinical trials. Are you feeling nervous about the results?
Of course, I'm worried all the time. I hardly breathe. Until we get the outcomes of our pivotal phase 3 trial, which is a trial with over 12,000 participants that was conducted in Europe. In this trial, we injected half of the participants with our vaccine, and the other half received placebo, which was saline. And at the end of the trial, which means at the end of this month, we will know how many participants were ill in the experimental group that was immunized with our vaccine, and how many were ill in the control group that actually was not immunized. And if the difference will be high enough, then our vaccine works and we're happy. We'll know if it is safe, if it is protected against influenza.
A universal vaccine like M001 would radically change the way we make our flu shots. Currently, for Northern Hemisphere vaccines, every February the WHO picks 4 strains of influenza, which scientists predict will most likely be circulating in October, the start of the flu season. This vaccine recipe is sent out to manufacturers, and the majority of vaccines are made just like back in the 40s, by injecting the vaccine virus into fertilized eggs. It takes at least 6 months to produce the high quantities we need.
So we have to really, based on what happened 2 months before February, but we are not really good at that, unfortunately.
Dr. Peter Palese is a microbiologist who built the first genetic map of the influenza virus back in the 70s.
The yearly influenza vaccine, I think, is underappreciated, underutilized. So I think there is a benefit in taking the vaccine, because even if you get the flu, it was a failure, but your disease, the morbidity, is much lower. Clearly, I think I want to encourage your listeners to take the current vaccine, the current influenza virus vaccine, as an insurance against whatever might happen. Yeah. So it is a very safe vaccine. I think it is a very good vaccine. Having said that, if we want to make a better vaccine, we have to show that it is at least as good as the current vaccine, but also that it really preempts or knows what the other strains in year 3, 4, 5 from now on will be, and also the potential new pandemic strains.
Dr. Palese's team is also part of the race to create a universal vaccine. Like BeyondVax, they're using an area of influenza that doesn't mutate, the stem of the H protein on the surface of the virus.
We are redirecting the immune system towards these conserved regions. And I have to say, I can protect any animal, whether it's a mouse, whether it's a ferret, whether it's a guinea pig, against any strain. So using these constructs which present the conserved domain of the virus. It works beautifully in animals. But remember, mice are not men, ferrets are not humans. I think we make progress, but it is still not there. And I can't promise you that it will be 2 years or 3 years. We cannot really predict how long it will take that we will have such a universal influenza virus vaccine.
With disappointing results in the M001 phase 3 trials, the wait will be longer than some had hoped. But the research and time that's been invested isn't wasted. Far from it. Could the work we're doing to find a universal flu vaccine help in the way that we tackle viruses like COVID-19?
Absolutely, and the other way around too. And so the work that now, with significant resources and speed being put into COVID right now, could have a significant impact on flu vaccine choices. If you have a system in place where you can make those kinds of vaccines fast, as soon as you see an emerging pandemic influenza, you can start making vaccine immediately. So faster vaccines, And so I think we'll learn a lot about that with the COVID vaccines as well. So all of that together, we would love to see what we're learning with COVID be applied to flu, because what we're doing right now with COVID is highly informed by what we were doing with flu previously.
What would be the next steps if we got a universal vaccine?
What would be wonderful is to get to that place where flu vaccines aren't something that are just for middle and higher income countries, that low and middle income countries globally have a significant impact of flu every year, but a program to vaccinate children and adults every year in a country with billions of people is really complicated and can be pretty expensive. Coming up with a simple solution that can be rolled out in a programmatic way where it's cost effective for that country to do it would have a significant impact for a better functioning country.
It may sound like science fiction, but we've actually observed this phenomenon before. When light from a distant galaxy is behind a massive foreground object, from our perspective on Earth, the mass of that foreground object bends space-time, creating gravity and bending the light around that object. This forms a ring called an Einstein ring. To visually demonstrate this, you can use a wine glass to act as the lens or foreground object, and a light bulb that can act as the source. If we, the observer, look through the center of the base of the wine glass, we see a ring of light. And in theory, we could use computer software to decode that ring of light back into its original state. If you replace the wine glass with the sun to bend the light, and sent a telescope, now the observer, to the point where the light converges, you could then take images of the ring and put it back together using software. The sun is massive enough that it will amplify whatever you're pointing it at by a factor of 100 billion, just like an astronomically massive telescope. That's why a team of scientists, led by Slava Turishev at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, are proposing a solar gravitational lens mission.
Flying a small telescope to the solar gravitational lens will allow us to study those objects in very fine details and confirm the presence of life and study the evolution of life on that exoplanet.
There are a few challenges, though. For this to work, the telescope will need to be positioned past the convergence point at around 650 astronomical units, or AU, from the Sun. 1 AU equals the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Neptune is at 30 AU, for example. And Voyager 1, the furthest man-made object that was launched in the 70s, is currently at about 150 AU.
So we have thought about how we can reach those distances, what technology do we have? And essentially we realized that using chemical propulsion is very challenging because the fastest velocity we were able to achieve with chemical propulsion was achieved with the New Horizons mission to Pluto. And New Horizons was able to reach roughly 3 astronomical units per year. With this velocity, it will take us a lot of time to get to solar gravity lens. So we realized that solar sailing offers a unique alternative. With solar sailing, we are using the solar photons, solar light, to gain a very significant momentum that will push our sailcraft to very high velocity.
Solar sailing has been successfully demonstrated by the Planetary Society, NASA, and the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. If done in a way that Slava and his team are proposing, which involves flying close to the sun, the telescope will reach speeds of roughly 25 AU per year.
So with those velocities, we will be able to reach solar gravity lens within, I would say, 20 to 25 years. That's the only way to do things.
The next challenge is once you get to 650 AU, there's no slowing down. But this is where they get a lucky break.
It doesn't have just a single focal point, it has a focal line. If we fly a spacecraft towards the focal region of the solar gravity lens, we don't have to stop. Moving along that focal line will still benefit from that large amplification.
Another challenge, which current telescopes also face when imaging exoplanets, is that you have to point the telescope at a very bright object, in this case the sun. This creates a glare, which needs to somehow be blocked out in order to see the planet.
We will use a very interesting technique called a coronagraph. So a star shade, it's a large instrument that has to be flown in front of our telescope in space, and that coronagraph will allow us to block the light from parent star. And suddenly the very faint light from the exoplanet may present itself. So it's a challenging technique because the brightness mismatch.
Fortunately, coronagraphs are being developed and in use on many planet-hunting telescopes, including the upcoming James Webb Space Telescope. Finally, the telescope will be limited to choosing a single target, since changing the angle by just a degree could mean propelling it billions of kilometers in the lateral direction.
Usually people, when talk about solar gravity lens, there is a significant limit because we currently are limited by propulsion capability. So we can think that we can fly only towards one target, essentially. And so I think about solar gravity lens mission as like any planetary exploration. If you fly towards Saturn, we study the whole set of satellites, the whole family of satellites around Saturn with Cassini. If you fly around Jupiter with Galileo, we studied multiple satellites of Jupiter. With the solar gravity lens, flying towards a TRAPPIST, we can study every planet in that system.
The TRAPPIST system is a star with 7 planets orbiting it, 3 of which are in the theoretical habitable zone, the sweet spot for a planet to possess liquid water on its surface and possibly support life. Pointing the telescope at the TRAPPIST system could be a solution for looking at multiple planets, since they orbit the same star. Another way they're looking to solve this is to build the telescopes cheaply and send many of them. These are just a few of the hurdles that Slava and his team face, but none of them are out of reach.
And what we realize that most of those technologies already exist. Some of them in a very high technology readiness level, some of them are yet to reach a very reasonable technology readiness level, but all of them exist in one form or another.
Most of this technology is being developed alongside other projects that need to get far out into interstellar space cheaply and in a reasonable amount of time.
So ultimately, we will trust those engineering developments to allow us to explore further, more at a very affordable cost. Solar gravity lens is our ultimate goal so far, but looking at this, we realize that there are plenty of synergistic efforts within exploration community, and we benefit from them. We benefit from those efforts, and we invite our colleagues and friends to join us to look at those technologies, how we can use those technologies in the near term, how those technologies will benefit us in the next 5-10 years.
Slav and his team received Phase 3 funding from the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program and are developing methods to reconstruct the image from an Einstein ring, as well as building instrument prototypes. They hope to launch their technology demonstration mission in the next 3 to 5 years. So as of now, if you could choose one target for the solar gravitational lens, what would you choose and why?
Oh man, only one?
Let's take a picture of our closest neighbor. So the Proxima, right? So Proxima b, it's our neighbor.
The closer the exoplanet is, the larger its image, and therefore the more detail we will be able to see. The closest star to our solar system, Proxima Centauri, is only 4.2 light years away, and it has at least one, but probably two planets orbiting it. I would love to use the SGL on that to see what the planetary system next door looks like.
It's possible that once we get a close-up look at our nearest neighboring solar system, we'll be able to find out once and for all whether we're alone, or at the very least, get a detailed image of an exoplanet for the first time. Slav and his team hope to launch their first mission to image an exoplanet in the next 12 to 15 years.
So it's only, short 40 years from today. You and I may discuss the images of, life present on a different exoplanet. And this is how the childhood dream may realize for many of us. So now we will have a clear understanding, yes, we are not alone. And oh, by the way, our life is excellent. Or maybe we just have a confirmation that those aliens use, carbon fuel as stupidly as we do. Or maybe they come up with something excellent and we'll learn from them. But anyway, I think it's exciting opportunity for us to step above our daily lives and think about what our universe will tell us about ourselves.
So while we're never going to solve every problem on Earth, we can solve most of them. And in addition to reducing the pain of life on Earth, we can also increase the excitement of being alive in the first place. And that's what missions like the Solar Gravitational Lens and these next generation of space telescopes are allowing us to do. And there's something just fundamentally essential about learning about our real true place in the cosmos and understanding how it works.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
We're from Mars. Don't be afraid. We have children just like you on Mars.
Human beings have contemplated whether life exists beyond Earth for thousands of years.
Ancient One of Mars, I call upon you.
It's thought that there's a possibility that simple microbial life might exist within our solar system, but not advanced complex life.
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, just means we don't expect to find it, largely because the conditions for life elsewhere in the solar system appear to be extremely hostile to such life.
But since the early 90s, technology has allowed us to locate planets outside of our solar system. They're known as exoplanets, and planet hunting telescopes like Kepler and TESS have discovered roughly 4,000 of them, and counting.
So we now understand that majority of stars will have planets. So planets are ubiquitous. And because we just reach that sensitivity that is allowing us to detect those exoplanets, this field is evolving very rapidly.
And while they're too far away to send a probe to even the closest exoplanets, a team at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory has been developing a method more powerful than any telescope ever built. It'll be able to give us a close-up look at planets and other objects thousands of light years away, find worlds that are similar to Earth, and maybe even discover signs of intelligent life.
So that's what the Earth people call a city, eh? How primitive. Look at all those buildings above ground.
And it will be amazing discovery, first of all, to see that we are not alone, and how life evolved in that system. So it's an enormous step in our sort of philosophical understanding who we are and where we go.
Powerful telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope, Spitzer, Herschel, and Keck Observatory have photographed objects very far away. This galaxy, called the Sombrero Galaxy, is 28 million light-years from Earth. But even though known exoplanets are as close as 4 light-years, these are the best images we have.
All we really get are just these tiny little blobs. They just look like fuzzy little points of light orbiting some distance from the star. So we don't really see anything that looks like a planet. In fact, if we didn't know any better, we might think that it was just a very, very faint star, when in fact it's a very, very large planet reflecting the starlight off of it.
And of the 4,000 discovered exoplanets, only about 50 of them have been imaged. So basically, it's really, really hard to image an exoplanet.
It's really hard, but not impossible. And that's why we're aiming to do that. You know, that's why we're trying to make that happen. But you're right, it's very difficult. It certainly is not beyond our capabilities, or won't be beyond our capabilities.
The majority of exoplanets are found using the transit method, a tiny dip in a star's brightness when a planet passes or transits in front of it.
And it's that telltale drop-off in light, especially when it repeats over several cycles, that tells us that this is caused by a planet orbiting the star, making regular transits across its surface.
Another common method is looking at slight shifts in a motion of a star when there's a planet orbiting it. This is known as the radial velocity or wobble method.
The planet exerts gravity on the star. So what happens is that as the planet comes around the star also kind of comes around the system's center of mass. And so the star has to move.
Although both of these methods allow planetary scientists to make predictions, like the basic mass, size, whether it's rocky or gaseous, and distance to its host star, it doesn't allow us to see it. In the best case scenario, the light can be analyzed with modern telescopes to give hints as to whether the planet is habitable.
How can we even tell that a planet is habitable just by a fuzzy blob? We certainly cannot. So the goal with these telescopes is not to actually show us what the planet looks like, but it would allow us to analyze the light coming from the planet.
The spectrum of light coming from the planet can be analyzed to reveal the chemical components of its atmosphere. A much easier feat than getting a real-life image. That's because, in comparison to a galaxy, exoplanets are dark and tiny.
Planets just reflect light from their host star. So even though a planet may only be a few dozen light years down the road, our chances of seeing it are much less than seeing a bright star that's even farther, or a bright galaxy that's billions of light years away. It's just the nature of the luminosities involved.
even with the upcoming James Webb Space Telescope, which will be the most powerful space telescope ever built. The images won't give you much more than fuzzy blobs. What we want is an image where you can see color variations that distinguish oceans, continents, vegetation, and even see lights at night. That can determine not just if it's habitable, but show proof of advanced life. But to image an Earth-sized exoplanet that's 100 light-years away at a decent quality, 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, you would need a telescope that is 90,000 kilometers in diameter, 7 times larger than Earth. And even if it were made of a super lightweight material, it would still weigh about 1 trillion kilograms. In other words, it's not possible.
What we need to do instead is, rather than think about even building a telescope, we need to think about using nature itself as a kind of telescope. And luckily, nature gives us a way to do that. This was discovered by Albert Einstein, and it's the idea that mass or gravity can bend the path of light. As long as that can happen, then we can, in theory, go to where all those light rays that are being bent by a mass converges, and we can take an image. This is called gravitational lensing. As long as we can choose the right place to put a telescope, we could, in principle, look back toward the sun, image the gravitational lens from a distant exoplanet, and for the first time we would actually be able to see continents. We'd be able to see the oceans and map the coastlines of a Earth-sized planet maybe 100 light years away. This is a very different approach to making images with a telescope that we could build here on Earth. But it may in fact be the only way that we'd be able to directly image the surface of another planet.
Hello, world. It's time for a thought experiment. Let's imagine the Cold War went another way. After the Nazis surrendered, the Soviet Union flexed its muscles and asserted its imperial might, from Tokyo to Tacoma. Memorials to the fatherland popped up around the globe. This would be the Washington Monument. This could have been your morning commute. And now let's fast forward. These were the first semiconductors. This is your keyboard. This was the first IBM computer. This is Facebook headquarters. This is Silicon Valley. Well, that didn't happen. But in modern Russia, it's easy to get confused. With an extra helping of spycraft, technology here developed a world apart from Silicon Valley. And that didn't change when the Soviet Union collapsed. "25 years later, Russia has copied large parts of the web the rest of us know and love. They built a Russian internet. And with new laws cooked up by the Kremlin and rubber-stamped in Moscow, more and more, it's a sovereign internet. Like anything sovereign, it needs walls to protect it. And virtual walls are going up today. To find out exactly how the Russian web works, there was only one thing to do. I had to upload myself. Now that I'm inside, I'll meet a tech oligarch. Travel to Siberia to dive into a surprising and very remote startup scene. And chase the ever-elusive Russian hacker.
Using the machine learning, you could create a technology which helped to predict a crime.
Let's enter this parallel universe together. on this episode of Hello World. Silicon Valley may be home to some of the biggest tech giants in the world, but it's being challenged like never before. Crazy tech geniuses have popped up all over the planet, making things that will blow your mind. My name is Ashley Vance. I'm an author and journalist, and I'm on a quest to find the most innovative tech creations and meet the beautiful freaks behind them. Hello, world. In Moscow over the past decade, the Tsar's gilded churches and monuments to the proletariat have given way to the symbols of modern Russia. Opulent capitalist towers that poke through the clouds. At the heart of this is where I met Dmitry Grishin.
Hello, Dmitry.
He's the co-founder of Mail.ru Group and one of only a few people east of Helsinki who can drive me to the office in his own Tesla.
I organized a drive for all my employees, like 3,000 people, because they want all to test how accelerate.
Dmitry sits atop a Russian tech empire and runs an investment fund for robotics with its roots in Silicon Valley.
That doesn't make you want to move there? You have so much going on here.
Maybe one day, never say never, right?
Overall, then, do you consider the Russian tech scene competitive?
Yes, and you know, it's interesting things that it's very few countries where local players are very strong. And comparing, for example, with China, this internet is fully closed. We have Facebook, Instagram, all kind of Western players, and still pretty successful. So I think we have pretty tough competition.
Why are Russian engineers so good?
I think it's type of education. In Russia, still like mathematics and anything around engineering, they give you very broad view. So if you want to be very creative in technology, this is, I think, very good education. This is the guy, this is the office, yeah. Charging station here.
Okay, so everybody knows when you're in the office.
Yeah.
Dmitry's tried to copy Silicon Valley culture here in Moscow, where Mail.ru Group operates 2 instant messaging networks, a search engine, a price comparison website, and a ton of online games. They also control the 3 largest Russian social networking sites. The biggest one is VK, a Facebook knockoff. Dmitry and Mail.ru Group took over VK in 2014 after its founder, Pavel Durov, refused to reveal information about Ukrainian activists to the Kremlin. Durov lost his company and now lives in self-imposed exile. Dmitry is also one of the world's biggest investors in robotics. He put $100 million into American firms that produce some familiar faces.
What's been the biggest hit of all your robotics companies so far?
I like all my investments, I can say. Definitely, I like BB-8 a lot. Also, Zipline, who do drones, long-range delivery, and now they start to do blood delivery in Rwanda.
Dmitry ships all kinds of nerd gear to Moscow to try it out and see if he wants to invest.
What's the point of the game?
We should kill robots.
So good for you. As someone who puts all this money into robots, aren't you?
Wow, it's really cool.
To get a taste of the high life of a tech oligarch, Dmitry and I headed for a bite to eat at the tallest restaurant in Europe, 354 meters above the Moscow traffic.
Tell me a little bit about your family history.
Yeah, I have pretty much engineering family, and I was born in a city called Kapustin Yar 1.
Kapustin Yar was the Soviet Union's answer to Area 51, a top-secret city where rocket scientists like Dmitry's grandfather tested ballistic missiles and rockets during the space race. Dmitry grew up programming on computers that plugged into Soviet TVs. But things really took off when he enrolled at Moscow State Technical University in 1995.
And the same year, Microsoft announced Windows 95. This famous song from Rolling Stones, Start Me Up. Next 2 years, I tried to write my own Windows. It's so expensive, Windows. Maybe you can just write cheap version. So I'm sitting, writing it, but after some time, I say, okay, no.
It's too hard.
He might have failed to rewrite the world's most popular operating system. But he did stumble on the copycat business model that became Mail.ru Group. And at the height of the 2001 tech crash, he had to find a way to keep the new company alive with no cash.
I became like CEO of the company. And my idea was like, let's try to survive no matter how. We tried to do a lot of tricks. For example, by coming with my car, it was a Lada, Russian car. We put several servers like physically and move them to more cheaper data center.
It's hard to imagine now, but in 2004, only 9% of Russians had internet access.
What was the Russian government's assessment of the technology industry?
They didn't know that they exist.
That all changed in 2012. Russia had become the biggest internet market in Europe. Some people used the web to complain about Putin and organize protests against his re-election. The Kremlin responded in full Orwellian glory, with a series of laws that allows them to flag opposition sites as extremist and blacklist them. Ever since, it's been hard to tell where the Vlad web begins and ends.
I think in the US, the idea is that the Russian government and the tech companies are just intertwined, and that if the government wants to read people's emails, whatever they want to do, they're going to let them do that.
If you follow the law, you're okay. Definitely the laws became more complicated, right? And sometimes it's definitely the way how to interpret the law. If you have right now laws that government can shut down any service which is not hosting the service inside of Russia, they can. There is law. Definitely you can have big discussion as this law is good or bad, but this is the only way how you can operate.
Those new laws passed this year would make Edward Snowden weep into his borscht. They demand all sites Russians can access move their servers here, including the Googles and Facebooks of the world. Once on Russian soil, they have to store 6 months' worth of data about people's every move online, and then give the Kremlin access. Russian companies like Mail.ru protested. They said these measures would take a ridiculous amount of storage space, but they obviously lost. American companies have said there's no way they're moving to Russia, so now they're criminal enterprises here. And that's how you build a sovereign internet.
When we grow our business, our concept was that internet was a global system, no border at all. User everywhere can connect to everywhere, data can be migrated, everything. So it really was a global phenomenon. But now I think that fundamental global shift everywhere, that you have country, you have borders, and inside these borders you have different kind of rules, how data is moving, how connectivity is moving, who can connect to what, who can do what. So we're not having like global internet. We're having some global internet, but a lot of like local internets. And for me, this is big set in terms of change.
Just a couple of weeks after we visited Dmitry, he stepped down as CEO of Mail.ru. The government-approved CEO of VK is taking his place. The new guy also happens to be the son of the head of Russia's largest state-run television channel. Coming up next, it's off to Siberia, where the Russian government is trying to build a tech utopia in the taiga.
This is useful in order to make plasma thrusters for space ships.
find out how Russia makes tech magic happen, all you have to do is hop on a flight from Moscow to Siberia. Yes, that's Siberia. It's not just for gulags anymore. It's hard to wrap your head around just how big Siberia is, and even harder to understand how most people live here. So, to get acquainted, I found another Dmitri. This one, a real natural-born Siberian man, to initiate me into the ways of the Russian wilderness.
I'm sure it's a good idea, right?
Perfect idea.
A trip to the banya is an ancient, and some would say masochistic, Russian bonding ritual that consists of 3 delightful steps.
Okay, Ashley, Inferno is ready for endurance.
Step 1, nearly have heat stroke. Step 2, shrinkage. Step 3, get whacked.
What does this do?
Keep silent, please.
Oh.
When he's not beating other men with birch branches, my new Russian friend Dmitri is a philosophy professor here in Akademgorodok. That's my destination, a small town hours by plane from Moscow and about 30 minutes outside Russia's 3rd largest city, Novosibirsk. Nikita Khrushchev's government declared 60 years ago that this would be the Siberian home of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Built from nothing in the middle of a remote taiga forest that stretches halfway around the planet.
Akademgorodok, it was the first Soviet technopolis, and it was a good opportunity for many young scientists.
How has it changed over the last 40 years?
In comparison to Soviet time, we have not so much opportunities, but we love our place because it's wonderful. 40 institutes, a real scientific community.
Shall we toast?
Mm-hmm.
What will we toast here?
No piety to the enemies of science.
Cheers.
Soaked, swatted, steaming, and having proven my loyalty to science, I was ready to explore Akademgorodok. Here, the Soviets hid temples to science in the trees with shrines to match. Like this one, to all the mice they sacrificed on the altar of genetic research. Inside the Nuclear Physics Institute, it feels like I walked onto the set of Dr. Strangelove. These analog dials, laser contraptions, and miles of metal pipes were all built to push nuclear science to its summit, replicating the sun's power by smashing atoms together.
People have been chasing fusion for decades. What's still encouraging and exciting about this field?
The scientific problem is like a huge mountain. And for 60 years, people are trying to get to the top. Everything around the base of the mountain is like a trash dump with old bodies and stuff. But you can imagine the results you can achieve when you get to the top.
Professor Alexei Beklumishev researches something called open trap mechanisms to encourage fusion. In theory, it's a shortcut to the top of the mountain with a smaller load.
This is also useful in order to make plasma thrusters for space ships.
So you could use this to power a spaceship going to Mars?
Yeah. At the moment, it is just an idea. It needs a lot of refinement.
So this is more of like a 2080 sort of thing.
Yeah.
The Soviet government attracted brilliant minds like Alexei's to Siberia with spacious apartments and the kind of prestige they could only get in a town founded as a utopian nerdocracy. But when the Soviet Union fell, so did the walls keeping scientists here. And many of them bolted to work at IBM or MIT or Boeing. For those who stayed, the utopia has lost its luster.
Over time, the difference in pay between scientists and, say, bus drivers went in favor of bus drivers. Okay. If you are overworked and without pay, you want to go elsewhere.
10 years ago, the Russian government decided it needed to hit refresh on the entire town to pull Siberian science out of its post-Soviet slump. They're turning to a new generation of engineers, plucked from the taiga to lead the way. And one of the most successful so far is Dmitry Trubitsyn. Yes, another Dmitry.
Today, Akademgorodok is changing. Now there are not only scientists, but there are also a lot of companies.
More like startups.
Yeah, more like startups.
Dmitry's company, Tion, started off making king-size air filters for hospitals and other businesses.
As far as starting a company here, you didn't think, now that I have this idea, I'm going to run off to Silicon Valley. You decided this was the spot where you would give it a go.
Well, it's a very comfortable place, and there are a lot of good, smart people here. Also, we have very fresh air here, and it's very useful. Yeah, it's very useful for our company because we can compare the air we produce with the cleanest air in the world.
Today, Dmitry is the poster boy for a Siberian startup success story. And he feels like he's close to the finish line on phase 1 of his vision. Phase 2 takes him to China, where his company is rapidly expanding. There he hopes to get his devices out of hospitals and into homes with this little guy that detects pollutants in the air.
Just blow over the top?
It doesn't matter.
Like CO2.
You'll feel it. That's enough. Look, it goes down.
So the lights are going down.
Yeah, it means that air quality is not very good. Now it tried to increase the speed of fan in breather in this room to lower the concentration of carbon dioxide.
Cool. It seems to work.
Dmitry is not a wholly self-made man. Tion's success belongs to him, but it's built on a blueprint drawn up by the Russian government. His headquarters is on a sprawling government-funded campus called Akadem Park, with this crazy tower in the middle of it. Not recommended if you have a fear of heights. This place is a prime example of one of the big ideas in Russian tech, a cradle-to-grave genius factory. Across the country, they start them young with a strictly uniform education, heavy on math and science. They pull the best out of Siberia and send them down the street to Novosibirsk State University. From there, they used to funnel their brains to places like the Nuclear Institute. But now that that's a bit retro, many of them end up here, in the Tech Tower. Here it's like someone visited a few Silicon Valley startups, punched the copy button, ran it through Google Translate, and then hit paste in the middle of Siberia. Here's the living wall, only here it's dead. Here's the makerspace, and the 3D printed Putin. Here's the gym, only it's Siberia, so it comes with bear. Hello, innovation. Case in point, my new friend Kirill.
Where are you from originally?
I was born here in Akademgorodok.
Was your father, mother engineers as well?
Yeah. They graduated from Novosibirsk State University, and they was a computer engineer, Soviet computer engineer with big computers.
Okay.
You can tell by the Terminator-looking device on the table that Kirill makes drones. He says his drone is special because it can take off vertically and then fly very, very far, very, very fast. Kirill sees an optoplane drone flying miles along high-tension power lines, checking for breaks, or zooming to the site of forest fires and floods across Siberia. A team of engineers barely out of high school, and most definitely still in college, built this carbon fiber prototype by hand in 4 months.
It's quite a challenge to start a drone startup in Russia because of law constraints, because of investment climate. Traditions of mind of our clients is not so easy to break.
This is seen as sort of radical.
Yeah, it's kind of radical technology.
So, this drone company started in a Russian government-funded incubator is too radical for its clients, who, maybe you guessed it, are part of the Russian government. Optoplane's first contract came from the Russian version of FEMA, and it built this first prototype with money from a government-backed venture capital firm. They wouldn't exist without the government, and they barely exist because of it.
Russia is a very centralized country. So the United States, for example, with state laws, is faster than in Russia.
You have to get exceptions to test your drones and fly them around here, and that's difficult to do.
Yeah.
So are there many drone companies in Russia?
Not so many as in America.
It looks really cool. It looks good, yeah.
Like Skynet or something like that.
Yeah.
It's through the sheer force of their engineering smarts and passion that Optoplane has gotten off the ground. Out here in Siberia, they're part of one grand experiment in state-supported innovation. We'll have to see what the next 60 years bring to this silicon forest. Up next on Hello World, I find myself at a party for cyber cops and hit the streets in Moscow to shatter what remains of your illusions of personal privacy.
I would say that the implications of this very scary.
There's never been a better time to take in the epicness of modern Russia. The oil wealth that poured into the country for a decade has remade central Moscow into a classy European capital, only supersized. After all, this is the land of Tchaikovsky and Pushkin, Tolstoy, and the Bolshoi. Now it's home to bohemian cocktail bars and some of the best restaurants in the world. The result is something intimidating and, well, romantic. If you come from the West, you can live like an oligarch on the cheap. Sanctions and low oil prices have cut the ruble in half, doubling the fun for outsiders like me. But ask anyone here, and they'll tell you that the tensions with the West won't diminish the Russian soul. Russia's power comes from the force of its intellect. And that's on display here at the Tretyakov Gallery, where the country's most iconic modern artists hang from the walls. It got me thinking, what is art really? An object? An idea? A Jungian expression of a superpersonal alien impulse that creativity imposes on its creator? Oh, this one's swirly. I wonder what this app does. This app gets 5 stars, for sure. It's called Prisma, and its creator, Alexei Moisenkov, uses machine learning magic to rebuild your photos into something that could hang in a museum.
This painting is done by Alexander Exter. Does it look like one of your filters?
Yeah, it's similar to Gothic filter in our app.
What would Prisma pick up on?
Yeah, so for example, like finding the right colors, finding the right shapes, for example, these circles, and then it will try to find the right structure in your photo and redraw it from scratch.
Prisma topped 2 million downloads a day earlier this year. They program a vast network of computers to study great artists and then repaint your pictures from a blank canvas. Compared to that, Instagram filters are weak sauce. They just tweak the color and exposure of your photos.
How do you train a neural net to do something like that?
You need only one starlight picture.
So you take like a Picasso and then
a lot of simple photos, and then use Picasso to transfer the Picasso style to these details.
These past few years, Russia has honed the art of turning computer science nerds into AI-building geniuses. To put another foot soldier in that AI army to the test, I went right across the street from the Tretyakov Gallery to one of Moscow's spectacular public spaces, Gorky Park. Just 5 years ago, this was a decaying Soviet relic. Today, it's buzzing with people on wheels and friendly Russian faces. And my goal here is to find a few.
Hi, would you mind if I take a photo of your face? I'm trying to do a little bit of an experiment. Can I take a photo of your face? I just take a photo of you, and then we see if it can find your VK profile.
Okay. You might find me on Facebook.
It doesn't work on Facebook yet because they don't let you search the database.
Find Face is an Android app that lets you take a picture of a new friend or a complete stranger. In a few seconds, it scans all 250 million photos from VK, the Russian Facebook knockoff, and then finds a match.
All right, let's see what happens. Moment of truth. Here we go.
Oh, it's me. It's Arseny.
Oh, it's me.
Yes, it's me.
And your hair is so different in the photo.
Definitely find me first.
Yeah.
So it works.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Do you think it's strange?
It's strange, but cool.
You like some girl and you take a photo and you can find her and text her or something.
Yeah, so you guys like it.
I wouldn't do like this.
So if I forgot if this is my son or not, I can check it with my phone.
Find him.
Okay.
This year, FindFace took its algorithm to America for something called the Mega Face Challenge. There it beat Google and a lot of other face spotting software. To find out how they did it,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I went to meet the algorithm's creator at the office of his company, Entech.
Do you mind showing me how the technology works a little bit?
Yeah.
Can we try me? So these are my Russian brethren, my cousins. Is it ranked in order by who they think looks the most like me? This is like a 60-year-old with a machine gun. Another guy with a gun. I want to show you something else. Why am I a bear?
So the similarity is very low, but yes, algorithm thinks that there are some similarity. Sometimes it's difficult to say why neural network works this way, but it works.
Artyom programmed a neural network that approaches face finding differently than others. He fed it thousands of image matches, and after about 6 months of training, voila, it learned to read faces.
Essentially, you don't even know what the neural network is seeing.
In the beginning, neural network gives random answers, and the accuracy is close to 0. And during training, if everything goes well, the accuracy grows. And they are also called neurons. Some combinations of these neurons responsible for race, some combinations responsible for type of eyes. If you can efficiently find the exact person among huge data sets, it opens a lot more interesting use cases.
Like, for example, you can search for criminals in real life among all the street cameras in the city.
Are we creeped out yet? Maybe we should be. Entech has already signed a contract with the Moscow City Police, though Artyom won't talk about it. And he says they already have agreements with other law enforcement agencies both inside and outside Russia. It's easy to imagine what the FBI or its Russian counterpart, the FSB, could do with this kind of technology.
So it's a little bit controversial, right? Because anyone can identify you now out of the crowd.
I would say that the implications of this very scary.
I think FSB is searching us right there.
I'm saying like companies, yeah, big companies, corporations, and governments definitely know everything about you. But for random people, this makes it much easier.
You have to be careful if you go outside in the street or in a Facebook or any other social network. You've done it.
Yep.
You're open to be recognized.
This idea that you're not anonymous when you walk the street anymore, somebody can just snap your photo and identify who you are. You must have thought about that when you were developing the technology.
When we were developing, we were thinking only about accuracy and how cool it is. But privacy finished when you have smartphones with you, because they can track all the information about you. It's a battle between technology and privacy. My personal guess that technology will win.
On the outskirts of Moscow, you'll find Skolkovo. This is the mothership of state-sponsored innovation. The Kremlin is coaxing companies and workers here with promises of government support. I came here to take in its hugeness and to meet one of Skolkovo's rising stars, a criminologist named Ilya Sachkov.
Hello, Ilya.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Ilya heads Group IB, a private company based in Moscow that tries to find ever-elusive Russian hackers, unmask them, and then hand them over to the authorities.
We something like the superheroes in our field. We help our clients to solve very, very difficult cases. We use the branding like FBI.
Look at your picture, Ed. You look like James Bond.
This is Photoshop.
Group IB specializes in investigating fraud and theft, the type of stuff that makes up 99% of cybercrime.
People look on the cybercrime like an iceberg. They could see only the upper thing, but underwater, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of politicians, a lot of corrupt people from the different organizations, and this is the future.
They walk a tightrope, cooperating with Russian law enforcement while also serving major international clients like Citibank and Microsoft.
You have foreign clients today, huge companies, but as the tensions between China and the US and Russia, they just seem to be escalating, especially when it comes to cybersecurity.
Actually, we had office in New York. It was really funny experience because every week we have had excursion from FBI, from the New York police. They ask, what are you doing here?
It just seems like that will make it so much harder for you guys to expand your business.
I think with our knowledge that we really have good understanding of Russian cybercrime. So I think this is competitive advantage.
But do you think with the tensions between the US and Russia right now that Russia would be upset if you had an office in Silicon Valley?
I think yes. We have some toxic knowledge about the organized crime and cybercrime, and I think it's not the government, it's some people in government. Private company without any control do investigations, get some knowledge, of course they are not happy.
Для меня, как криминалиста, имеем дело с Fancy Beer. Это очень странно, что преступные группы используют это имя.
You think of
hackers as these guys sitting in their basement with their hats and their hoodies on. Well, this is what the people look like who hunt them. This is Russia's largest cybercrime event.
Хорошо. 1,000 people today.
The face recognition company that you told me about.
They are there? Yes, on the second floor. They won the face recognition competition by Google.
И как вы думаете, в ближайшие годы, но как изменяется ситуация атак?
Самая главная проблема, которая ждет человечество в ближайшем будущем, это появление гипертерроризма, который не интересует атаки, связанные с финансами, а интересуется атакой на критическую инфраструктуру, и они используют те же самые инструменты, те же самые механизмы, которые изобретает классическая организованная преступность. Хорошо, идем.
Ilya started Group IB in college with a few buddies. One of them is Dmitry Volkov, the company's head hacker hunter.
То теперь они будут фокусировать ресурсы рекрутинга для того, чтобы найти людей, которые способны проводить целенаправленные атаки и будут это делать. И здесь уже не будет целью шпионаж, не будет целью отключения в случае акта агрессии. Здесь цель злоумышленников одна – это нанесение максимального урона, желательно с человеческими жертвами, и получение максимального информационного резонанса.
I visited Group IB's Moscow office to find out more about how Dmitry chases cyber criminals.
Is the Russian hacking community, is that the biggest cybercrime community in the world?
We're different, so Russian-speaking hackers are so famous because we share knowledge, we develop tools, we share information about how to attack banks, how security measures applied on different systems. So a huge amount of information is available on the ground community.
What's the art of that and the technique?
Main goal is to get the full history of hackers' activity, because when hacker starts, he do a lot of mistakes. We have more than 100,000 profiles about hackers who communicated on Russian-speaking underground community. It is fully automated. We have artificial intelligence implemented in security solutions. We have special algorithms to detect unknown programs, and it's always interesting to see and, of course, to track how hackers adopt their techniques and tools to do attacks.
What does a Russian hacker look like? Who are these people?
If he's an attacker who is doing just technical job, usually he lives alone. But if you talk about organizers of fraudulent schemes, usually these people are very rich. They don't wear hoods, they drive in good cars, live in good houses, have very beautiful women. I can say it's like a mafia.
Group IB now occupies an uncomfortable position at the intersection of Cold War geopolitics and organized crime, like the mafia from Russia's unruly Caucasus. During an early Group IB investigation, Ilya learned that one of their targets had ordered the mobsters to kill him.
If you know about the Caucasian organized group, it's not funny at all.
And do you have bodyguards?
I had bodyguards for 2 years, but I understand if someone would like to do something bad, they will do.
Это автомат Калашникова. Это опасное оружие, но оно не такое опасное, как, например, ядерное оружие. После того, как произошел Карибский кризис, страны между собой, поняв, что они находятся перед большой катастрофой, сумели договориться контролировать ядерное оружие. Общество пока не понимает, что кибертеррористы могут использовать компьютерное оружие за 1 секунду через территорию другой страны, что приведет, естественно, к катастрофе. Катастрофа, которая изменит нашу планету. Что должно произойти, чтобы страны договорились и придумали единый инструмент борьбы с компьютерными преступлениями? И это то, что общество может спасти.
Peace on Cyber Earth may come. But just in case, Russia is building a series of startup cities to increase the might and reach of its sovereign tech. To an outsider like me, the depth of Russia's state influence on companies feels flat out backward and wrong. It's hard to imagine a true tech utopia springing up in a place like this. Edward Snowden, yes, he's somewhere out there, would say the US has its eyes everywhere too. Whether you're on this internet or that one, you're never alone anymore. Up next on Hello World, I travel to Chile's Atacama Desert to go hunting for the origins of the universe and find myself with the help of a shaman and some low-tech frog poison.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
They call this the Wooden House District of Helsinki. These beauties were built back in the early 1900s so that the workers of Finland could have nice places to live and nice gardens to tend. They're symbolic of Finland's famed social support system that has made Finns some of the happiest people on earth. Bless you, Finland, and your wheelbarrow gardens. Of course, progress often has its own plans. The workers here, for example, have been replaced by artsy hipsters seeking a trendy neighborhood. And soon enough, workers and hipsters all over the world might be replaced by robots that don't care about social systems or pretty gardens at all. Hello, robot overlords. Here at Helsinki's most scenic garbage dump are some hard-working robotic arms from a company called Zen Robotics. The Zen part obviously being some bizarre marketing ploy because there's nothing calming about these things. Their mission is to divvy up industrial trash, sorting things like wood and metal into their own piles.
How do you get the robot to see, that it's not wood, that it's a piece of steel, a plastic bag?
Okay.
All this stuff is so amorphous and different.
We use cameras, we use metal detectors, we use 3D sensors, and we use also near-infrared sensors the AI is able then to predict, okay, what kind of material. We try to understand how is a human operator sorting waste, and he is not picking it and putting it here, it picks and throws.
Yeah.
And we simulated the same movement, so our robot opens the gripper and lets the object fly.
And what do we know about how accurate the robots are?
Depending on the different kind of waste, we can go to a purity up to 90%.
Can we go take a closer look
Yes,
at the
for sure.
robots? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
let's go.
So the waste comes up, it goes on this conveyor belt, and then this is where it's getting scanned.
Yes.
And then in this moment where it's getting scanned, it's telling the robots down the line, there's going to be an object coming that I want you to grab.
Yes.
And then the arms start to go to work.
Yes. The robot gets to pick which waste and to throw it in which bin.
I mean, it does a really good job to me of picking up these objects that are such different sizes.
Yeah. You can believe that there are many man-hours invested to really develop a gripper what is able to grip total different kind of sizes, shapes, and weights.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the biggest challenges.
Zen Robotics recently put its robots to work right here in the heart of Silicon Valley at this massive garbage processing facility in San Jose. Artificial intelligence and trash commingling in harmony, just the way nature intended. Back in Finland, I took a drive from the dump to Espoo. It's a city about 25 minutes outside of Helsinki that is something of a tech suburb. Nokia's once glorious headquarters are here, and so too are its more sedate current headquarters. And the Angry Birds are here too. But I have not come to Espoo for disgruntled birds or airborne pigs. I have come to see some satellites. This is the headquarters of ICEYE. It's one of a handful of startups that have built small satellites that take constant pictures of what's happening on Earth. How many satellites have you guys put up today?
The commercial constellation that we operate right now is 3 satellites.
3 satellites. And then your satellites, they're mini fridge, maybe size.
It's the famous mini fridge, yeah.
And then you also want to try and surround the Earth with dozens, hundreds of these things.
Right, yeah. So we really want to make the system that allows you to sort of reliably and accurately and sort of objectively see everything at all times. It's almost like, you know, having a sort of a MRI scan for the Earth.
ICEYE satellites travel from pole to pole every 45 minutes. Rather than cameras, their 3 small sats use something called synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, to pound the Earth with microwave signals from low Earth orbit. They then use signals that are reflected back from the Earth to build images of the surface. Unlike cameras, SAR can see through the cloudiest of days and the darkest of nights. ICEYE combined this radar technology with advanced image processing and computer vision software to create highly detailed pictures.
Can we peek at some of these images and walk through kind of what you guys do?
So this was an example of the Hurricane Dorian in Bahamas. We were able to image this exactly when the hurricane was on top of the island. This is the island as it normally is, and then in the afterwards, the land border used to be here. And I think here the sort of really dramatic thing is that all of these red dots are, buildings, fully submerged. This is exactly, what becomes sort of insurance information.
Yeah, so you have proof that all this stuff flooded and...
And then proof is one thing, and then of course, just ability to react. That like now, what if you could trigger the payment to these guys automatically, so that like the people get to rebuild their lives and so forth.
Much more quickly,
Now here we're looking at a large tanker, the Grace 1. It relates to the sanctions to Iran. It became this big story when it was impounded in Gibraltar, when it was said that it was headed towards Syria with a tank full of Iranian oil. This is an image from a while back where we're able to see the Grace 1 ship here in the Iranian shores in January.
So maybe the U.S. knows where this tanker is, the NSA knows, the CIA, and they can choose to make public what they want. But basically with you guys, I mean, there's a democratization to all this where anyone who's willing to pay for your imagery, it's not just in the hands of these few governments now. It's like everybody can know what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's part of the big story here. In the case of this tanker, like what was really interesting is, well, was it full or was it not full? How full was it? And so forth.
If it's full of oil, it's down in the water, and you're getting something on, just the depth from like a shadow off the water or something like that.
Yeah, exactly like this. And then this is a mine. It's an open pit mine. So, this is like the more mundane use case here is just that you monitor the progress of the mining activity. But of course, the safety of, is there some displacement that is, likely to cause landslides, or is there some underground mining that is likely to cause collapses?
When it started in 2014, ICEYE was the very first company to build a commercial satellite in Finland. Since then, it's raised more than $65 million from investors and plans to launch a constellation of 18 small satellites in the next couple of years.
Right now, we're sort of fully booked with customers. So there would be some governments, there would be some insurance, some finance.
I mean, there's like a ton of positive use cases to all this stuff. I do think some people, though, would be creeped out a bit, right, about this all-seeing eye that is keeping track of what people are doing.
I think, as far as sort of like the sort of creepiness on a sort of personal level, I think a lot of the sort of mobile phones, internet, your sort of Google type services, like they tend to track you to much higher precision than we ever. So like, we would never really be in the business of identifying humans. Like, we don't image faces, or like the resolution is way lower than that. For us, it's about objectivity, of being able to provide as neutral source of information as possible.
AI robots and super fancy satellites are all well and good. Probably. But no visit to Finland would be complete without exploring its oldest and most famous tech, the sauna. Or as they say it here, the sauna. And since Finland is a tiny place full of accommodating people, I was able to find not just a sauna, but the sauna. And not just any sauna companion, but the sauna companion. Finland's most famous actor, Jesper Paakkonen. Along with having an outstanding six-pack, Jesper owns this beauty. He joined me at about 11 p.m. to teach me the art of the sauna and what it means to the Finnish people.
When you walk into a sauna, you're stripped down from your clothes, you're stripped down from all the titles, your wealth. You leave your wallet outside, and it's just a bunch of people at their most bare state of being. And it's really hard to not be honest when you're so exposed and so bare.
Yeah. So this is a pretty common thing, is to come here and hash things out.
Yeah. Sauna is the only word from Finnish language to travel to other languages as a common word to use. And saunas are more common in Finland. It's more common to own a sauna than it is to own a car.
Okay.
Which means every single person has a sauna.
Yeah. everybody has these saunas, but the ones here are very traditional. And what is the classic Finnish sauna?
The real sauna would always be a wood-heated sauna, because the burning of the wood gives the sauna this very distinct flavor, or this löl.
Okay.
Löl, the word means like the spirit of the sauna.
Okay.
And the feel when you throw water onto the sauna heater's rocks. That's löl. And you just get much better löl when you heat it with wood.
Löl.
Löl. Löl.
Löl. Perhaps unimpressed by my grasp of the Finnish language, Jasper decided it was a good idea to complete the sauna experience by subjecting me to a ritualized form of icy torture.
We just lower ourselves down to our necks, and then we take a few deep, kind of just easy breaths.
Okay.
Try not to hyperventilate.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Takes a second to settle in. I feel good.
Yeah.
Woo. Okay, that's refreshing. All right, man.
Let's see, now you start feeling this tingling,
I'm definitely
warmth.
able to breathe now.
Yeah.
So that's
And you don't
positive.
feel cold, right?
No, I feel good actually, yes.
Once you do it a few times, first you get used to it.
Yeah.
And then you get addicted to it.
So how many times would you do that during the course of a sauna session?
I usually do it 4 times back and forth.
Okay.
So sauna, swim, and then you end it with the swim. I often say that sauna is like the church for a normal, average Finn. If he or she goes to the sauna, you're in silence and you sweat out the daily sorrows, both mentally and physically. There's something church-like.
Sadly, I think our version is like a football game or something.
Iron, gold, copper. Minerals are the lifeblood of the world's economy. From the Arctic Circle to the Sahara Desert, the $1.7 trillion mining industry supplies raw materials needed for everything, from skyscrapers to smartphones. But mining also comes with an increasingly critical environmental cost, one that may require us to think about off-planet solutions before it's too late.
Booster ignition.
Asteroids, moons and planets in our own solar system hold an essentially unlimited supply of untapped resources.
The first trillionaires will be those who mine asteroids.
Resources like gold, platinum and rare earth metals make some of those asteroids incredibly high-priced. But the most valuable element may be our most basic one.
What you want to mine in space is what you need a lot of.
And while humans have been mining for thousands of years, mining in space requires new, innovative technologies to realize any potential business and economic opportunities. Such technologies might just allow humanity to expand operations off Earth and take that next giant leap. These tiny dots represent the millions of asteroids in our solar system. Over the past 2 decades, government and private aerospace companies have been investigating their composition, location, and even possible payoffs to mine them. This one, known as Bennu, has an estimated value of $669 million. Ryugu, $82 billion. Better yet, an asteroid called Davida, which is valued at more than $100 trillion. And the reason for these high price tags? They're made up of valuable metals like platinum, gold, and iron.
We believe that asteroids have platinum group metals, rare earth metals, in higher percentages than you might find on the moon, for instance.
Only once in human history has an asteroid sample been brought back to Earth. on the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's Hayabusa mission in 2010. And even then, the return sample was merely dust particles. And the total cost of that mission? Approximately $250 million.
One problem is that compared to the moon, there's very little gravity. So somehow you have to attach yourself to the asteroid, whereas on the moon, the gravity will hold your processing equipment in place. So the general answer to the question, can we bring materials mined in space back to Earth? The general answer is no.
Bringing things from space to Earth only makes sense if what is retrieved is so extraordinarily valuable and just not available on Earth.
And even returning the most valuable asteroids could drastically devalue those materials. Take asteroid 16 Psyche, for instance. NASA is constructing a probe to launch in 2022 to study the potato-shaped object, which is roughly 95% metals, nickel iron, platinum, and even gold. Some estimates value the asteroid at $700 quintillion. NASA says it may be the inner core of a developing planet that somehow lost its outer layers, offering incredible insight into how planets are formed. If someone did manage to bring large amounts of this asteroid back to Earth, supply of the resources would skyrocket, meaning we'd have more of the material than we would have use for, causing the price to crash to almost zero.
Once we erode the rarity of a high-value metal or mineral, the value of that terrestrially could drop significantly.
Experts agree that a more likely scenario is materials mined in space will stay in space, jump-starting a whole new money-making industry.
Any spacefaring nation will have looked at what's called in situ resource utilization, which is a very common space term, meaning you use the resources where you are. So taking that model of if you need it in space, mine it in space, what would you be mining? Mostly you need fuel.
There's something else much more valuable for use in space that's abundant on Earth. Water. Not only can water sustain human and plant life for future manned space missions, the components of water, hydrogen and oxygen, can also be separated and reassembled to make fuel. This zero-emission fuel, called hydrogen fuel, is the same used in spacecraft propulsion and fuel cell vehicles. Hydrogen fuel research in this new space race could also spur new technologies that can help fight climate change by speeding the elimination of fossil fuel use on Earth. And there's already a high demand for it, and an immediate business opportunity for risk-tolerant companies wishing to make a fortune. In a 2018 paper by industry, government and academic experts, they estimated that for an initial $4 billion investment in a moon water mining operation, which is about the cost of a luxury hotel in Las Vegas, about $2.4 billion in revenue could be generated annually.
The sort of business case 101 for mining in space is, if you're going to launch something from Earth, it's going to cost you about $10,000 or $20,000 per kilo to get it into space. So if you need water for something in space, and you can produce it for less than $10,000 a kilo, then do it in space. The United Launch Alliance, ULA, they have put a price on water in space. They have said, we'll give you this amount of money for the water, which means people who are going out and trying to produce that water now have a customer.
In 2016, the ULA announced it's willing to pay around $3,000 per kilogram for propellant in an orbit less than 2,000 kilometers in altitude, called low Earth orbit, compared with the estimated price of $4,000 per kilogram to deliver the propellant from Earth. Most experts believe the Moon is a logical starting point for this. It has more gravity than an asteroid, making it easier to land, and its poles are thought to hold vast amounts of water ice. That potential volume of water has made it the focus of NASA's Artemis program, which aims to land astronauts on the Moon's southern pole, and also make the space agency a critical first customer for any water harvested on the Moon.
China, India, Israel, the US, Europe, everyone is now sort of focusing on the Moon.
And all of these government programs are looking to set up shop for a water mining future. A fueling station on the moon could ultimately make current space ventures much cheaper and make future space missions possible. Although entirely theoretical at this point, here's how it could play out. Water is mined on the moon and a fueling station is set up. This would provide the first customers, most likely government agencies, with water for human consumption and fuel for spacecraft. Water-derived fuel could also be harvested on an asteroid. Vehicles or propellant transports then carry the fuel from the surfaces to a stable storage point between the Earth and the Moon. Fueling stations can also be set up in low Earth orbit, making it accessible to satellites and other spacecraft. As of now, satellites that run out of fuel are decommissioned. Extra fuel would allow them to stay in their orbits, increasing their lifespan. Since using a rocket to get fuel out of Earth's atmosphere is expensive, refueling in low Earth orbit can greatly improve the size, type, and cost of missions in space. The commercial launch industry like SpaceX would also benefit from these fuel depots. The use of lunar-based propellant and commodities may also provide a stepping stone for interplanetary exploration. But while there has been a renewed interest in the moon, it hasn't been easy. In just 2019, missions to the moon's surface by both India and Israel resulted in landing failures. And the technology to mine and extract these potential water reserves on the moon and beyond is still unproven. But some entrepreneurs are still optimistic.
The answer is yes. The technology exists. We can put something together, we can send something to the moon that can mine water. So we are sort of like a trailblazers, trying to figure out what's going on the moon, what's below the surface.
Meet Honeybee Robotics. They've designed drills used in NASA's past Mars missions and have sampling and mining systems going on future planned missions to the Moon, Saturn's moon Titan, Mars' moon Phobos, and Jupiter's moon Europa.
We've been focusing on developing high-end, fully autonomous drilling systems from literally iPhone size all the way to the size that cannot fit inside this vacuum chamber behind me.
And that's why NASA has long relied on their expertise. Unlike your everyday drill from the hardware store, their drills overcome the numerous limitations of space, which include extreme temperatures and low gravity.
That means you have to be very, very imaginative, very innovative to solve these problems. You're essentially trying to do what we do here on Earth, but with a fraction of the power, with a fraction of the mass, with a fraction of the volume, and drilling is unforgiving. If you get stuck, if something goes wrong, there is no second chance.
The difficulty in drilling would delay placement of the second probe until the next day.
One of their innovative ideas, called PlanetVac, uses compressed gas to shoot material into a sample container. Its ergonomic design allows it to be inside the foot of a lander, and was chosen to go with NASA-funded payloads to the Moon and Mars' moon Phobos. For mining and extracting water on the Moon, they created the Planetary Volatiles Extractor, or PVEX, and it not only drills, it mines. It's based off a drill that removes a cylinder of material called a coring drill.
But it's not just any coring drill, it's a system with heaters on the inside. So you drill down to required depth, you heat up the material that's on the inside of a coring drill. And ice turns into vapor, and vapor moves up the coring drill into a cold finger. So you're capturing water vapor like, for example, in your freezer when you have condensation. PVEX is a mining system. It can actually get into the soil, it can actually extract water, it can actually capture this water in a separate container. We have all the pieces together and we can go to the Moon or Mars and mine it.
When it's tested on the Moon, which may happen in the next couple of years, PVEX will be the first end-to-end mining system deployed in space. And they have even more futuristic ambitions to use the PVEX drill. Like this one, that not only extracts and stores water, but uses it to propel itself, like a flying kettle.
Wine, it stands for the world is not enough. It's a James Bond stuff, it's very futuristic. It's a new concept of space exploration.
The main idea is to send hundreds of low-cost wine spacecrafts all over the solar system to give a clear atlas of asteroids that have water resources. Honeybee Robotics is one of the many startups that NASA is depending on to develop new innovative ideas.
There is a strong private-public partnership with NASA right now to come up with landers that we can send twice a year that will put payloads to the moon, payloads like instruments, like rovers, and also humans. We're doing it. It's happening right now. Very exciting times.
By giving out multiple contracts, NASA reduces the cost for themselves and the entire industry.
We want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation, driving down the cost and increasing access to space and industrializing.
Startup TransAstra, with a new infusion of $2 million from NASA, has teamed up with other space startups and educational institutions to prove its process for harvesting and utilizing water from asteroids without even touching them.
Optical mining is our patent-pending process for using highly concentrated sunlight or light from another source to excavate the surface without having to use digging tools to dig into it. And this is very important in space, especially for asteroids.
To help develop and prove this technology, they've teamed up with the Colorado School of Mines. It's known as the Optical Mining Testbed. First, they put the simulated asteroid in a vacuum chamber to recreate the conditions of space. Then, they use liquid nitrogen to cool a surface inside the tank called a cryotrap. Then they turn on a giant light bulb, which imitates sunlight that they then concentrate into a beam, resulting in very high temperatures. The beam of light hits the asteroid target, fractures the sample, and then water and other materials are released and frozen onto the cryotrap.
The volatile materials, which include water, methane, carbon dioxide, other valuable materials that are common and cheap here on the ground, but very valuable in space, trapped on our cryotrap.
Well, that's pretty nice.
The same way that we would trap those chemicals in space for a real asteroid mining mission.
Optical mining bypasses the daunting task of trying to land on an object with such low gravity that it could simply break apart when touched, and there's no drill to potentially get stuck. But for this to work, they're targeting smaller asteroids the size of a beach ball for their tech demonstrator model, with plans to accommodate rocks the size of a cubic tennis court and bigger in future models.
We think the right thing to do is to rendezvous with the asteroid, match rotation with it, put a thin film bag around it, cinch that bag down, and then de-spin the asteroid. And now you have the asteroid in a container so you can work with it in a practical way.
TransAstra believes that harvesting water on asteroids will not only make space travel more affordable for private industry, but it will make NASA's proposed missions to take astronauts to the Moon, Mars, and even asteroids possible within a budget that the US Congress may be willing to provide.
Now we can cut out hundreds of billions of dollars and actually make it possible for NASA to do all those exciting missions in a period of just 20 years or so. By harnessing the asteroids. Now what's really cool about it is that by using public-private partnership and working with companies like TransAstra, the infrastructure for space resource harvesting and commercial transport in space can be developed. So by NASA doing it this way and NASA becoming the first user of these resources and this infrastructure for its exploration missions, then that infrastructure is left behind for industry. And that can create massive industries in space. Like, it even becomes cost-effective to build a space hotel.
TransAstra and partner Momentus will be on a 2-year contract with NASA to build their asteroid mining and in-space transportation prototype called Mini-B to provide optical mining in space.
We live in a very exciting time where we're going to be able to take that to space, and the resources of space are literally unlimited.
And those unlimited resources are what some universities are betting on. At the Colorado School of Mines, where TransAstra does its optical mining research, they now offer a graduate degree in space resources.
Our space resources program is the first of its kind in the world. There is anticipated to be a growing number of jobs directly in space resources. But the skills and practices of space resources can be applied to lots of other things.
And a huge benefit to space mining research is that a lot of this technology can be beneficial here on Earth. Like their 3D printer that uses materials on the Moon or Mars to make structures, and is modelled after startup Icon's 3D printer that is used to make homes on Earth. Their penetrometer is a tool on the end of a robotic arm that's being developed to take measurements on the Moon, but has applications for mining companies. And even a rover in a lunar testbed that can drill and prospect for resources has its benefits.
There are places on Earth where mining companies and equipment manufacturers are looking at applying smart robotic systems in terrestrial mines. They could go into places that are not safe for humans. They could work in much more confined, toxic environments than a person could.
And one country is doing just that, and hopes to leverage their expertise in robotic systems for mining remote, inhospitable locations that are almost Mars-like.
Recently, the administrator of NASA, when the head of the Australian Space Agency visited, was saying that the US is looking to Australia to be doing development in this area of extracting resources in space. One of the reasons why we in Australia want to get into this area is because of the strength of our mining industry, the strength of our mining automation, and the strength of our mining research. We see it as a way that Australia can establish a niche space capability.
Australia's high wages have caused some of the largest mining operations in the world to seek cost savings by using automation. Rio Tinto, the world's second largest mining company, has fitted operations in Australia with fleets of autonomous trucks, drills, and even the first driverless freight train network. Adapting these technologies could prove useful to space programs, and the use of space technology in mines, such as robotics, would be useful on Earth. The Australian Centre for Space Engineering Research at the University of New South Wales in Sydney was founded in 2010 and has 15 PhD current or graduated students researching space resource ventures related to Australia's needs and expertise.
What we are trying to do at the moment is to reduce the risk perceived by a large company, mining company for instance, when they approach this type of venture. I think one of the main reasons that terrestrial mining companies should be looking at this problem is that they will benefit their terrestrial operations by learning some of these lessons. So if they look at the way that you need to automate on the Moon, that will help their terrestrial operation. If you look at the way you would analyse risk for this type of mine, they must learn new lessons, which should hopefully flow back to their risk analysis for terrestrial mines.
Although mining companies have terrestrial mining expertise and monetary advantages, only time will tell who will be the first to provide a fueling station in space.
In terms of making it happen, I actually don't think it'll be a startup, I don't think it'll be a space agency, and I don't think it'll be a mining company, but I think it will be a big company, probably driven by a high net worth individual. A company like Blue Origin, SpaceX, a company like that. Not necessarily them, but something like that.
Proving that this kind of mining is feasible could trigger an influx of profit-minded companies migrating off the Earth. Just one industry that would stake a claim on the vast wealth of space. Not only is the universe a place for exploration, for private companies it's a new resource. The key which will unlock new possibilities in technology, manufacturing, living and working, both at home and beyond Earth. And all of this will be the result of our next giant leap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Building new things has led to some of humanity's biggest leaps forward. We made tools, forged new materials, and learned to produce them for millions, and then billions. With every new innovation comes new industries, new economies, new challenges. And we're always looking for what comes next.
3, 2, 1. SpaceX Falcon Heavy, go for launch.
The industrialization of space, I think, will be one of the great economic booms of this century.
Space offers a whole new environment to create things we can't make on Earth.
Gravity in general is something that we all just take for granted because it's just always here. It affects everything. What becomes interesting is what happens when you take that away.
Private companies are creating new materials, 3D printing tools, even living tissue, and developing the technology to build entire factories in space. If successful, for-profit manufacturing could lead to a new gold rush, launching the business of space to its next giant leap.
Elon Musk and Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos and many other industrialists, they're making big investments to go up there, but there has to be a why. There has to be a reason to go to space.
We want to see a very robust commercial marketplace in space, but the other thing that we have to do is we have to prove the industries that ultimately are going to be able to take advantage of the microgravity environment of space.
In space, we're opening the way to private enterprise.
Since the 1980s, companies have been investigating the unique properties of microgravity, yielding major breakthroughs in the areas of biomedicine and advanced materials research. And now some are looking to start production.
Manufacturing in space has at its core the following idea. This extraordinary environment with a completely different set of environmental factors than the Earth can enable you to manufacture things that you couldn't manufacture on Earth that have value.
Our economy has historically been a value-added economy, right? We take raw material and we turn it into steel, and we sell that steel for profit. Finding new ways of making things is historically the makings of economic boom.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
In July of 2019, SpaceX's CRS-18 launched with over a dozen new research projects, including investigations being conducted by Goodyear and Adidas. Both companies hope that studying their products in microgravity could unlock new opportunities. Also aboard the mission is a biomaterial 3D printer, and with it, the chance to print whole human organs.
Spock, BFF on Side 4.
Go ahead.
So you were working with DMC to go ahead and get our command window open a little early, correct?
Yes, bandwidth is available.
Okay, so I'm just testing where the numbers are and making sure they're to a hard stop.
Christina, we should be good to go hands-free now. Copy the thumbs up. We do want to start by opening up the cassette kit.
It's just past 3 a.m. and the team at TechShot is prepping their initial printing run for the newly arrived biofabrication facility, or BFF. Fueled by coffee and the type of food you might expect to find at 3 a.m, the team is working directly with astronauts aboard the ISS, all from the comfort of TechShot headquarters, located just outside Louisville, Kentucky.
Now we want to double check that the smart pumps are in the up position. We're going to be sliding the cassette in, and we just don't want to bump them with the cassette.
I see.
That looks great. We are good to go ahead and put the door back on.
Okay, copy that.
We'll be able to do some printing.
Definitely.
From the outside, the BFF doesn't look that much different to traditional 3D printers. But inside, these smart pumps are being loaded with living cells. And for the company, all eyes are focused on the inaugural drop, paving the first biological brick on the long road to printing human organs.
Currently, there's over 113,000 people on the organ donation list, and 22 people are dying every day because there's not an organ available. BFF has that long-term potential to someday maybe be able to provide some hope and a cure for some of those people.
This is John Vellinger, the CEO of TechShot, a company he co-founded over 30 years ago. While his latest project just succeeded in its initial test prints, the BFF has a long way to go before it's printing anything as complex as a human liver or heart.
TechShot is demonstrating the BFF technology with this current flight, and we anticipate being able to print organs and structures might be 5 to 10 years out.
Bioprinters have been on Earth for over a decade and can print things like ear and nose cartilage that are living tissue. But for complex systems like organs, the difficulty has been printing the vascular networks within the tissue itself. Without vascular tissue to distribute the needed nutrients, any printed cells would die off well before they could be used. And TechShot believes that gravity is a big part of the challenge.
So let's just say that you want to create something that has one layer of cells, and then on top of that, a different layer of cells, and then on top of that, like a third layer of cells. So one way that you could do that would be to just print one cell in a layer, and then your second layer with another type of cell, and then your third layer with another type of cell. But depending on those materials, over a short period of time, those cells may not stay in those layers. They may settle out and then end up combining.
You know, you think of, printing, if you tried to print with water here on Earth, you know what would happen. It would just squirt out like out of a water gun. And that is because in a gravity environment, everything wants to just squirt out and wet out and spread out. But in the microgravity environment, you don't have to worry about any of that. So you have a much wider range of materials that you can print with.
To combat the effects of gravity on Earth, researchers have used scaffolded structures in order to support the growing cells.
The problem is a lot of ways that is accomplished isn't necessarily the best for biology. It can limit the types of materials that you can use, and it can also limit the types of cells that can really thrive in that environment. In microgravity, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. You could have your different layers or areas or sections of different types of cells and put them next to each other, and there are no other forces that are going to cause them to mix. So you have this opportunity to be able to make these small regions in 3 dimensions in a different type of way and different type of structure that would be very difficult to do on the ground.
Microgravity-enabled bioprinting still has numerous hurdles to cross before it can produce a product for sale. Only now that the printer is operating aboard the ISS can researchers begin to understand the correct materials and process necessary not only to print organs, but to culture and preserve them long enough to return back to Earth. But all that time and research is part of TechShot's plan.
TechShot's business model is to be a tech engine. We're generating new technologies. And then if we feel like that technology has a potential, commercial potential, we spin that off into a different company or to a different group.
They liken their business to Levi Strauss in the 1800s. During the gold rush, Levi Strauss started out by providing canvas material for tents and wagons. And when those miners needed a more durable fabric, the now iconic blue jeans were born.
The business model of selling pickaxes as opposed to going out and panning for gold really certainly applies to space, and there are many companies at the component level that are providing products and services to launch companies, to satellite operators, to NASA. One of the challenges in that business model is you need a gold rush.
It's not clear that 3D printed organs could set off any kind of a gold rush to space, so in order to stay in business, TechShot needs to have other projects, making sure it doesn't keep all of its eggs in one satellite.
This is my science fair project that I started in 8th grade. The whole experiment was to see how would the chicken embryo develop in space without the presence of gravity. This science project evolved into the Space Shuttle project.
Imagine this chicken egg in the back of the barnyard. Gravity is causing the yolk to fall to the bottom of the egg. Now the hen has a natural instinct of turning that egg around. So therefore the yolk will go back up to the top and gravity pulls it back down to the bottom again. Now what would happen to that egg up in space?
The project was sponsored by Kentucky Fried Chicken, in which their worldwide headquarters is located in Louisville. And so the engineer that I worked with, Mark Deucer, he and I are the ones that decided to start TechShot and start it right here in Louisville, Kentucky. We started in a motel. It was just two rooms, and eventually we went into 4 rooms of the motel. And then as TechShot matured and developed and gained more projects and more opportunities, then we decided, we're in this for the long haul. And so we built a world-class research facility here that we're sitting in today.
And here, just across the street from that first motel room, TechShot is currently working on 15 active projects, creating technology for NASA, the military, and major pharmaceutical companies, all with the goal to support researchers in microgravity.
Last year was TechShot's best year in its history. I think that's reflective of the excitement of the new opportunities that are out there for space.
And if they're lucky, one of these projects could yield that catalyst of a space gold rush. But they aren't alone in this race. Another company located in Silicon Valley views making things in space as core to their mission, even down to their name. This is fiber optic cable. It works because the fiber reflects light over and over inside the structure. And even if you bend it, the light still comes through the other end. But in this application, it's nothing more than a modern-looking lava lamp. The best fiber optic cable is being used to transmit data all over the world. In fact, undersea cables carry 99% of all the data that crosses oceans. Optical fiber, usually made from silica, is important because it can transmit data incredibly quickly over a long distance before needing to have its signal amplified. But research done by the US Air Force in the 1990s proved that it would be possible to produce a fiber known as Z-blan that could far exceed traditional silica fiber. The only catch, it needs to be made in microgravity.
Z-blan is an optical glass that has a transmission window that's about 5 times wider than traditional silica glass, and it has a signal loss that's 10 to 100 times better than traditional silica glass.
This is Andrew Rush, the CEO of Made in Space, a company with a mission to create a new industrial foothold in space. And it sees Z-blan as potentially the first material that can be made in space and sold on Earth.
So this is a preform of Z-blan. It starts out as this nice dog bone cylinder, and then it gets inserted into a furnace. This gets thinner and thinner, thinner than the width of your own hair, and then you start pulling that. And so if everything works out, you get a spool like this from our earlier test runs. Basically looks like fishing line.
While it is possible to produce Zeblan on Earth, it's nowhere near the potential of what you can produce in microgravity.
Earth manufactured Zeblan suffers from too many crystals in the material, and basically what happens is when light or power goes through these crystal domains, they reduce each time, creating a power loss throughout the length of fiber you're going through. Microgravity suppresses these formations, and doing so creates more of a monocrystalline structure, so you don't have all these domain drops, and you have less of a power drop over that length of fiber. You know, you can go transatlantic and transpacific without having repeaters in the lines like traditional fiber lines do today.
You can imagine providing 5, 10, 50 times more bandwidth down the same line of fiber by using Zeblan instead of silica. That you begin to scratch the surface of the economic potential of Zeblan.
They estimate that a kilogram of Zeblan could sell for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that high price per kilogram is important when it comes to space manufacturing.
Historically, a barrier to doing a lot of commercial activity in space has been that it costs so much money to get to space, do things, and then come back. You know, it can literally cost like tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram to launch, operate, and return. And that's why things like Zeblan are so attractive, because we can sustainably sell them for tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram.
Meaning at some point, whole factories could be created in space, receiving raw material from the ground and shipping microgravity-enabled Zeblan back to Earth. But the problem is, it's all still theoretical. Made in Space has been working on Zeblan for over 4 years and has flown 4 missions to test their manufacturing techniques, with more planned in the future. But they still expect to be a few years away from producing a product that could be sold on Earth, let alone scaling that to larger industries.
It's very interesting and a little counterintuitive. The most successful companies in space are the companies that consistently say, how can I do this on Earth? There have been many products that started with the vision of actually manufacturing in space and ended up with a discovery phase in space and manufacturing on Earth. And that's good news for consumers. That's good news for the end users of those products, because that reduces costs. You don't build your manufacturing plant on the most expensive real estate you can possibly get a hold of. You build your manufacturing plant where you can manufacture economically.
For Made in Space, though, discovering the first product that can truly be made in space is more than just profit and loss.
The establishment of space manufactured Zeblan as a product line is core to our vision, right? That's the industrialization of space, right there. That's the Netscape moment of low Earth orbit commercialization. If in our research and development for Zeblan, say, we found ways of improving Zeblan that we could actually apply terrestrially, like apply in a gravity field, we would be excited about that. You know, for us, we'd take the profits from that and plow that back into doing more cool space stuff.
And while the company is also investigating other materials like Zeblan that can be produced in space, they've already laid the groundwork for a whole new way of thinking about in-space manufacturing. And they call it Archinaut.
So Archinaut is one of many steps toward those broader visions.
Archinaut is more of a capability than a thing. The capability can enable virtually anything you can think of in terms of structures in space. You can build large things, small things that are optimized, it doesn't really matter.
Archinaut blends robotic manufacturing with 3D printing, allowing it to create and assemble products in space. Meaning, instead of flying something, like say a satellite to space, you could create them there. But before Made in Space can use Archinaut as an in-space factory, it needs to turn its vision into a sustainable business.
There is no shortage in space of visionaries.
What I really want to try to achieve here is to make Mars seem possible.
The visionaries that we are seeing succeed are the visionaries that attach their vision to an incremental pathway.
We've been very fortunate to work closely with NASA for a number of years in developing gravity-independent manufacturing technologies. And the first one of those technologies that we really tackled was 3D printing.
International Space Station has its own 3D printer, and look at this. Astronauts created the first object to be made with it. It's a white printer part.
The first print that we did was a plate for the printer, and it said NASA and it said Made in Space on it.
Is it fair to say like the first thing you made in space is in marketing material?
I mean, we actually kind of joked that the first thing we did was demonstrate that you could make like self-repairing robots in space.
To date, Made in Space has created over 200 objects aboard the ISS. And with its second printer, named the Additive Manufacturing Facility, they were able to not only prove their technology, but turn it into a business.
We struck kind of an interesting deal with them where we actually retained ownership of the device and actually operated as a service and printed parts for NASA, for other individuals, for companies, for schools. So really starting to build almost this machine shop in space kind of business model. The approach that we've taken at Made in Space has been to have this really inspiring big vision. We take that big vision and we decompose that into digestible chunks, like steps along that path toward these fantastic futures.
And that first incremental step for Archinaut is to change how we think about manufacturing satellites.
Archinaut 1 project is a free-flying satellite which will manufacture 10-meter booms, and those 10-meter booms will have solar arrays on them which allow a small sat to manufacture on the order of about a kilowatt of power.
The Archinaut 1 mission will launch in 2022. It's part of a public-private partnership with NASA, and the project aims to reduce the cost of putting satellites into orbit. While satellites have been getting smaller, if you need a satellite that'll require lots of power, you'll most likely need a massive solar array. But large arrays are difficult to fit into rocket payloads, the so-called tyranny of the fairing, and it gets expensive. One way around this problem was to spend heavily on engineers to devise solutions for folding arrays into compact configurations. Then deploy at their full size once in space. But all that work and extra weight on a rocket can add tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars to a launch cost. Archinaut gives satellite makers a new option. Include a 3D printer and robotic arm onto their existing satellites and let Archinaut build their very large solar arrays in space. This could reduce the cost of getting power-hungry satellites into orbit and potentially open up whole new industries to space.
Probably the most significant factor for the financial success of a space-based or space-related business is economies of scale. The more activity there is, the more feasible it is.
Both Made in Space and NASA hopes that Archinaut will help reduce the cost of doing business in space. But it's still unclear whether larger and cheaper solar arrays is the answer to finding scale in production.
A successful strategy for manufacturing in space is to demonstrate capabilities and to have adaptable capabilities that can serve different customers.
When you combine that robotic assembly and additive manufacturing, it really opens the door for customization for clients.
Folks may say, hey, I actually don't need that much power because of my mission, but I need a big antenna, or I need a large radiator. Archinaut, because it's general, means that I can provide those services quickly and at low cost. So we hope that folks see what we're doing and are inspired by it and say, hey, this is what I need. So yeah, it'd be great if somebody came to us and said, this is the thing that we want to make. And we're like, oh my gosh, that's the killer app.
The hope for Archinaut, just like with Zeblan and organ printing, is that one of these businesses can be that spark for space industrialization.
I think once people see the potential of microgravity, I think a lot more people, a lot more commercial entities will get involved in space research, because I think it is such a unique environment. That different way of thinking leads to innovation. And so I think you see so much excitement and so much interest because the potential to come up with new products, new innovations is real.
The ability to manufacture in space means that we kind of break the tyranny of the launch fairing, right? And we can now make structures that are really enormous, like big structures that are on the size and scale of things that we're comfortable with and we interact with on Earth, on a consistent basis, like larger buildings, multi-story buildings. Nothing like that exists in space, but we need to be able to make structures and spacecraft and habitats that are that size if we are really to sustainably move into space, move into low Earth orbit and beyond.
And as industry enters low Earth orbit, we'll begin to explore the next financial future. The Moon, Mars, even asteroids contain potentially invaluable resources. On the next giant leap, we'll explore the private companies developing the technology needed for off-world mining. But in order for it to become a business, it'll take another giant leap.
Okay, so one of the most interesting, kind of weirdest work from home stories has to be this company called Relativity Space. They are a rocket startup in Southern California, just outside of downtown Los Angeles. They are actually trying to 3D print an entire rocket using these giant machines that are sort of Westworld-like. In the midst of this pandemic and the work from home situation, their technology actually looks like an advantage, a major advantage, in that they've been able to keep running these robots autonomously, just having one person go by the factory every now and again to keep the robots fed. To explain how all this works and the company's vision, we're going to talk to Tim Ellis, who is the co-founder and CEO of Relativity. I cover the space industry really close, and it's this very exciting time. SpaceX just had a historic launch, and then there's this flood of other rocket startups that are coming, and I've been following you guys for a while, but you guys are a little bit different than the other rocket startups. Can you sort of explain what Relativity does?
I founded Relativity back at the beginning of 2016. My co-founder was actually working at SpaceX on the Crew Dragon program. I was at Blue Origin. The problem we saw in the industry is that really for the last 60 years, no one's actually changed how rockets are manufactured. There's reusability, there's other kind of rocket technologies which are new and very disruptive, but we really felt 3D printing a whole rocket was going to be the next big disruption in the industry.
If you go somewhere, even like SpaceX, which is a super modern aerospace company, they do 3D print some stuff, particularly around the engines, but a lot of stuff is done by hand.
Yes, that's right. Other companies we've seen are probably in the single digits, maybe as low as 0.1% of the rocket is actually 3D printed by mass. We're actually targeting printing 95% of our rocket, so almost everything other than the electronics. We're targeting not just printing 95% of the rocket, but doing it from raw material to a finished rocket in the factory in only 60 days. And that compares to about 2 years in a traditional factory. The 3D printers that we ended up developing entirely in-house use big robots that come from industrial car automation or other sort of industrial automation. And then we've actually had to write our own software and then all of the control algorithms to basically, wherever the robot moves around, we have a metal wire that gets fed in, and then we actually use plasma to melt the wire, and then that solidifies. And so essentially, now we can code the robots, and using pretty sophisticated controls, wherever the robot moves around, we can actually print our fuel tank. And it's very, very fast.
As far as why somebody hasn't done this before, I remember when you guys got started, I think even still today, maybe it's fair to say, there's people who are skeptical of this approach. Obviously, these rockets it's a controlled explosion. Can you 3D print something that's stable enough?
We've actually already produced a full-scale second stage structure with the common dome and done proof testing to show that it can hold the pressure and stresses of flight. And then we've done something like 300 engine tests to date. All 3D printed. So we're actually proving the tech works.
During the pandemic, I know a lot of the aerospace companies were able to stay relatively open if they were doing sort of stuff that had a national security kind of implication or national interest. What was it like for you guys? Have you been able to have employees in the factory?
We actually took a pretty proactive approach to the pandemic. So around March 6th to March 9th, we actually started making everyone go home and work from home. So people unplugged their desktops. We're actually a very cloud-forward company in our architecture, which lets us operate the 3D printers remotely anyway. So we're actually very well prepped for that. Prioritizing the health and safety of our employees. We are deemed essential business, but we actually never had to have more than one person in the factory at a time to keep printing. And we've also seen very minimal supply chain disruptions because we have extremely few suppliers. There's really just not that many processes that we need to build a rocket since we're printing everything. We have very few raw materials. It's actually only 3 raw metals for the entire rocket.
And so Elon's long-stated goal is to eventually create a human colony on Mars, and I know you have Mars aspirations as well.
Reflecting on why Jordan and I started the company, we had this core theory that, SpaceX was going to Mars. I'm actually super confident that they're going to, and I'm really inspired by that. But every animation I saw, had astronauts fly there, and then, they'd kind of land, and then the ladder would roll down, and then it would fade to black. And that became, sort of this thing that stuck in my mind that, man, there need to be dozens to hundreds of companies working on different pieces of the puzzle of going to Mars. And so that's where we came up with our vision as a company, which is to 3D print the first rocket made on Mars. I'm sure a rocket's not the first thing we're going to make. We're probably going to make water storage tanks, habitat vessels, spare parts, other things that just help early sort of settlements get going.
How old are you now?
I just turned 30.
Turned 30.
A few weeks ago, yeah.
And so what age do you expect to be when you 3D print your first water storage tank on Mars?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's actually going to happen faster than some of the human spaceflight can. So I think it could actually happen within a decade, honestly. My life philosophy has been, if the future's not really happening fast enough, well, why don't we just create it? We could actually be that company that makes this happen.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is London's financial centre, the City of London, at 1 p.m. Around 500,000 people work here. Well, not anymore. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed our relationship with the office, perhaps forever. Millions of white-collar workers have seen they don't have to be married to a regimented commute to work at your desk by 9 system. Instead, they've found they can have a more open relationship with the office. But the effects of that change are significant. Streets like this, which at rush hour you could barely squeeze down, are now quiet. And inside these towers, it's the same situation. Although after the pandemic things will get busier, it's not clear they will return to the way they were. Survey after survey shows workers want flexibility, but more surprisingly, managers and bosses are listening and many are joining the push for flexible work. So, are these changes here to stay? And if they are, what does that mean for the office and those of us who work in them? During the COVID lockdown, there's been a schism between those who've realized, wait, I need the office, like me, and those who are happy to spend less time there, like my co-producer Tom.
When I take a coffee break, I get to see my 3-year-old, and that is great. I've enjoyed that a lot. I'm also kind of fortunate. I have a good microphone here. I have a camera from work. I can, move it around and hide my mess in time to do an interview. Like, it has worked pretty well for me to do my job and do it in this sort of isolated workstation that I've created.
I live in a shared flat where it's hard to be productive, and given the choice between an office with a desk and free coffee and all the rest, it's a simple choice. I like being in the office.
It just has to be different for different people, right? Different people have different struggles, and different people, find an office as a solution or find the office as a part of that struggle.
The COVID pandemic has forced a radical experiment on us, and the results of that experiment are coming in. Companies now know if employees can work remotely. They know if teams are still being productive, and workers have gotten a taste for flexibility, and they like it.
Before, the paradigm in the office world was I'm going to the office 9 to 5, and if not, I have to explain why, or I'm doing something unusual. Now I know that I can stay home 1 or 2 days a week, or that I could come at different hours, and that impacts overall demand.
Dror Poleg is an author and property advisor to some of the world's biggest companies. He argues things aren't going back to the way they were. Deal with it.
I think at some point things change fundamentally. There's a difference between employees being away or offices being empty for 2 or 3 months, and between offices being empty for a year or 15 months. Like you just don't go back to the same place after such a length of period.
Dror argues workers have adjusted. They've got new routines and habits. So what will become the new normal? Surveys show workers are splitting their time between the office and home and want to keep it that way. Management like the idea too. A UK survey of over 2,000 office workers found most do not intend to spend 5 days a week in the workplace, even when the pandemic is over, with both bosses and employees seeing home working as a long-term trend. A survey by business consultancy McKinsey of 800 global executives found 15% will allow staff to work remotely 2 or more days a week. In the finance sector, the Netherlands' biggest bank predicts that staff will be working about half their time from home once the pandemic is over. And in Italy, UniCredit plans to have 40% of work done remotely after the crisis. It's important to say this shift is not being seen across the economy. In the US, more than 60% of workers cannot work remotely. Their jobs require at least some physical presence. But for millions of white-collar workers, the scale and speed of this change should not be underestimated.
In a prime market like New York or London or San Francisco or even Shanghai or Hong Kong, a company spends between $12,000 to $20,000 a year on putting an employee in a seat in an office. Now, one of the most interesting questions that I think companies will ask themselves now is not, okay, can I save money by, telling everyone to go home? But they can ask themselves, if I take $15,000 and spend it differently, can I make my employee more productive? Can I make my employee happier? Can I maybe attract better people than I currently have? And I think in many cases, the answer to that question will be yes.
Dror believes we are living through nothing short of a revolution in the way we use offices. And there are going to be winners and losers.
To destabilize office and to cause a revolution, you only need 10 or 15% of demand to shift. And I think that's what's happening.
Jack, there's been recent survey data that you've got hold of about occupancy rates around here. What are they like? Are these buildings practically empty?
Yeah, they're certainly more than half empty.
Jack Sidders is Bloomberg's European commercial property reporter, and he's been told privately what commercial real estate agencies won't say publicly.
If you were speaking to them off the record, then you detect a much more significant amount of concern. And you see it with some of the public statements. You've seen real estate leaders come out and say publicly, look, we need to get people back. Come on, politicians, you need to sort this out.
So those of you who are feeling very comfortable never coming back into the office, well, bad news. Experts agree that for most of us, we will still have a relationship with the office, just not as demanding. But even if workers return 4 out of 5 work days, that's still a huge reduction, and it's got investors' attention.
What you see if you look at the share prices of the big office landlords is that they're down substantially this year. Much the big London office landlords are down 30, 40, 50% this year. But the valuation of their assets has barely changed. It's likely that both of those numbers are wrong, and it'll be somewhere in between.
With growing consensus that office workers will be splitting their time between the office and perhaps their home, flexible workspaces find themselves well positioned to take advantage. Tanya Adair is the co-founder and CEO of Uncommon, a London-based flexible working company founded in 2015. She agrees things aren't going back to the way they were, but sees a bright future for the office.
It's very difficult to run a team if people are completely in different locations. Yes, you can work from home, you can work from a coffee shop one day a week, but at the same time to really have that connection between individuals where I think ideas come to life, you do want to be present in physical space together.
Tanya is betting offices will shift from being primarily places where you go to get work done to places where you go to collaborate and build teams.
You don't necessarily need to go to the office. You don't need to waste the time of commuting. The reasons for that office to exist are fundamentally to come and meet your colleagues, collaborate, be able to come together and work on the presentation, on a new idea, to exchange sort of energies fundamentally with each other.
This trend of making offices places for collaboration has been going on for years, but the COVID pandemic has shifted the dial. The argument's not around will work be more flexible, it's about how flexible it will be.
The office of the future is not a place. The office of the future is a network that allows me to enable my employees to access whatever it is that they need to access right now in order to produce their best possible work. And of course, to be happy and to keep coming back and to give their talents to my business and not to anyone else.
Tanya agrees that satellite offices will become more common, but argues for most of us, the office will still play a major role.
Naturally, when everything normalizes, people would want to still have their headquarters, their culture, their identity to be able to connect. And I think there is a very loud voice out there saying we're all very productive from home, but I think there is a silent majority that are not that productive at home, and they just they're not being necessarily heard because your kids are around, your pet is disturbing you, your neighbor is doing decoration, renovation, and making noise.
After a year of working from home, the gloss may have come off and many of us will start to miss the office. But will anyone, bosses or workers, really want to go back to the old ways? Offices aren't going to stay like this, a ghost town. But instead of cramming us in, the new office may well be spacier, with more room to collaborate. And most importantly, we will come in when we need to, not because we have to.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Remember when Monday mornings were like this? They're a bit different now. While those of us lucky to be working are now doing so from a spare bedroom or a kitchen table, the coronavirus has forced a sudden and mostly successful pivot to working away from the office. While the circumstances are unwelcome, there are some benefits to this style of working.
You have a more content workforce, a more motivated workforce, and also a more productive and efficient workforce as well.
So when the coronavirus is behind us, will our workday ever be the same again? We spend a lot of our time travelling to work, and for most, the commute is getting longer all over the world. Globally, 2/5 of professionals consider the commute to be the worst part of their day.
Commuting has been found to be a major cause for stress that impacts on our physiological health and as well well-being. The total working day gets longer, you get less time at home, you do less exercises. When you have long commutes, you also cook less healthy food. I followed Swedish couples over a 10-year period, and we found that commuting long distances to work over 1 hour increases the risk of separation. Overall, we find that it's a 40% increase of risk of separating.
Before the pandemic, approximately 25 million US workers spent more than 90 minutes getting to and from their jobs every day. In South Korea, 1 in 4 workers has a journey that long. One of those people is Park Jong-han, a manager at a major telecoms company.
Basically, I throw away 3 hours of my daytime just to get to work and to come back home.
Since February, SK Telecom has instructed its employees, including Jong-han, to work from home, or if suitable, to work from smaller local offices in the surrounding neighbourhoods of Seoul.
One of the mobile offices, if I walk, it takes about 15 minutes. I truly appreciate the time. And it actually comes back to motivation to work harder. It's not just time, it's a very quality time that I spend. Instead of, getting stuck in a bus, get stuck in a traffic somewhere, it cannot compare. The amount of time that I spent with my family really increased. During lunchtime, I can have lunchtime with my son.
Have you just shortened your hours and you're able to go and, like you said, exercise more, or do you find yourself working more as a result?
Because it's been too long, I totally forgot about it. But in the very beginning, when this program started, I was exhausted, actually, during the first few days, because there's no place for rest, right? Because I need to work anywhere, wherever I go. My mind was always on work. And when I talked to the teammates, they actually felt the same in the beginning. But after a few weeks, I think everyone found their own way to work. And now I know how to adjust, myself into, work mode versus, rest mode and so on.
So losing that journey into work could be good for us. But research claims our commute can also provide us with a means to separate our personal and professional lives. And in a world of 10-second bed-to-laptop commutes, that's a chance for some me time. But while journey times were already generally on the up, more of us were actually starting to commute less, thanks to a relatively new trend: flexible working.
Increasingly, we have seen people remote working from lots of different locations. There has been a reluctance to encourage flexible working, perhaps because managers see it as a loss of control. It can be quite difficult to manage people who you don't necessarily see on a day-to-day basis. There might be concerns around efficiency or productivity.
And is that a bit of a myth, or is any of that borne out in fact?
What we found is that productivity can actually improve as a result of flexible working, and there isn't necessarily any impact upon the business if it's managed effectively. There's quite a lot of benefits. There is an opportunity for workers to have more autonomy over their scheduling, over when they work and where they work. And when people have that degree of autonomy, it does lead to a workforce that is happier. You may have flexibility over the time that you have to go into work or the time that you can come home, so that you're able to avoid rush hour traffic. And if you're working from home a few days a week or completely at home, then obviously you can avoid the commuting altogether. And there's also benefits for employers.
A study by Harvard and New York University found that for those working from home, the workday is 48 minutes longer, probably replacing that time you spent commuting.
There's significant benefits for organisations that are able to manage these kind of processes effectively.
So what actions can organisations implement to harness the power of flexible working?
They need to have very clear processes and procedures around operating flexible work so that everybody has the same expectations. One department allows the majority of their employees to work flexibly, and another department, which is led by another line manager who has a different view, then you might find that flexible working isn't as supported as much. You need to treat people consistently and in a fair way, but you also need to recognise that there can be individual differences in how people adapt to flexible working. It will suit some people, but not others. So you do need to have a degree of flexibility yourself as a manager in how you manage teams and how you manage people.
And this flexibility can lead to productivity. A 2-year Stanford study of 1,000 employees at one company found that working from a home office resulted in a 13% increase in productivity, and 50% of them were less likely to quit. Despite this, half of them still wanted to go back to the office 9 months later, even though their average commute was 40 minutes each way. Another survey, conducted by Bain & Company on its own employees, found that productivity increased for some thanks to no commute and an ability to focus better at home, but also decreased for others due to a lack of work mindset and a dedicated workspace. So perhaps we'll start to see a more hybrid style become the norm, where for some days we work from home for specific solo tasks, and others we travel to the office to meet and collaborate with the team. The changing nature of our working lives has already led to many white-collar workers leaving the city or moving further out, to find more space, some greenery, or to escape the urban beeps and bustle. One person who misses the commute is Alice Shea, an urban planner and designer.
I miss riding the subway. Riding the subway is one of those incredible experiences in New York City. It's got its highs and it's got its lows. But honestly, the subway system in New York City is one of the greatest levers for equity that we have. It is one price to get all the way across the city.
Many of us are now working from home, or at least for a couple of days of the week. Will where we live drastically change, do you think?
We're in a moment where commutes can be zero. So what does that mean for how we are distributed across our settlements and urban agglomerations? I think it provides a lot of flexibility for certain workers. It's true. But there's other ties that keep people to place, right? It's not just about commute. So that's one factor amongst many. Access to services, access to family, access to the culture that keeps a city alive or your lifestyle interesting.
So the city as we know it isn't exactly going anywhere, but it might change in the way that we use it and the way it works.
Our street infrastructure and streetscapes can be reconfigured in a time of social distancing when we're understanding that private cars may not be as essential as we thought they were. We posited that if you took the streetscape in Manhattan, which is equivalent to 4 times the size of Central Park, reconfigured it in a way that actually looked at streetscapes as being about space for mobility and distribution at a bigger scale. So how do we actually decrease the number of private cars, and what are the opportunities that come with that? So increased space for pedestrians and walking, more effective distribution systems. Buses could run at least twice as fast, getting people around the city in an equitable way. The transformation of the way that we use our streetscapes could also enable better delivery of urban systems.
Is there an opportunity to build more equality in cities? Key workers, for instance, who aren't doing jobs on a laptop right now, they have to be in those areas, don't they? No matter what.
I mean, you bring up a great point. Service workers, essential workers, they are geographically bound. Mobile healthcare could be distributed more widely, more equitably, particularly if there's government and public drivers behind the way that is distributed. We're also seeing massive changes in the way that retail is happening, right? Many shops are closed. When we have times when cities are more porous, when there's flux, when, real estate sector isn't so saturated, that porousness allows for an opportunity for micro-entrepreneurship and also new innovations at a kind of small scale. Small businesses that are starting up, food trucks that are going to be distributing food across the city, different types of services that operate in different types of places.
Our changing relationship with work could affect where we live too. It could accelerate a move to what's known in urban planning theory as the polycentric city.
Polycentric city would be a place where you can work, you can live, you can recreate, you can have your social life, your family, in a more local and distributed way.
In cities like Paris, it's known as the 15-minute city, where daily necessities are within a 15-minute reach on foot or by bike.
You reduce transit times, you reduce GHG emissions, and also you provide more equitable, more sustainable access to services by this more distributed city model. But that's not to say that you need to live in the suburbs, right?
So what's to say the office can't come closer to us?
I think going forward, companies will need to support workers in that externality. And it could take many forms. Does everyone want to work from home? No. Some people like going to a place, commuting. How are companies that usually would say, come to our main office? Oh, now actually we have a set of sponsored co-working spaces across the city that are closer to where you live and can decrease your commute. And maybe you go to those spaces 3 days a week and you come into the office too. I think we're going to see a whole range of new types of work as people have gained confidence in the efficiency of work from home during this time.
Since the virus outbreak, serviced office brand Regus has already seen a surge of more than 40% in activity in New York City commuter hub Southern Connecticut. In the UK, house builders are seeing developments outside of London driven by a change in home office working. While experiences and jobs vary all over the world, many workers have come to expect change. More than 90% of people in a recent survey said they wouldn't return to the office full-time after COVID. There's reasons for employers to embrace the change too. Some already are. Twitter and Facebook have said the switch could become permanent for large parts of their workforce. The COVID-19 pandemic has sent shockwaves through the world of work. Having an on-off relationship with the office could make us happier and more productive, while also helping the environment and making our cities more livable.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
So I've had this problem for a really long time where I find myself just getting sucked into my phone. I think it's just for a few seconds here and there to look at a headline, but in reality it looks a little more like this. It's not a great look, and honestly I'd like to set a better example for my kids. Recently, in order to try to break me of this habit, I've been asking my wife to film me so I can actually see what this looks like. I don't know that I could say it's done anything to cure me, but it definitely is effective in making me stop. Now, you can see evidence of surveillance as a means of curbing bad behavior all over. And in workplaces, many employees have been under surveillance by their employer for a long time. But as the pandemic has forced many jobs to be remote, that surveillance has now followed employees home.
Some companies this morning are starting to monitor their employees more closely than ever.
They track what you click on, where you go on the internet, everything you type into your keyboard.
Employee surveillance has boomed during the pandemic, and the software that goes along with it is flying off the virtual shelves. And these tools do more than just watch employees. They analyze, rank, and report on their productivity. And it's likely to become just another part of our future of work. Now, digital privacy in the workplace isn't a new subject.
When you're at work on a computer, you might think that what you're doing is actually private. Well, you might want to think again. There's a pretty good chance your boss is eavesdropping on everything you do.
As long as there's been closed-circuit TV, there have been cameras in offices that monitor what people are doing.
This is Bennett Cyphers, a staff technologist for the Electronic Frontiers Foundation. He's been investigating recent employee surveillance technology, or as he refers to it, bossware.
We've looked at about a dozen different products in this space, and what all of them do to start is monitor like activity, like high-level activity. So it's like, what apps are people using and what websites are they visiting?
But as Bennett explains, many of these software tools go a few steps further, capturing screenshots of your desktop or recording every time you move your mouse and logging every single key that you strike.
If you like log into your bank account or something, and when you type in your password, it shows up as a bunch of stars or a bunch of dots, a keylogger or keystroke logger will have collected every input that went into that website, and so they would be able to see your password as well, even if you can't actually see it on the screen. There are some products that do let their clients turn on webcams and microphones secretly and record through people's devices, but I can't say how much adoption they have, and I do think that is not the norm.
Big Brother, perhaps, but it's perfectly legal for businesses to keep an unblinking eye on employees, as long as they disclose it before they do it. Even prior to the pandemic, there were already signs that this kind of software was on the rise. A 2018 survey by Gartner of 239 large companies showed a dramatic rise in the adoption of this software. And in the time of COVID, for employers, many see it as a means to return some sense of normalcy.
Traditionally, in a pre-COVID, pre-work-from-home universe, companies had line of sight. I'm a manager, I'm a supervisor, I'm an owner, I show up at the office, I can see who's there, I can see who's not there, I can see whether people are sitting at their desk and working or whether they're on their phone with their feet kicked up. I can see all those things.
This is Brad Miller. He's the CEO of the surveillance software maker InterGuard, and he says that after the pandemic struck, the company saw over a 300% growth in their customer base.
Sharing this tab. Okay, good. So it's sharing. Okay, so you can see my screen.
I can see your screen. Yep.
You're looking at the dashboard here, and the dashboard has a few different views depending upon what part of the company you're in. So you're looking at the chart view right now, which is looking at high-level data. It's typically used by executives. The next view, which is probably the most used view, is the user view. What this view is trying to recreate that line of sight that they used to have when everybody was in the office.
In case this isn't obvious, all the data here is fake, and they're using characters from the show The Office to essentially illustrate some of the selling points of the software.
And so as an example here, I can see Andy is a 40-hour-a-week employee. He was logged in this week for 37 of those 40 hours. And, not all of that time that he was logged in was active, and then not all of the active time is productive.
Each of these circles kind of gives a breakdown of an employee's day. Gray is idle, blue is productive, red is not productive, and yellow is neutral.
And so in a very quick view, I can just quickly glance at my employees. Did they show up for work? Are they generally showing up on time? Do they look, reasonably busy?
And if something seems off, InterGuard gives you more tools to sort of drill down into an employee's day. If you see something suspicious, like, say, a lot of inactive time, you can investigate to see their calendar. A large chunk of inactive time can suddenly be explained away by a party planning committee meeting followed by an hour-long film screening. You could also choose to flip through screenshots of what the employee was doing on their computer that day, or even set up alert words so that you can be notified if something suspicious is happening right away.
I can single in on this one here, Jim Halpert. It was a keystroke data type, and I can see that there was a couple of alert words highlighted in here, the word file and the word Kaplan.
The idea here is to sort of catch an employee who might be, say, sharing client files with a competitor. And while there are a lot of other tools here to help investigate different forms of employee theft or inappropriate behavior, Brad says that lately that's not the most common use.
What's different now in the world of COVID and work from home is that we now see big companies trying to not just use us for investigations, but rather more in terms of confirming time, attendance, and productivity.
Scoring productivity or ranking productivity is found in many of the different employee surveillance software on the market today. InterGuard allows admins to flag what programs or websites are considered productive, unproductive, or neutral. And using a fairly simple equation adds them all together to generate a daily score for each employee. And in our data-driven world, there is something about this that makes a lot of sense to me. I mentioned before my issue with looking at my phone too much. Well, applications like Screen Time on my iPhone will show me a day-to-day collection of how I spend my time, making being aware of, say, how obsessive I am with my fantasy football team easier than ever before.
Mass surveillance is often convenient. That's why the people who do it do it. One thing that surveillance does sort of across the board in every context that's used in is exacerbate power imbalances, whether it's a government surveilling its people, whether it's like a giant corporation surveilling its customers and its competitors, or whether it's, in this case, like a company surveilling the people who work for it. Your employer has interests which involve you and don't always align with yours. And there are frequently situations where your employer might want to know what you were doing last night, or might want to dig up dirt, or have some sort of weapon to use against you in some sort of dispute between you and the company.
Brad points to features in InterGuard meant to protect the privacy of employees, like being able to set the working hours for users, so you can avoid capturing any non-work related actions. But he also makes it clear that for the system to work for both employee and employer, it needs to be done transparently.
We tend to educate our customers to be transparent with the use of the software. There's really no point, if you want to use InterGuard as a tool to manage productivity, if I don't tell you it's on there, well, then how am I getting value from it? Because fundamentally, I want to be able to say, hey, I see you're only logged in 4 hours today. Where did I get that information from? We all behave a little bit better when we know someone's watching. And it's a tricky line for sure. But in my view, that can all be navigated easily by being transparent.
Typically, people default to technology. Something's wrong. Quick, let's buy a machine or a program.
This is Marie Gervais. She's the CEO of Shift Management, a company that specializes in improving workspaces through leadership development. And from talking to her, she points out that transparency is really just a starting point as an employer. You also need to think about your intent.
So if your intent is to hone down and just like, who can I catch doing something wrong? Well, that's all your energy is going to go to that. But if your energy is, how can we make things better? And how can I resource you so we can make things better? What you pay attention to grows. But if you're looking to catch mistakes, that's all you're going to catch.
And Marie explains that in order to have focused intent, you really need to shorten the amount of time that you use this technology.
So if you want to roll out surveillance software, say, this is what we're thinking of doing and this is why. And then the target needs to be short. So, okay, we're going to try this for a week. We're going to try this for 2 weeks. We're going to try this for a month. No longer than that, because then people just get really frustrated.
If everyone knows they're being surveilled all the time, they act differently and they are more afraid of stepping outside of the bounds of what they consider to be the behavior that is expected of them. I mean, if you're a very controlling manager, maybe that's your goal. But in a lot of cases, I think that can actually hurt productivity and creativity.
I have an employee who had surveillance software with her previous employer. I mean, if she would be gone to the bathroom, the employer would ask her, where were you? You were gone for 4.6 minutes. And she'd go, I was in the bathroom. Well, why? When she started working with me, she said, where's your surveillance software? And I said, I don't have any. She went, woohoo. And then what happened is she stopped producing stuff because she was so used to being treated like a assembly line employee that she didn't have the skills to actually run her job properly. For 3 years, she was under the surveillance software and she had to kind of heal from it, actually, because it wasn't used properly.
As the current evidence suggests, the future of work is likely to feature more remote or flexible working employees post-COVID. And it's likely many of these employees will need to use some kind of surveillance software.
As an employee, if I knew that the quid pro quo for me being able to continue working from home post-COVID was knowing that my employer was confirming my productivity and attendance, I make that trade every day and twice on Sunday.
We're at sort of this inflection point where it's been around, but it's getting a lot more popular and it's going to be a lot more prevalent going forward. And I think it's just dawning on a lot of people that they might be working in this world in the future where their device is being surveilled, they're being surveilled all the time. And whenever you have that sort of change, especially rapid change, that is an opportunity to change the way the world works around it. And I think we can do the same thing in the worker privacy space.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Meet Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet. Because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, Google in the morning, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The US connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Retirement. I could spend every day just like this, relaxing, playing golf, spending time with family. But like most of you, I can't retire right now, or really anytime soon.
Work, 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 work.
So even if we can't retire right now, there are more than a few people who made their early retirement dreams come true. No lottery ticket or well-timed crypto investment required. Those people are part of a community called FIRE. That's Financial Independence Retire Early. FIRE devotees combine high savings rates, minimalist living, and investing with low-cost index funds to reach retirement in relatively short periods of time. I talked to a guy named Bryce Lung, who, along with his wife Christy, retired in their early 30s and never looked back.
We were given the same prescriptive script that everybody, that our parents gave us for how to live. Get a job, buy a house, go into debt, go into a mortgage, spend the next 25 years paying off, and then maybe when you're 65, then you can retire with a pension. The old rule book that they played with simply doesn't apply for us anymore.
So how long was your journey once you began?
9 years after we started working, we retired. My wife was 31, I was 32 at the time, and we said goodbye to our jobs forever, and we've been traveling ever since. It's actually based not on your age, but how much money you have saved up versus how much money you need to spend to maintain your lifestyle. So the rule that we use in the FIRE community is called the 4% rule. How much you have saved up versus how much that you need to spend. If it's 4% of it, then you can retire safely and never need to work again.
Why is that number 4%?
An academic study called the Trinity Study, in which they kind of back tested like all of the stock market history, like going back like hundreds of years. 4% is the amount that it's safe to withdraw, in that you won't run out of money over like a traditional retirement period.
How did you change your lifestyles so that you would live more frugally?
It was not so much a sacrifice of lifestyle that got us here, it was avoiding the landmines that so many people step on. The commonly accepted personal finance thing of like, you have to cut back until it's painful, no going out, no eating out, and no drinking coffees and this kind of stuff. We didn't do any of that kind of stuff, because the biggest line items in a person's life is housing, transportation, and food. And if you get those three right, then the rest of it almost doesn't even matter.
But even if you can't retire at 31 like Bryce did, there might still be some alterations to your savings or spending that you can make to retire at a more traditional age. Bloomberg reporter Suzanne Woolley is going to tell us how to plan for that more traditional retirement and the annoyances that we must overcome to get there. Should people be scared about retiring?
Isn't everyone scared about retiring?
Sure.
It's this so big a prospect, and it's also uncertain. Yeah. And I think people get sort of terrified by the idea of like, what is my number? Mm-hmm. Like, do I need $1 million? Do I need 2 million? Like, who knows? Right. And I think that can put people into paralysis. A lot of people don't even know how much they spend each month. Mm-hmm. So, you know, just knowing what your budget is gives you a sense of like what you need to live on.
What mistakes are people making as they plan for retirement?
One mistake people might make is not planning for contingencies. You know, you have like a point when you want to retire. Like some people say, oh, I want to retire when I'm 62 or 65. Well, great. Yeah. But, you know, life might not go your way. You might be laid off. There might be some sort of ageism. You might get sick and not be able to work. So it's sort of when you're retirement planning, you need to think through like, how would I live if I was laid off, 5 years earlier than I anticipated. Right. And also you need to have some sort of like emergency fund, maybe like buckets. One is for short term and it's just cash, like a year's living expenses if you can do that. You know, the middle one is maybe in bonds and short-term investments, and you know, the other part can be aggressive. The other bucket is more aggressive, really long-term, like 10 or 20 years.
So if you want to get your fire dream started, go ahead and make it happen. As for me, I'm gonna do this for a few more hours, then get back to work. Turn the camera off.
Coming up on Quick Take the Lead, are we getting too complacent with COVID? A lot of unanswered questions about how safe we are from variants, even if vaccinations